Ready and waiting over the shoulder. Here's the fault line. The relay bolt just ricocheting wildly. It's going to be that split in through, but still they don't have backside control. EDG
hello. आज आ गए आज टाइम पे एकदम टाइम पर.
Where are they going though? Because Kang waiting here on B gets caught.
No way. Sheriff in his hands. He felt like
Yeah, it's everything said. बहुत टाइम पे आज भाई.
EDG gearing up for
Kang is dead. Kang.
Time waiting in the smoke, and they hear the rumble of the footsteps. Nobody is going to be tested. A lot to overcome into this spot.
अरे.
But over, but here comes the pin.
Oh भाई.
Crunch from behind. EDG. Look at no stone unturned.
3v3.
Away mostly through, and Sassy's now the one who has to hold down the line.
Ten's got stuck on that pivot. Sassy sees them.
Yeah.
Mostly क्या पूरा मिरर कॉम्प ही है. ओए.
Just being dished out. Sentinels. Left scrappy, and it's down to Zelsis.
I go. Zulcis Baba.
To cool down the weapon in his hand, Simon the rookie steps up, squares up, and seals up that opening pistol round.
Was the stun from Zelsis not good? Or did EDG just hit two absolute banging shots there to take out their opponents on Sen? Ten's got caught in that A-link pivot, but I think overall the macro ideas were good. Yeah, the stun didn't quite catch onto anybody other than Shishu. But even so, I mean, that's a pretty ridiculous kill from him. He's happy about that one. A great start for
EDG.
Both of these teams confident in their Haven gameplay. We've seen them both play Havens. We're really high level already.
Hello, Face Bhai. क्या ले? कैसे हो?
EDG as well. They're trying to put that best foot forward. This is an
Let's go. Like करो guys. Like करो.
Reasons. Listen, it's not just the biggest event of the year, but as the desk was mentioning, it's one of their best opportunities to break past that previous ceiling they kind of reached, I suppose, at other events where they've only got 5th, 6th. If you win here, you get that minimum of top 3.
And they've never even been able to replicate that 5th/6th finish at a tournament. It took outrageous performances from Kang, putting on an all-star operator.
Yeah.
What? Kung ने स्टन में भी मारा. Kung.
Sentinels, see if they can get
Yo,
that easy
Poki bhai, कैसे हो? Like करो यार, like करो.
I think a really crucial.
आज Sentinels के पूरा support है.
You see how he's just holding A long in this round on his own.
चलो at least.
Sentinels need to be able to shove him off, and EDG have lots of different
nice.
trap around this. It's
at least they got to.
Not risky so much, but economically damaging. And in the midst of all of this, Tens has snuck his way in a little.
Yeah.
Given away his position, unfortunately. Kind of had to.
I don't think there should be any danger here unless Tens was able to lurk his way behind.
30 seconds left.
But you can see that the EDG players are willing to take these fights.
Nice.
And it has been an
3 मारा है जॉन क्यूटी ने बढ़िया 3 मारा है.
John's running away with 1 HP, seeing what other mischief he can get up to.
Shot down, at least chasing him down.
But that is not bad. Smoggy's still got some money in the bank.
So 3 मारा.
So it's not going to be the most devastating knocks to
क्या हाल है अक्षत भाई कैसे हो?
but it's going to soften it up slightly for round 3 and make it easier for center to get on the.
सही बात बताओ, मैंने कल ऑफलाइन रिकॉर्ड किया है मेरा नाइट मार्केट. तुम लोग रिएक्शन देख के सोचोगे भाई इतना अच्छा नाइट मार्केट किसका आया था. मस्त नाइट मार्केट आया है. लाइक करो भाई. जस्ट 6 लाइक हुए भाई. 10 लाइक करो बड़ाबड़.
Suddenly they collapse onto you with a big A lobby ambush. So you do have to be careful. You see in this round, they've got 4 players stacked up defending that side of the map there.
भाई स्टिंगर यूज करने के लिए बहुत अच्छा स्प्रे कंट्रोल होना चाहिए. डिपेंड करता है तुम लॉन्ग रेंज यूज कर रहे हो या फिर क्लोज रेंज. बिकॉज़ क्लोज रेंज अगर कर रहे हो तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता. पूरा स्प्रे बॉडी पे भी अगर पूरा कनेक्ट होना चाहिए.
Little bit of kit, make sure that they can clear the way, get rid of the trip. Mid-round information as well from nobody. He's just using that drone, but it was broken. There's still a bit of uncertainty.
पूरा होना चाहिए, like
time EDG have taken
literal full.
lobby control. You can see Kang is posted.
Kung.
Just removing the drone. Cage up into his face. We'll have to use the stun to slow down any approach from Sen in case the punish was there.
Smoggy still has paranoia in his hands as well.
Yeah, he's not giving up the space. Kang could thrive into this spot and position a bonus round conversion in his sight. Still flash has to be.
I go 1-1.
Great adjustment and snap back with a crosshair placement. 40 seconds left for Sentinels, and the question remains which way are they trying to land? And NeuroFF will give them critical information to work with.
It looks like they're going to group up over towards A, but that's still where Smoggy and Simon are.
30 seconds left.
No easy openings, 25 seconds left. Jump spots. Swaggy sees it, catching it. A lot of information gathered.
Nice.
Line is good though.
बहुत बढ़िया stun था.
Just concatenates on top, and Simon just trying to play this tight
No,
angle.
no, no, बच गया.
Ended up from the side, still lands that shot.
3v2, 3v2, 3v2.
Rated though, plan down for John QT, nothing to push this one back.
Ridiculously good supportive utility there from Zelsis and Tens.
मारेगा पता है जॉन क्यूटी एक और मारेगा.
Nobody's going to be praying that somebody opens up wide, but up onto the heaven angle. Zelsis, who's claiming that one, dropped down. Double digits of health, but it's only Chichu left with the Bulldog. They're here to reload. He gives Tens.
मैं जो बोला ना उसका उल्टा होना तय. मैं बोला मारेगा तो मार खाया, डैमेज लिया था.
Big round for Sen to get onto the board, but a difficult one still. EDG fighting tooth and nail to hold on to these spots. And you can see this team, they got some dangerous setups on the defense side.
Trades.
I think in terms of that team play that EDG were talking about and their preparation, this is the best tournament for them.
Yeah.
Ascendant ऊपर गया.
That was more individualism. And
मस्त
waking up and having
अक्षत भाई एक नंबर.
wonderful op performance we've seen from a player, I would argue. This version of EDG seems like they put in a lot more thought to their game and tactics on top of that.
Kung Singh.
I think that, you
मैं
know,
वो
despite you could look at some of their opponents this
तुड़तुड़ी
tournament,
मारूंगा.
you might not be too impressed in terms of
Kung
who
भाई.
they've actually bested. But for me, I've been paying attention to
No
how they've been
तुड़तुड़ी,
trying
you
to
know.
play. And look at this, bit of a trap play.
Oh, yeah,
setup,
बच
but
गया. ओए!
missing hello.
John QT?
Right through the wall, bit of unfortunate action occurring, at least for John QT, not unfortunate for EDG.
कैसे?
But they respam it, and so both teams come out of that fairly similar. But with the Cypher down, this opens up different options. EDG could now try to push aggressive and get flanks off against Sen. And Sen could group up and go for a big site execute onto C, where the Cypher's now got no utility. EDG don't choose the aggressive option, though. They're keeping players anchored to C to try to make up for that fact.
Nobody has the rifle.
Nice.
The rifle, but as he's looking for that information, I mean, that's what happens when a drone is used a little bit prior. Didn't have it to try and safely garner it. At least there's going to be relay bolts as well, and space given. Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
पूरा C मिल गया.
That lurk timing from Zelsis is marvelous.
अरे हागा रे.
Yeah, and Smoggy's right back in there. The paranoia is already sent out. That's preemptive.
भाई ठीक है 140 में मान गया वो.
Down to the double digits, but still alive for now.
अरे 10 HP में एक और ले गया.
And he is the spearhead. Literally in this case, man.
पता नहीं भाई आजकल नियॉन मेटा नेक्स्ट लेवल चल रहा है भाई. तुम भी बोल रहे नियॉन खेल रहा है. मेरे बंदे भी बोलते हैं नियॉन खेलो.
Doesn't seem likely that Kangkong would be able to pull this off, but he is.
Kung Zekken 10 HP निकाल
He
सकता
had a
है.
stun to work with. Maybe he'd be able to isolate a 1.
A wall to get into, but honestly, with his money low, in a 1v3, best course of action probably going to be to save.
Yeah, he's just seeing there whether anyone's going to give him a free duel. But Sentinels are going to play with.
Zekken पे पैसा नहीं है. पैसा होता.
Take the gun.
Yeah.
फिर भी.
The sunny importance of this one. Sentinels thinking ahead.
वाला ना.
Zekken.
इसको 1v1 क्यों दे रहे हो रे?
Sen realize it. They're in danger of just being trapped. Down to the spike, so they're going to do a bit of a mad dash, but it does bring us down now. At least.
इसको 1v1 काहे के लिए दे रहे हो?
And it's nobody, the newer IGL for EDG, that actually gets the wrong read on this round. You see him being caught there going for the re-clear on A. He'd called for his team to reinforce the C site, because in his head, that's the most logical place for Sentinels to end. You've just killed the defending Cypher. Why not hit that site where the anchor player is no longer there? So they reinforce C with Simon, Smoggy, and keep A very weak. Nobody tries to hold it on his own, gets punished for that. Not necessarily hubris though, it's just you can't cover the entire map when you're in that position. Perhaps he
चार बंदे इको पे है, खाली कांग पे गन है. एक अल्ट और भाई 2 हेवी अल्टी आ रहा है. लाइक सच्ची 2 हेवी अल्टी आ रहा है. नाइस. क्या कवर दिया है, बढ़िया. क्या मारा है बे. जीत रहा है सेंटिनल्स.
They've got that diligence, TP up and over, and certainty.
फिर भी मारा स्मोगी ने Zekken को.
Before he's dropped.
All of the coordination working really brilliantly there for Sen. That additional pause that Zekken throws into things just to allow Tens on top of the box. They've been doing a lot of that. In a 4v1, Shishu once again finds himself in a spot that's
मरा नहीं.
9 HP.
Shot.
Listen, it's a nice shot.
That was a hell of a shot, bro.
by the one round. It looks like they've regained a little bit of that composure just from losing some of the prior rounds, but it's SEN kind of running away with it.
And they've also now experienced that A lobby delayed crunch, but it was on an eco, which was easier for them to deal with. These players swinging in from EDG did not have big...
Actually, that was a hell of a shot, bro.
Faces. And so that should actually help SEN in the future figure out, okay, we had an idea of how to deal with it. Did it work? Do we need to make adjustments if there's going to be rifles up in the future? They did look pretty set on that, though. The stun coming out over towards A-Long was nice. It wasn't right at the beginning of the round. Both teams feeling each other out.
भाई गाने अच्छे हैं लेकिन मैं गाने नहीं चला सकता ना. गाने बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे. Exclamation giveaway check out कर लो guys. Exclamation giveaway, exclamation coins, exclamation सिक्के, exclamation ये, exclamation वो. एक सेकंड में इसको बताता हूँ. ने तू क्यों आया भाई? 5 लोग देख रहे हो गाइस. Exclamation giveaway. गाइस मेरा ऑडासिटी देख रहे हो? क्या स्कोर चल रहा? अभी तो सेन आगे है. अभी तो सेन आगे है 5 राउंड में.
That guy is just a diva. He absolutely is. Some demonic plays in this.
नाइटबॉट सोया है क्या? हेलो नाइटबॉट. पिन करना है वो मैसेज मेरे को. गुड मॉर्निंग नाइटबॉट. आ गया. राउंड चालू होने पर है गाइस. ये पिन होगा.
Low expectations, I think, overall. From outside, what are the community talking about them?
Absolutely, but I think that made sense at the time too. Yeah. They hadn't had
आवाज कर दिया इस वीकेंड में.
Coming into champs, and they were the 4th seed. No other 4th seed even won a match.
Bait and switch set up, fully blinds it up there. Smoggy barely gets rid of the dart, so Kang not revealed until.
Stun आएगा 3, 2, 1.
I believe spotted off into the corner.
ओके ब्रीच अल्टी पे वेट कर रहे हैं. रोलिंग थंडर पे वेट कर रहे हैं.
Second, you can see him. He was holding, waiting, trying to bait him in. Drone to re-clear out through mid. EDG might be looking to try and cook something up.
A re-hit here through onto B after a little bit of a garage clear. Be a great idea here for SEN. But do they anticipate 2 players garage? It looks like Kang should be trying to pull attention and disappear.
There's 40 seconds left out. SEN don't have map
पीछे क्या बज रहा है?
through mid, and they are surrounded on multiple fronts.
Simon's a little far away to deny this plant with his ult. Is he going to rip it?
30 seconds.
Yeah, well, the stun at least does connect. He doesn't let the ult go. Aftershock is a little bit delayed there. Lighting up onto second, but still the plant is down. Hunter's
You are the hunter. Let's go.
down, along with the rolling thunder. Cacophony of ults.
ओए.
And it is coming up to fruition. John QT there holds
भाई.
to the corner.
जॉन क्यूटी हक दिया था.
Reposition and there's a count for it. John QT
Nice.
just can't reset the aim in time. 2v2. The tap.
Nice.
It. Fights to be taken down to that 1v1. And Chichu now going to be getting that information. Sassy is revealed with the shots fired off as well. Jump spot pulls him off. No harm in sight for Chichu. He's tapping away as well, praying for those stray shots to hit Sassy. Might need to swing this one, Chichu!
भाई बच गया. मैं देख रहा था वो स्विंग करेगा कि नहीं. हाफ से ज़्यादा हो गया था.
Towards the end, Sassy's got a split second to make that decision to swing.
भाई नींद आ रही है.
Very close to letting that one slip through his fingers. But the player on Sentinels with that Champions Trophy already in the cabinet comes up clutch for them again. A nice attempt by EDG once more to put pressure down mid on the retake. But the plant denial was late. I think that's a bit of an error there from Simon, actually. Led with the fault line and then the aftershock.
Whoa.
Was a bit too delayed. Didn't stop Zekken from planting.
ये फिर एक ओप है.
Taking a tumble and a fall here for EDG. They don't even have a stack of players over towards A. There's nobody in Kang.
No, at this point, Sentinels are absolutely...
No bachi.
Assuming they can convert the anti-eco.
Kang might have something to say with it. Jump spot.
What?
The sprint and the glide. Fully accurate. Nobody. Not long for it. Hot shots fired by Kang. He's praying that he can land at least one of the targets. Hit one of the domes.
भाई 23 HP बचा है.
The SEN do see to cause him to scurry.
Yeah, you've seen 3 players over on this site. You know that there's max 1, the Cypher, playing elsewhere. They're going to leave 10s inserted. He's always got that Omen ultimate to be able to go back to the rest of his team. but he might end up just walking backwards into the Kong. No.
Okay, broken. Wait a second. Kang.
Oh.
And accounting for it. They've missed each other.
But he's not watching.
Not watching at all, and still damage is done to second. Softened up from the prior and striking from behind.
देखा कैसे नहीं?
Now over towards A, but already bodies are rapidly approaching. The trouble is EDG do not have the guns for the job.
And Sentinels can backfill all of this space up to where Tens was, because they know it was only Kankan that went through.
Bloody hell, I mean, the fault line's dodgy here. Simon, there's plenty of chances for him still. He is landing them. The Sheriffs are singing right now for EDG. Defensive smoke. A lot of uncertainty for Sentinels. They can feel it. They're going to try and bail themselves out of this one. The Rolling Thunder is committed. Simon touched the corner, but stunned out. There wasn't much he could do into that spot. So
भाई लेकिन
push into a tricky situation.
टेंस ने और कांग ने एक दूसरे को देखा कैसे नहीं?
Find a way to win that.
ये कौन सी टाइमिंग है? What kind of timing is that, bro? Like करो लाउंड, like करो. 6 लोग देख रहे हो. फट से like करो, subscribe मारो.
John ping out where Zelsis should ult. The IGL making the call. All right, we've got to invest this ultimate now. It's only me and you.
4-play stack.
It does make this round a little weaker. But SEN have showcased that they can deal with everything that EDG are throwing on defense currently.
5 and 2, one-sided जा रहा है अभी तक तो.
The mid-rounding is
Still it's one-sided. Still.
SEN are currently getting the right reads into rounds, making sure to slow it down at the right moments, and then the firepower usually carrying them over the line if it does get tricky.
They're not going free long any time. एक ही जा रहे हैं बार-बार.
When they went for it on the pistol round.
Yeah, it feels like the pistol round, at least from my memory. Drone is used. Hyper committed into A lobby, so Sentinels are going to be aware that control is given up to EDG.
Certainly looking like an execute's going to come through here on C. Smoggy has his ult to try to reinforce, but is he going to be fast enough with a smoke?
Not going to be broken here. The Hunter's Fury clears his way through and back and around here. The fault line was dodged by Chichu. Has found himself and carved out a little bit of a pocket and space to play around. Paranoia still here.
सब कुछ डाल दिया, फंसा दिया एकदम से. अभी आ गई टुटकुड़ी वाली.
Most of that fire. Second offloading it with the overdrive.
अच्छा है ना, बहुत टाइम तक रहती है टुटकुड़ी.
Stray shots. EDG are going to need a pick to see if they can make this one doable. Second, overextending ever so slightly.
फिर भी टुटकुड़ी पे किल दिया ना. आप टुटकुड़ी पे किल दिया, अब करना ही पड़ेगा कमेंट.
It's precise. Kang almost there. Could have provided
3v1
an opportunity, but Smoggy's been left alone into the 1v3, and Tens picks back up that position. Low enough as
higher,
well,
मैंने टेंस का गेम देखा है as woman. He tries to get higher ground every time. उसको जमीन पे रहना ही नहीं है.
11 and 4.
How many there?
After only 8 rounds, that's pretty ridiculous. If you look at players that have had outsized impact, outside of just the main duelists, where you're going to see great performances from Kang.
भाई हवा में रह जे.
If you look at who's had the biggest,
भाई टीपी मार के एकदम ऐसे एंगल पे खेलेंगे जहाँ पे you are not expecting him.
And the fact that they're on those smoke rolls, fighting against each other right now.
टून्स भाई 11-4.
Great comparison. At the moment, Tens is just getting involved in way more on the attack side, trading people out. Again, finding moments to dominate with his impact. His raw aim so strong.
SEN are just going to disrespect the early A lobby. Util that was dished out by EDG. They're holding, considering, I think, and waiting to see if there is that re-clearance. Strong QT does need to be careful. Opens himself up to that angle there, but again, it's the weaponry. I mean, EDG have not been able to recover any sense of that.
4 है Sheriff. Okay.
John using a cage again for
okay.
Making sure that he can't get pressured as he takes a little more space towards mid. They've been very cautious on these anti.
Let's go. Garage.
But it is incredible that EDG.
Drone से अरे नहीं एंटी.
Where's the punish here? Where's the cover?
Yeah, nobody watching just in case that was that punish here. Chichu, a couple of shots, backs away from his life, but just pulling apart the EDG defense. Second, built up by the cam, stunned up at that. Unlikely to see that follow-up. The more the time does get.
भी प्लांट कर देंगे. ए देखो टेंस का फिर से एंगल देखो तू. And Tens is never cleared for the first time, you know. Tens is never cleared for that.
Nobody off onto the extremity, flawless from Sentinels. You can
भाई
say
वो
that from
हर
round
राउंड
3
कहीं ना
onwards.
कहीं ऊपर चढ़ता है, सर पे चढ़ के बैठता है.
Always been in control. Have there been some dangerous moments where EDG have hit a nice shot, got into a good position? Yeah, of course. You're always going to get that with a team as good as EDG. And yet, SEN have sailed away. Clean
But the
sweep
thing
the last
is,
7 rounds.
चढ़ के बैठने के बावजूद
Remaining.
Kangkang's finally going to bring out that operator. The economy's been damaged, been in ruins.
Not just Kangkang, it's double op.
Double opping.
Yeah, Smoggy.
It's not round 12. They don't have money.
Sentinels, bit of early orb farming as well. See if they can get that rolling thunder online. Zelsis is now one away from it.
And they have been prioritizing this smoke at the top of C long as well, which cuts off Smoggy's sightline. He's not sure whether someone's tucked into Cubby, as Sassy has. He also doesn't
इसको लग ही नहीं रहा है कभी में कोई है कि नहीं.
left. It's a tough situation to play with the op.
Yeah, and it might come down to reactions if he gets peaked.
I mean, he's also going to get pressure from Garage unless...
आप पता है कभी भी
Drone
एक
sees
बंदा.
it. Off spotted. Out for Garage now. Pincer play by Sen. Try and make their moves in through the C site now. Ball cuts it up. You can see there's an awareness at the back of the heads of Sen. They're worried about this operator in play. At work. Paranoia's used to clear most of the way alongside the dart.
Head दिया.
Celsius with the plan.
चीचू को हेड दिया उसने.
Ult online from this one. Everybody grouped up from EDG, setting themselves up to try and play for the retake.
Off, यार.
Chichu's there. Offset though, nobody covering it. An overextension by Sentinels. Now it's up to these remaining players if they can pick up the pieces, but the stun is immaculate and the spray down from Celsius.
गलती कर दी है, वहाँ अल्टी मार के पीछे आना चाहिए था.
If Sentinels had had any idea there was a double operator set up in this round, I don't think they would have gone for such an aggressive post-plant option. But they didn't want to allow EDG all of that util advantage.
अरे चीचू को 2 मिल गए रे.
And that's a crazy double kill from Chichu.
चीचू को 2 मिल गए, वही बोल रहा हूँ, चीचू को 2 मिल गए. आप पे थोड़ा सा खराब हो गया.
EDG have been waiting for a moment like that the whole time. And the double ops did not particularly contribute there.
Nice
I
play.
accidentally hit my escape keys in hand. And that round, Kangkang actually had the Neon ultimate to be able to make up for it. When he goes for the retake, he doesn't have to just...
He said I accidentally hurt my escape key. अबे हो जाता है बे. कभी-कभी वो दबाते 1-2 की जगह पे वो दब जाता है, पता है?
And he doesn't have that to be able to back himself up.
Yeah, use just in case they get overwhelmed.
जब फिर 2 ऑप लगाई है. स्मोगी क्या लगाया है? ऑप भाई 2 ऑप चलते.
For the taking, obviously Sentinels don't know this one. It's been cautious from beginning to end in most of these rounds as well. High priority to try and break some of this util through, but the trip is spotted. It was a kill trip that Chichu was hoping to play off of. Bit of spam through the wall.
Second movement is so nice in these spots as well. Jump peeking scenarios where he might...
2 ऑप कौन लगाता है भाई?
Tucked in an angle. So difficult to play a one and done against a Neon with good movement like that. Here's another Neon, though, with a big weapon.
Let's go and re-exploring. Risky, but you're down so many rounds that sometimes risk needs to be taken. Doesn't break down the drone. It's a fault line as well. Does catch. Slow down to a cruel cage on the cross. Sowing a bit of that misinformation. Sentinels trying to make it feel like they could be retaking over towards A lobby. Dart's going to be used side by side, though, shoulder to shoulder. These players unaware that they've crossed up. And Smoggy now isolated. He's on an island through the back of the site. The Utah once more.
फंसा दिया ना?
Trying to dodge and weave around from this play. Chichu and Simon now. It's a quick flood attempt in the back. Picking up these rifles in their hands.
3v3.
The upgrade. Hunter's Fury scatters through. Fights to be taken by EDG. There could be
nice
success on most of it. Sprayed down.
अच्छा खत्म हो गया, मेरे को लगा 1v2 है. खत्म कैसे हुआ? How, bro?
What a sick defensive read by nobody. I want to give him his credit here because he got the wrong read in a prior round that started this avalanche away from him. But this time, he'd already called the rotate over to C as he was smoked off. Drone had already cleared. Fault line, he knew, at least he should have thought,
Good round.
that Sen were starting to take space over.
Bro, I need Sentinels to win. पता नहीं.
By that at all, was not convinced of what John had put together. Called his bluff. Hits everything perfectly.
The pistol round and a few stray gun rounds.
Whoa!
What a shot, Kang! Flexing his muscles. Second. My God, yeah, Tens is as well, but they don't realize and anticipate. Okay, Chichu is going to get dropped here.
Bye, ले जाएंगे round 8-4. This is 8-4. This is 8-4. Anyhow, this is 8-4.
And Tens will make full usage of it. Paranoia. Connection.
बच गया.
From Kang is the only
Kong.
element. And praying for a shot to connect there to make it just a little bit more winnable. But for Sentinels, primed and ready for that 8th round.
अब देख. हाँ अभी नीचे बैठा है, हर जगह ऊपर बैठता था, वो देखो ऊपर ही चेक किया उसने, हर बार टेंस ऊपर बैठता था। योगेंद्र भाई क्या हाल है, कैसे हो यार? दस बार टैग हो गया, और देखो फिर ऊपर जाके बैठ गया भाई, नीचे बैठ गया फिर टैग हो गया। ओए
maintain that lead all the way for the first half of Haven.
And it would have looked even more dominant had EDG not been able to pick up a really important pistol at the start. Tens continues to be...
हाँ खाली 2 गन राउंड जीता है बे, सिर्फ 2 गन राउंड जीता है EDG।
He's untouchable right now.
7-7.
भाई हमें, मेरे को एक चीज नहीं समझ में आती, हाउ टेंस ऑलवेज सिट ऑन टॉप और वो चेक नहीं होता है।
In the slightest, absolutely incredible.
That guy is not checked any freaking time. लाइक करो गाइस, 10 लाइक्स हो सकते हैं फट से।
Mom and Tenz's uncle. Hello, 안녕하세요.
Uncle Tens, Mama Zicken.
Okay, first Tenz's uncle. You know, Tenz is by far, I feel like, the most famous Valorant player in the world. What is it like having such a superstar nephew? 이렇게 텐즈 선수가 워낙 이제 전 세계적으로 유명한 발로란트 선수인데 이런 슈퍼스타 조카를 둔 소감이 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
It's an honor to, like, honestly, the kid's on a different level. I wish I could take some, like, credit for some of the skills he has, but yeah, he's different planet.
뭐 완전 영광이고, 아무래도 뭐 텐즈 선수가 이렇게 잘하는 게 내 덕이야라고 조금은 말하고 싶지만 그냥 another level 너무 대단한 선수라고 합니다. And do you have anything you want to add? I heard you can speak a little Korean.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 제가 텐스 삼촌 크리스예요. 텐스가 게임 하는 거 제가 다 알려준 거예요. 감사합니다.
다 알아들으셨죠? And you know, 제켄 어머니도 저희에게 좀 보여주고 싶은 게 있다고 하셨는데.
अरे दीदी ट्रांसलेट कर दे, हमको नहीं आती।
Mom, hi, nice to meet you. And I heard that you have a little something,
madam.
especially the Korean fans.
안녕하세요.
For real.
And I heard there's also a little something that you wanted to show.
Okay, you ready?
All right, let's do it. Let's dance. Let's close out with the dance. Okay, let's go. All right, back to him.
Yeah, yeah, she's cool, huh? She's very cool. Let's go.
That is just incredible, man. That is just incredible.
Oh, that's killed me going back in.
She's cool, yeah.
Okay. Sentinels.
She's got better movement than Zekken on Neon.
Yeah. Runs in the family. There's Tens and Zekken, top of their team. There were no signs of
Auntie
slowing
cool
down.
है भाई,
They
एकदम
have
cool है
much
auntie.
area.
Let's
What's
go.
going on? The expectations, I think if you were watching some of their games heading into champs, wouldn't be too impressed with them, but it's
Buddy.
proven that you cannot doubt this squad. They are consistently evolving.
Auntie is pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Game plans, the execution of it, the
We got
teamwork,
Zeken's mom dancing before.
extremely strong. In this round on the pistol, Sentinels.
अरे नाम ये हो रहा है भाई, लोग बताओ यार,
That's not the case, but
तुम बोले ही नहीं,
Tens again, who's top of the
मैंने अभी
scoreboard.
नोटिस किया।
Potentially cut off from the sideline though.
Looks slightly indecisive.
अब ठीक है।
EDG. They don't like the look of what they just saw. So perhaps this stack from Zen may end up paying off anyway.
It's all just been
I guess it's over. It's over. Pistol नहीं जीत पाएंगे, लोग stacked पे जा रहे हैं।
No EDG players there could work to their advantage.
EDG के लिए ये मैप जोर है, उनका मैप पे क्या खत्म हो गया।
Zelsis got a primed. So it's going to be used, an eye for an eye here with a U-turn.
What? Not allowed!
Right there, still surviving, still kicking.
That's not allowed, bro! Bro, you are not allowed!
Before the trade is intact, but Zekken still here alive, worried about this flanking play, but the adjustment is there, at least with the micro aim. Drops Chichu. He's still the thorn in their sides, the paranoia sweeping through. Zekken plays his life, Sassy opens himself up in through heaven. There's chances here and accounted for. Nobody sees the trade though, nobody. Great adjustment. They're aware that Zekken was playing down towards here. There was not enough distraction to give him an in. Win cons are narrow at that. Simon, off angle, just can't drop in. One bullet will do it. Zekken somehow still alive in the midst of all of this. One's a
ठीक है अरे
just couldn't escape and get out of dodge. Nobody. The bullet to the brain. Zekken falls.
But bro, Kang, you are not allowed to do that.
Make a bit of a comeback.
Major round for nobody to get on the board. He was absolutely crucial there to be able to.
Fuck, he was fully stunned.
How on earth has he got John in that situation too?
Right kick, deep.
Nobody being able to avoid that trade that came from heaven though, absolutely critical. Keeping himself alive so that he can trade out on Zekken in short to close things. That brings the gap down to 3. And EDG are going to make it.
That's cheeky.
It is very cheeky. I love the addition of these kind of strategies that SEN have thrown in. They were doing this kind of stuff on Lotus as well. Smokes that go into walls, create small pockets for you to dodge recon utility.
That's not going to be met. Sentinels obviously on their eco going to be trying to set up this trap play, but EDG, unless they choose to re-explore over towards C, which for now seems unlikely, you never know.
कहाँ जाने का plan कर रहे हैं? बैठ रहो.
Playing with a lot of caution to begin these rounds. It's somewhat similar to what we saw from Sentinels. Cam taking contact over towards grass. The rest of the team ponderously walking towards B or A, staying grouped up as well, making sure that SEN don't catch any of them off guard. I mean, apart from Chushu, obviously.
They don't want to give away any of these guns. Everybody invested from EDG, not trying to, oh, wait.
Trip was broken on the flank here. This should be a normal, like, reacting to A, no problem, easy call.
They're going to go for that. So EDG.
अगर वो trap ना तोड़ दे.
Still a little bit worried as well because the defensive smoke. Zelsis has found Chichu. That does give away the...
अगर वो trap ना तोड़ दे, ये लोग C वापस जाने वाले थे, पता है?
They're worried about the flank. They're thinking about pushing spawn and flipping the map. They decide not to, and it turns out that's the right call because most of SEN are back.
Time's going to start ticking here. The advantage should still be for EDG. Got the guns, tens, okay. That's ridiculous.
इसको देखो, हमेशा ऊपर ही
around here. Kang is worried about these swings. No way, Sentinels can't be getting away with this. Off onto the flank, they double up players as well. Smoke once more. The dart has to be broken. Nobody sticks.
भाई ये क्या round है?
But everybody dropped. EDG. The House of Cards came.
SEN please win. What's up, boy? What's up? What's up? Kang.
There is such a thing as
Good morning, Nick Bhai. What's up?
But
it's a SEN please win. They will win. What's up? I'm good. Bro, how? They just split.
Right?
In the split second, they just won the round.
It should still be difficult for them to come back into the site.
Timings.
Backed up, trying to play passive post-plant positions. And Tens is just in, they'll immediately take that space.
That's what I mean. Everybody's focus is on Tens when he TPs into the smoke that he just placed down, plopped down in through the middle of the site.
It's over. By the fuck. SEN beat रहा है.
EDG's attempt to get
SEN is
back
winning
into
it.
Haven looks like a far cry. A gap almost looked like it was going to be down to 2, and yet here it looks like it's going to be extended to 5. That's what a difference that one round makes.
Chichu's hoping that player would open himself up through into mid, give him an easy access to a shot, maybe a kill. Something to change the tide. That's
पकड़ लेगा. One second. Garage. मैं बोला ना पकड़ लेगा.
To the corner though. No util. That was contact by Kang.
Didn't hear the trip. Didn't hear a count.
B is cleared actually. B clear किया.
Down onto B.
Zelsis,
late.
a little late with it. I mean, usually Zelsis is going to be playing in the B connector. This time swapping things over, playing top garage. Was a little late on that, so there's chances that EDG could make something funky happen.
Bro, the number of smokes.
Post-plant flank by the look of things.
First wave used by Sentinel clears out the side as well, so they've got peace of mind. Zeken's sticking this, got half already.
Zekken ने half कर दिया.
Trip is nice in case they do extend themselves out.
Lol, dude. Okay, khatam.
Almost no return.
Khatam. One will stick. One guy will stick. Any day one guy will stick. Khatam ho gaya.
At least diffusing.
It's all good.
Sticking all the way while the rest of his team does press that advantage. So there was some level of danger. EDG get that plant down and playing the post from that spot.
You get rifles online and suddenly that round is super dangerous though. EDG had some nice ideas about how they wanted to play the post plan. You know, the early garage information could have set up Smoggy. I really like
Please, now no timeouts. No timeouts, Sen, no timeouts. Please.
For the retakers to deal with, but he got spammed through the wall, and at that point, Util
Technical.
goes down. EDG, though, need to start putting this kind of stuff together on rounds that are super important. Those right eco swing round moments. They're going to take a
EDG.
tactical timeout here. The last one up.
Tactical. Okay.
Trying to get things back on track.
This is their map pick as well at Haven. It's going so poorly. I mean, I was so ready to sing the praises of EDG, I think, in terms of preparation they put in as well. I mean, we're always going to talk about individuals popping off. And the form has been there. I mean, Kang is sitting at 15 and 12. Right at
Kang. By the way, Nick bhai, आज बचा हुआ पीस कर लेंगे पूरा नबील के साथ बैठ के. Saint George. Sen is just next level. Sometimes some movements, some shots EDG नहीं कर सकती है वो चीजें भाई. अलाउड नहीं है वो वैलोरेंट के अंदर. पीसी चेक होगा.
Have to show everything that they have in the back.
I'm telling you PC check होगा. Bro, वो stun नबील को बोल दो.
very much all
कर
in
दो
by
ना यार.
EDG. Timeout has
रात
to
में
be
बैठ के कर ले. रात में नहीं, शाम में बैठ के कर लेते.
And on the attack side, you need Smoggy to start getting involved as well. He's been one of, if not the most impactful player for EDG in their run of champs. He's absent right now.
Oh my
wow,
goodness. Okay, Kang.
Start to mark this.
Fast play.
I go!
Pass there.
Zekken!
As well, but has to respect most of this one. Sassy trying to play off the drone that was used.
Zekken!
One, but push back
मैं डालता हूँ
away.
नबील को
Player
टेक
dropped
रात
on the
को.
side
आज
of
शाम तक कर
Sentinels.
लिए
The
थे.
opening that EDG.
मेरा 60% of the edit तो हो भी गया.
Kang's delivered them another one.
That's what's मार गए.
Second going for that re-exploration, looking for the info. Simon's tucked. Only the shoulder. Smoggy's there to supplement as well. Help him. Ow! What is that movement? Counts it, Simon.
He was stunned.
With that shot right there. And the reload bullet sprayed down to the bitter end. Simon quick to capitalize.
Some incredible shooting to get EDG back into things there. Tens is going to all of these.
Pakad Tenzu.
Might be able to cut somebody off as well. Nobody was thinking about going through the garage. That would have been a death sentence. Tens is right here behind them though. If EDG pause for a moment, he's going to have the backstab.
Yep. That smoke at sea is going to be fading. They are not going to anticipate this. He is so quick right there behind them.
He needs his own smoke to fade.
And it will be dissipating. Oh,
Arre!
He's still there though. This guy's been a savior for EDG in so many moments that Util just narrowly avoided. These are the fault line.
Tens made a good move. That smoke.
But enough has been done surely for EDG and they know it. Doubled up high-low. Simon taking that point. 4-piece in the end. That's what EDG needed.
Bro.
Somebody else to come in and clean up what Kang delivers you with his
You are
fuels and his
just
entry.
freaking
How does he get that
nerd,
at all?
Kang.
Celsius should have been way behind the corner there. These shots, it's absurd what Simon's put together, especially when he's stunned up in the corner. Nice idea from Sentinels, but Simon rips it away. I was talking about Smoggy stepping up.
You are a nerd.
Delivers that difference-making round.
Yeah, and over the course of the tournament, Simon has just been impressing over and over again.
Yeah.
Heavy stack from Sen. Ah, misses. Zekken gets onto the line of sight, but feels like a bit of uncertainty. Can't really take the fight that he wanted to here. The drone from nobody should be clearing, potentially. Might just be fading. In fact, it is. So, doesn't clear into the corner. Hunter's Fury to push them back and away. One tag.
Two tag.
Came from, and it does soften up a few of them. So, EDG feeling a bit weakened, but not deterred away from A.
They've also seen Simon's ripping it on the fake.
He's going for a fake here, just very much alone, just trying to cut that noise. The Hunter's Fury as well to try and sell this one. Players trying to be pulled back. Sassy though, he realizes it. There's no follow-up off the back of it. Doesn't hear any footsteps. So Sentinels just.
भाई ये double ulti fake क्या था?
Slow it all the way down, realizing that they've lost control, but so is Kang.
Bro, that double ulti fake.
John QT puts him in his place and spraying him down through the cage.
खत्म हो गया भाई. ये रीड हो गई बे. डबल अल्टी फेक भी रीड हो गया.
EDG should have been a great opener. They've overthunk, I think, into the round itself.
पता है अगर ये EDG निकाल देती ना, सेन फलफला जाती एकदम से. सेन हिल जाती. Because the way it did the fake.
Up to 11.
The way it did the fake. Gameplay के अलावा. कांगांग तेरे जैसा दिखता है, गेम प्ले के अलावा सब सेम ये मतलब भाई मेरे को स्कूल में बराबर बोलते थे सारे, पता है मेरे को स्कूल में सब चाइनीज बुलाते थे और मेरे को गुस्सा आता था. आई वॉज इरिटेटेड बाय द टर्म चाइनीज ओवर देयर. मेरे को नहीं पसंद आता था. मेरे को स्कूल में बुलाते थे. मेरे को याद आ गया भाई वो चीज. they used to say me चाइनीज. वो टाइम पे मेरे को जो गुस्सा आता था ना, ये वो नेक्स्ट लेवल रहता था.
The bolt and the stun just not quite connecting.
अबे
Simon! God, he's a miracle worker. Survives barely.
Hi, he is keeping the team in the contention of this map right now.
Go for the rest of the hit.
दो मारा है. Save करो.
In and away.
मत करो.
Praying in through the smoke as well. Slightest of reveals.
लग जाती ना वो कांग को. 40 HP था.
Potentially done enough here. Played Sassy in through.
Nice.
Flank right through the wall. Lands it to the dome. Kang's being dropped now through this. It's 3 Sentinels.
Paranoia बचा.
Things here. EDG trying to make that play. Could trade by 10 once more, but the smoke dropped down.
इसका paranoia बचा है. इसका भी बचा है.
Leaving it just down to 10s, and he's doing damage right through the wall.
Nice. Oh, nice Tens.
Oh my! 10s.
Goodness.
He just will not be stopped. What a beast!
इतना personal ले
What
रहा
an
था.
incredible player.
My goodness, Tens. My
He's having
goodness.
a monstrous tournament. He has been performing at outrageous levels. The game against Gen G, his impact today, 21 kills across 18 rounds. And he's just saved them after Simon should have opened the door and made that one
Tenzo P.
unlosable for EDG.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Isolating the angles perfectly, swinging back out.
Look what he just did.
Another
What are you guys
1v1
doing?
kind of clutch situation. That he can't
He's
win.
asking guys of EDG what are they doing?
Almost every single round
Fuck.
off the back of that.
He also didn't have armor, by the way,
My
Smoggy.
fucking
that
god,
round.
bro.
Maybe
My
that could make a
fucking
difference.
god.
For EDG now, frantic
Not
attempt.
planting me?
It's tap.
Okay, they're trying
Pull somebody
to
use
send the
that
fake
as
out.
well. Fake the pressure.
Nice.
Second. What? The cage helps him. How's he getting away? That's ridiculous.
How?
Finds
He
himself
just
back
went?
as well. And back and forth we go.
I guess it's
EDG
done, guys.
scrambles
It's done.
the
It's
chance
3v3,
to
but
get
it's
into
done.
this. Second, he's still alive. Overdrive in his hands, and he wants more. Never
It's
bite
done.
the
It's
apple.
done. It's done. Sassy has that
Discipline is
Odin.
called for in moments
It's done.
like this, and they
EDG
tempo
can't
around
help.
down at that minute
It's
mark.
over.
Celsius, flash,
It's over. It's over. It's
re-clearing,
over. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
double held though,
Wait,
and that
wait,
is
wait, wait.
Sentinels getting ahead of themselves.
It is good information, however, for Sassy to start pushing out. Could he be the
Clip
playmaker
it.
here?
Yeah, that's true.
EDG are quite
Kinda would be screaming out
They know
loud.
where everybody is. In fact, they
Kinda
know
would be
where anybody
screaming
is.
it out loud.
Full map control lost.
Right side.
Smokey.
I won't
Watch him with that
utter
peek,
a
the
single
slow walk around the
word.
corner.
I won't utter a single word
30 seconds left.
till the time it's not done. I'm the biggest jinx.
It's down to Celsius, 1v3 spam. Threw into the smoke. Plan down from Simon, but the smoke was watched the entire time. Smoggy's turn to really come alive. It's 4 kills from him in the round.
They need that from Smoggy. He's been utterly crucial for them in terms of accessing their full potential.
Almost doubled his kills.
Okay.
Second movement though is
Garage window doubled up.
world
Enemy
class,
remaining.
and he's only played, what is this, his 3rd map playing Neon
This year?
this year?
Yeah.
With new Neon as well. I mean, all of the stuff he did years ago playing Neon is it's not all that relevant anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a prodigy, I think, when it comes to. I mean, I'm sure he's played Neon before, obviously, but same setup being used by EDG. Got to claw back these rounds one step at a time. Sassy jump spot gets that acknowledgement.
And at no point can EDG make a mistake.
I guess
error,
it's
like
SEN
Gigi
versus
Ward
Fnatic in the
could be here,
finals.
And it could all be over.
That's my prediction for today.
Gigi
Like for
dropped.
the champs.
The flank opened up. Sentinels. They know that they can play this one nice and safe.
Look at the retake cam.
Oh, that's
Broken.
one way.
Nice awareness.
Yeah, shock dart has to be used to make sure to get rid of that one though, but he planned down. Extension into the round, but this is it.
No ult. Okay. Oh
This
my
is where EDG make their stand. See if they can stay alive into this map.
need good defensive utility here from the
retake, stun, counter stun,
be used
under heaven.
when it comes to the util. Aftershock even down into hell. Sentinels are being kept out.
Whoa.
Kong. Don't step past it. Nobody. Right there with him.
Bro, they are just coming back right now.
All with red. And hunting, chasing. John QT.
मेरा भी same prediction. Mostly SEN versus
Kang empowered.
FNG, I
EDG are
guess.
still in this fight.
LEV is strong,
Lovely post-plant situation play there from EDG.
but LEV will just stumble up.
Again. Those two in a row from EDG have now knocked the economy to SEN,
Enemy remaining.
which is the first time. Apart from, follow-up.
कोई तो दिन होगा जहाँ पे आसपास won't work.
So those chances, 6 of them, narrowed down to 4. EDG.
ला दो अपना लंच भी ला दो यार. मैं तुम लोगों को किसी दिन बचपन की फोटोज दिखाऊंगा. Bro, just one round, let's go. Cat time is time out. Cat time. क्या है? SEN are you getting way too? Read नहीं कर पाया. 50 now. SEN about to get drift even again. Skyday vibe. Yes, what is Skyday doing? Let's just live की एक बात है. They know how to win. Even they stumble. हाँ मतलब like most of the times they stumble, but they get back to it. But I guess जब lower bracket में EDG जैसा टीम मिलेगा ना तो डाउट होएगा.
With no room for error.
आज तो हेरिटिक्स से जीत जाएगी mostly.
These players have been in similar spots before. They know you have to take it one round at a time. For Sentinels, economy dropped all the way down. You can see it just from the 2 sheriffs that are being worked with.
Do they have a eco round strategy to work with here? Yeah,
ये
it's
क्या
one
है?
of those smokes that goes inside a wall. But the idea being you can dodge the recon dart, and Zekken can swing out from an unexpected position. He's also playing anti-flash in that spot as well, right? If Simon did go for that flash through bricks. But EDG not going to send with any pace on the anti-eco. And they have been playing these
Bro,
rounds
that smoke is
really
weird.
slowly, very cautiously.
टाइटल में दोनों मैच इंक्लूड करना.
Potentially open themselves
Next
up.
next match में
Mistakes
switch
being
कर
made.
देंगे ना.
Sentinels are going for the full migration.
John's heard the drone.
The attempt
करते
to
हैं.
some players where at least they're seeing no signs of life. You feel so worried into this spot if you are EDG. Potentially even committing. I mean, full bodies, players making their way over towards the
कल से
seaside.
करते हैं.
Guess
अभी
what?
तो वही करेंगे.
Sentinels
अभी
are ready
तो
to meet them.
एक ही राउंड बचा है काइंड ऑफ.
See if
अच्छा
they
नहीं,
can
दूसरा
make
मैप
that
बचा है ना.
difference here with a stuns util
कर
offloaded to
देते
the
हैं.
corner.
ये मैप
Kang
के
can't really
बाद
hold it up,
nice
but a
one.
steady ground, but still as those smokes fade away, overdrive. Kang.
He just is running and gunning right now. He's just running and gunning.
Electric performance from him.
अरे एस हो गया भाई. ये भागेगा इसके लिए.
Sheriff in hand, 4-piece, hunting down the remaining player, John QT, quaking in.
ये भागे. ओए!
But he will not give up that ace.
Is cancelled.
I love the determination with which Kang hunted for that one too. It would have been far better for Simon to pick up the kill, get his ult online for the next round. Got to imagine that EDG are fairly confident about getting those ults up anyway. Ult orb over by C hasn't been contested too much by SEN. Maybe this would be the round to pull out some kind of
Kang भाई को भागे.
right over one of the orbs.
Kang भाई को एस लेने भागे थे.
With all of those kills is now overtaken Tens and Zekken.
ये देखो.
Tied at 21 apiece. But they still got to get 3 more of those. Now SEN have rifles back. Here's that same
play.
Yep. Hiding away. Edge of the smoke just might reveal the hand of SEN of what they're going for here. The drone has to be broken. EDG making an attempt to play for that A lobby control, inserting Smoggy. Potentially for the long hauls.
He's not
It's going to
stunned.
be used, pulled out of them. They don't want anything to do with it. Hunter's Fury could get some tags onto a few.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, Kang. He was
One more
dodging, was
tag.
Weaving was hoping that it would be unaccounted for. Here's the
77
reaction. EDG now
HP.
making the moves over towards C.
Who gets
C
the
entered,
plant
C
position?
planting.
Okay, nobody throws the spike over to Simon. That's going to get them
4v5.
Rolling Thunder active. Do they play aggressive with it?
They
we
want
saw
to.
SEN fail in this spot before.
They're going to let it loose.
If
Let it rip in through the back.
If they do the same that
So
SEN
easy to
did,
overextend
it's
for the
over for them.
attackers. That's broken. That's the trigger. They want to try and go for this one. Smokes in their face. After shotgun.
They are doing the same thing.
In play at works. Fault line. And get Sentinels back into the fight and back into the fray.
They are doing the same thing with Sentinels dead.
Players are there. Sliding, gliding forwards.
They did the same thing with Sentinel dead.
And for EDG have to watch in dismay as the spike is defused.
Bro, Sentinels also did the same mistake. Sentinels also did the same mistake in one of their rounds. I am unable to recognize that round, but yeah, it is. Bro यार वो round मैं तुम लोग को वो round दिखाता हूँ रुको. लेव वर्सेस हेरिटेक्स ही है ना? मैं तुम लोग को एक सेकंड वो राउंड दिखाता हूँ रुको. यूट्यूब पे चलते हैं, मैं वो राउंड दिखाता हूँ. इस राउंड में और उस राउंड में कंपेयर कर लिया तुम लोग, देख लो समझ जाओगे मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. हाँ क्या कहाँ गया वो राउंड, कौन सा था? एक सेकंड मेरे को वो राउंड ढूंढने दो गए. वो सी साइड वाला कोई तो राउंड था. आई गेस यही था या इससे पहले वाला. आई गेस इससे पहले वाला था. ये देखो यहाँ पे सेल्सियस प्लांटेड इस राउंड में और उस राउंड में. यू गाइस जस्ट कंपेयर क्या हुआ. आई एम जस्ट शोइंग यू वन थिंग. अभी तक कुछ हुआ नहीं है. अभी तक नथिंग हैज हैपेंड. अभी यहाँ से देखना. रुको एक बार पोस्ट प्लांट लेके आता हूँ. ये देखो पोजीशनिंग देखो. वापस जेल्सस पे अल्ट है. सबके सब यहीं पे सिटी साइड पे होल्ड कर रहे हैं गराज के ऊपर. यहाँ से अल्ट मारेगा सेल्सियस. अग्रेस करेंगे. गराज से चीचू दो मारेगा और वहां से राउंड पिवट हो जाएगा. यहाँ से राउंड पिवट हो गया. ये अग्रेसिव गए. यहाँ से राउंड पिवट हो गया. Now if you move to the last round, किधर गया लास्ट राउंड लेके आते. सेम चीज है गाइस देख लो. साइमन ये 4v5 है बेसिकली. अटैक साइडेड के लिए 4v5 है. 9-12 का स्कोर है. सेन जीत जाएगी. टीएचबी अब यहाँ देखो. ही प्लांटेड 4v5 है. अब यहाँ पे भी यहाँ गराज पे कोई भी क्रंचन नहीं कर रहा है. अगर इतना देखोगे सब सिटी पे होल्ड कर रहे हैं. कास्टर भी बोला सेन फेल्ड दिस.
Let it rip in through the back. But it's so easy to overextend if you're the attackers. That's broken. That's the trigger.
He ulted. They pushed in. उन्होंने अल्ट डॉज की. तो यार गेम के अंदर 2 बार एक ही गलती कैसे हो सकती है अलग अलग टीम से. एक ही गलती 2 अलग अलग टीम्स ने सेम चीज में की है यार. कैसे. वो गंदा स्ट्रैट भाई. वो लिटिल गंदा स्ट्रैट है. क्यों पोस्ट प्लांट लॉन्ग जाके खेल लो या साइड पे खेल लो. क्यों पुश करना है. समझ ही नहीं आता भाई, कभी कभी ये लोग क्यों करते हैं ऐसा। एज एनालिस्ट एज कास्टर समझ ही नहीं आता, फिर हमारे हमारे बाकी लौंडे क्या बोलेंगे, भाई इधर आ गया तो तू जाके खेल ले। अरे तू जाके खेल लेगा क्या मतलब भाई, सामने दिख रहा है वो गलत है, क्यों पुश करना है। अल्टी है, पोस्ट प्लांट खेल सकते हो, टैप पे अल्ट मारो और फ्लड इन कर दो लॉन्ग से। फोर वी फाइव पे कंट्रोल लेना पड़ेगा। अरे बट इफ यू, मैं तुमको एक और वापस राउंड, अगर रुको मैं खा लेता हूँ इको राउंड तो जीते दोबारा। देख कौन सा वाला जिसमें कांग कांग ने 4 मारे, वो ऐसा नहीं होता इको राउंड में। अच्छा वो सेकंड राउंड पिस्टल के बाद वाला। अरे तो पिस्टल के बाद वाले में तो सीन है ना, फ्लड हुआ, फ्लैंक फ्लड हुआ है वहां, फ्लैंक फ्लड थोड़ी हुआ। हाँ वो मैं समझा समझा समझा। वो राउंड का भी अपन कर देते हैं एक बार, एनालाइज उसको भी करते हैं। लेट्स को पिस्टल के बाद वाला राउंड आ गया, उसको भी लेते हैं, उसको भी लेते हैं हिंदी अपना एनालिसिस सेक्शन में, वो भी लेते हैं। यहाँ देखो क्या हुआ है, देख समझना। हाँ हाँ समझा समझा समझा। मैं वो राउंड का भी तुमको मैं बताता हूँ व्हाट हैज हैपेंड। 4 बंदे सी खेल रहे हैं, अकेला सैसी है ए पे। यहाँ पे बी मेन फाइट लिए जा रही है, बी मेन पे अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं दिखा है। इवन कैमरा भी स्पॉटेड नहीं है, कुछ भी स्पॉटेड नहीं है। राउंड देखना पूरा व्हाट हैज हैपेंड। अभी तक सेन ने फुल स्टॉप लगा दिया राउंड पे, कुछ नहीं है। इवन EDG हैज ब्रोकन, लाइक चुपचाप बैठ गए, जहां है वहां बैठ गए। दे आर नॉट मूविंग अ बिट।
EDG playing with a lot of caution to begin these rounds. It's somewhat similar to what we saw from Sentinels. Cam taking contact over towards grass. The rest of the team ponderously walking towards B or A, staying grouped up as well, making sure that SEN don't catch any of them off guard. I mean, apart from Chushu, obviously.
देखो यहाँ ड्रोन किया, इतना मैं सिर्फ बता रहा हूँ, यहाँ ड्रोन किया है। ड्रोन करते ही ट्रैप टूट गई है सी की, ड्रोन करते ही ट्रैप टूटी है सी की। अब देखना क्या हुआ। दे गॉट टू नो कि ए पे सिर्फ एक सोआ स्पॉट हुआ है, बाकी सब पीछे से आ रहे होंगे। और वहां पे इसको पीछे छोड़ा है, चीचू को, विद दैट बुलडॉग। चीचू क्या सोच रहा था? चीचू कुड हैव गॉट वन ओवर देयर। फ्लैश हुआ क्या पीछे से? एक सेकंड, लेट मी चेक। फ्लैश हुआ पीछे से शायद। ओके, ही वाज किल्ड बिफोर, फ्लैश बाद में आया। अब इधर पे व्हाट आर दे डूइंग?
They're worried about the flank. They're thinking about pushing spawn and flipping the map. They decide not to.
सब फ्लैंक देखने लग गए, सब फ्लैंक देखने लग गए। वो ए शॉट का, सोवा ए शॉट का फ्लैंक देख रहा है, 2 बंदे पीछे का फ्लैंक देख रहे हैं, सिर्फ अकेला कांग कांग है जो सीटी देख रहा है। हेवन भी छोड़ दिया है। अब हेवन देखने लगा ब्रीच। अब सेकंड पे गन आ गई है। कांग कांग ने एक मारा, डबल पिक पे मर गया। तो समझो एक चीज, यहाँ पे पिवट क्यों हुआ? सिटी फाइट करना था, बट यहाँ पे दिक्कत पता है क्या थी? यहाँ पे ये गन जाना दिक्कत थी। ये गन गई वहां पे, प्रॉब्लम्स आनी थी, लग गया था कि हाँ प्रॉब्लम्स आएगी करके, क्योंकि सोलो सोलो फाइट्स आइसोलेट हो गई। यहाँ पे ये आइसोलेट हो गया, यहाँ पे कांग आइसोलेट हो गया, एक एक करके स्मोगी और साइमन आइसोलेट हो गए। आइसोलेशन में फंस गए ना, जॉन क्यूटी ने टाइमिंग पकड़ी साइमन पे, और ये लास्ट वाले राउंड पे इफ वी से वापस चलते भाई, ये मजा आता है भाई ये सब चीज करने को। एक चीज नोटिस करो, दे नो दे आर प्लेइंग अग्रेसिव। सेंटिनल्स को पता है सिटी फाइट करना था, वो तो रीड किया। सेंटिनल्स को पता है सीडी, हमने सिटी फाइट किया था, हम हारे थे बिकॉज ईडीजी ने अल्ट डॉज की थी। अब यहाँ देखना,
let it rip in through the back, but it's so easy to overextend if you're the attack.
अब पता है तुमको कि जो सीलिंग वाला एरिया है वहां पे अल्ट नहीं पहुंचेगी, सीलिंग वाला एरिया है वहां अल्ट नहीं पहुंचेगी। अल्ट करके तुमने उनको बैकआउट करवा दिया है, बट उन्होंने तो अल्ट डॉज कर ली है, और तुमने भी अल्ट डॉज की थी, तो वो कर सकते हैं उसी एरिया से। अब सामने काउंटर स्टन आ गया, दिस विल हैपन। यही चीजें हुई वहां, या तो देखो अल्ट करके है ना पोस्ट प्लांट पोजीशन ऑन साइड ही लेनी थी, दो चीजें कर सकते थे। यहाँ अगर अल्ट मारी है, उनको थोड़ा सा डिले करवाया है, तो पोस्ट प्लांट पोजीशन ऑन साइड ले लो पोशन करने से बेटर, क्योंकि अगर पोशन करोगे काउंटर यूटिल्स आएगी, और काउंटर यूटिल्स में फंसेंगे ही फंसेंगे लोग। यही हुआ इधर पे, देखो काउंटर यूटिल्स में कैसा फंसे, काउंटर यूटिल्स में साइमन फंसा, फिर काउंटर यूटिल में साइमन के साथ साथ अपने ही बंदे का ओमन का फ्लैश भी आ गया, स्मोकी का फ्लैश भी आया साइमन पे। सोवा साइफर दोनों पे अल्ट है, एक सेकेंड, हाँ है। किस कौन से सोवा पे अल्टी है? हमारे सोवा ने ए पे अल्टी यूज कर लिया दोस्त, सेन के लॉन्डो ने ए पे अल्टी यूज कर लिया। कहाँ है? सिर्फ साइफर का अल्टी है, सिर्फ साइफर का अल्टी है, समझो। ठीक है, साइफर अल्टी है, पोजीशन ये रिवील हो जाएगी, इट्स ऑल गुड। अगर नोबडी, समझो, अगर नोबडी को कहीं लॉन्ग पे एक फ्रैग मिलता तो वो अल्टी पे खेल सकता था, पहला पॉइंट। ओ सेन का बाय बाय। समझो एक चीज योगेंद्र भाई, आपको एक और चीज बताता हूँ, यहाँ पे नोबडी का सिर्फ एक अल्ट और बाकी है, इफ यू सी, एंड सैसी पे कोई अल्ट नहीं है, जॉन क्यूटी पे साइफर अल्टी है, ठीक है, इट्स ऑल गुड, एंड टेंस पे अपना ओमन अल्टी है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ओमन अल्टी का पोस्ट प्लांट पे ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा टिल द टाइम कोई एकदम ही अनइमेजिनरी प्ले हो जाए। साइमन ने अल्ट मारा, सिटी का कंट्रोल काइंड ऑफ मिल गया, पुश नहीं करो, पीछे आ जाओ। अगर नोबडी को लॉन्ग से किल मिलता है, अगर, तो वहां पे सोवा का अल्टी बनता है, सोवा का अल्टी बनेगा, पोस्ट प्लांट पे और टाइम डिले कर सकती। तो यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं अप्रोच चेंज करके लॉन्ग खेलते ना तो बात बनती, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी, जितना मेरे को पता है। जब ये मैच चालू गया, हम बात कर रहे थे, मैच चालू गया, सेन एक राउंड जीत गया, माय बैड, सॉरी भाई। ये डिस्कशन से भी चलेंगे, मजा आएगा बे।
Sassy jiggles, making it feel like he's the only player waterfall, and then Sassy
rotates
to open the door and apply pressure from another route.
Round चले गया guys.
It's actually scaring me watching Sen. they are playing so much better here.
It's alright, mate. You don't have to face them. It's okay.
Absolutely. But they're playing so much better than you have any right to expect of a team that looked like they were in a bit of a slump before champs. They've woken up.
Smoggy on Clo.
All the experience accumulating, mounting down to this.
Smoggy on that Clo.
They've been in rough spots before, this Sentinel squad as well, and for how much this means for EDG in this series, where a win would get them top 3 for Sentinels. They've already reached those heights and more. They've lifted a trophy. They've been in these spots, and they know what it takes to win a tournament. On display, I think, from that preparation, Tens doesn't overstep himself, just takes the one player.
Nice.
Down and out, Zekken with a re-exploration, realizing that his players are split up, and now it's time for a bit of orb farming. Zekken is going to want to try and potentially get that.
एक को check कर ले.
Simon, tune him up. Nice crossfire setup with him.
गलत guns गिरा दी ना.
To 1v3, but with nobody low enough as it is. Boombot spotting him as well. Did himself a gun and an open side onto C.
11 HP में गन दे दी.
That push out through the smoke on C. Nobody's a great player. You can't give him openings like that. I think the health is just too low.
योगेंद्र भाई टॉप पर नहीं घटा लिए. योगेंद्र भाई हेवी चल रहे हैं
to be
अभी.
able to get plant down and a free pick and reset and win the 1v2. Can just get spammed through any box, any slight door frame.
Nobody's just tapping this one. We've only 14 seconds left.
It looks like he's just trying to save the gun.
Trying to, save a gun, potentially crash that kill, but wasn't expecting to win that one, so he doesn't get away with a weapon either.
And he puts the Phantom back into the hands of Sentinel, so Zeken's going to be happy he got that one at the end. This is another thing that absolutely blew Gen G away, is that SEN are so good right now at putting the right people in positions to farm the ult economy on Lotus. It's Zeken again. This is mirror image, although the sides are swapped, of what happened last time they played on Lotus. Zeken, I'm sure people are going to be calling for him to play Neon on this map, but the Raze ult is so powerful, and Zeken always is there at the tip of the spear on pistols and follow-ups.
Oh yeah.
He's too
मैं तो Valor एक तो top shot नहीं पता. नहीं but guys.
Heavily impactful.
As a caster analysis कैसा है वो बताओ.
Lotus with this composition. Very much
Aim छोड़ दो, game छोड़ दो. As caster, as analyst.
Give up this
analysis है कि नहीं. Game knowledge तो है.
This one into the retake. The bonus weaponry they do have. They are grouped up as well.
और पता है ऐसी ऑडियंस के साथ ये करने में मजा आता है. Like जो आते हैं ना सिर्फ क्या नाइस शॉट, अच्छा शॉट मारा. भाई उनके साथ मजा नहीं आता. At least you guys give your thing. मैं मेरा पॉइंट रखता हूँ, तुम तुम्हारा पॉइंट रखते हो. मजा भी आता है वो डिस्कशन के अंदर.
And he makes the call that they are playing up towards heaven. The question is, does SEN have anything to deal with it?
B का post
flying forwards, luck at a draw was what they were hoping for. Simon doesn't need luck on his side. Flex the muscles, flex the mechanics. And with that, SEN, the round is dusted for them.
What a spot to put your breach in.
Yeah.
Oi.
Smoggy get on the board early up as well. Helping settle those nerves. They need a big performance to come out from Smoggy, playing Clove on this map. One of the big reasons why you would make a pick like that. But until Smoggy starts putting up those big performances, Simon has been there, and he was there on Haven.
Nice.
Normally, it's like big impacting clutch moments or something that we've seen from Simon, but now he's just letting the raw aim do the talking, tucked into basically a one and done in that spot and gets two. Here's a fight over towards Rubble. Sees nade prepped again. We saw the value that that brought on the pistol.
Gameplay तो नहीं है भाई मेरे में. पहले बता रहा हूँ.
But all it takes is the one. We're going to make a go of things here as well. TP up towards the top. The C's, I believe, was dead a little bit too early there, so they give up that space once more. Fault line. Second level of things here for EDG, just in case there is that refight. Chichu clearing most of this. Sentinels players, though, they're lying in wait, and the paranoia triggers the play. Still, Chichu still there.
भाई ये गलत हो रहा है.
This guy
EDG come back कर रही.
Ready to punish them for the hubris, thinking that they could take that fight open and out. Sassy, gone for that repeat. The trade not in sight. Players not ready to account for that one. Sassy still here, man. Dropping himself back. Under 12 HP, but with 2 kills. Earned under the round and under his belt. There's an opening now for Sentinels in the round.
Champs form.
John Cutie का timing पकड़ो भाई.
This is not guaranteed at all for nobody in Smoggy.
Going through the back of the side.
Flank भी expect कर रहे हो लोग.
Still levels of unknown. Even the C's just use preemptively in case that somebody was in that smoke.
They're worried about hard anchors. They're thinking that John could be in that spot. SEN have actually doubled up here. Looks like it.
दोनों flank.
Well, catch EDG.
गलत खोल दिया ना door.
Half advantage though for EDG. And Sentinels themselves splitting up.
अच्छा time buy करके top से जा सकता है. But नहीं.
Different avenues, but not
okay.
John, where have you pulled that one from? The bring seemingly, it leaves it all down to Smoggy.
मजा info आ गई.
Time will start to tick onto this one here, and he's
double up. Oh भाई बच गया.
John stands tall to the pressure, and a rifle fire itself, he was not shaken. Wins it out.
ना. मजाक भाई, लेकिन मेरे को पता है मेरे में गेम नहीं है. तभी तो कास्टिंग चुनी, वरना हम इसकी जगह नहीं बैठे होते. At least VCS से खेल रहे होते. At least.
Trading out the player with the weaker health in front. I'm not a big fan of how Sentinels played this round, actually, in terms of their strategy to re-clear on Rubble. It gave EDG the advantage, and it was individual skill from Sassy. Plus, I mean, what is that?
Yeah.
Nice, boys!
Hello, John Cutie, क्या मारा?
SEN getting back in with the player quality that we know from this team, EDG need to be able to answer. Same or very similar rubble setup from the defenders here. Tens not playing inside tree, they're making a mix-up. Resetting very quickly to stop a B fight from happening, but if Simon rips his ult, all three players could be caught.
Zekan's closer to showstopper, and he's gonna let him rip! Brilliant! Oh, at least not even getting the kill, damage done. Nobody's still surviving, here's the rolling thunder! But they've crossed it up onto the corner! And Tens and Sassy will punish them for stepping past that.
What a read from SEN that was going B early on. Fake rubble fight, and they've read the pivot over towards C here as well. They are not worried about a repop into B whatsoever. Taking spawn, waterfall, ready to fight. These guys deny the plant.
Sentinels is reading them like a book.
Read.
John's so far ahead of the game.
Just following the sound cues as well, Simon. Sticking with the plant, he doesn't even get that. Bullets precisely lay it down exactly where they were needed, and Chichu's just praying, hoping that he doesn't receive the same fate. Spike planted. But it's not in a great spot here, and with the paranoia sweeping his way through, it's down to instinct and timing. Chichu still traded off. Only with the one. Smoggy smoked off and away in a crossfire.
Double smoke my gap
to lay claim to his life. Sentinels, again, showcasing the preparation, showcasing the form, the constant evolution of this squad, and the experience.
This game ka breakdown bhi karoge. Sentinels is reading them like a book. Seriously.
Two players
उनको लग रहा है वो
still
B
in
पे आएंगे और
crossfire
B से C ही
position.
जाएंगे, वापस ही नहीं
And
आएंगे.
Tens able to shut down that rolling thunder completely. And that after their showstopper gambit failed as well.
Yeah.
So
I
that
think
was
I'm
the
cheating, bro.
second layer of their defense.
Many steps ahead. It's getting to the point where I'm at risk as well. Overglazing Sentinels perhaps, but honestly they deserve it.
They do. The performance we're seeing from them at the moment is trophy lifting caliber actually. The question is whether they can keep it up and whether EDG can answer back.
हो गया खत्म ये इको है यही कमिट कर लेंगे ये लोग मोस्टली जब पिक्स अगर पिक्स स्ट्राइक किया तो
pull together essentially scraps to have a chance of
they're committing
a full buy into the next.
Now walking in it.
A control's given up. SEN, and just looking to player positionings, they've got them surrounded on every front imaginable. The door's going to open up with the Prowl as well, but that's going to be broken down early. Tens shooting out through the back of the side. That is risky by second. Satchel to save the day, and Sassy
is just logged in
striking
this game
right where it hurts. Unaccounted for with a pin to play.
जैसे logged in बोला वैसे हगना चालू.
It just feels like there's no hope in this.
जैसे logged in बोला ना वैसे spray करना चालू.
Sassy has hidden reserves. If you think back to the way in which this guy lifted a Champions Trophy in the past, all throughout that year, 2 years ago, he would always say, the team would always say, it doesn't matter about Masters, what we're prepping for is champs. We're looking to level up and peak at the right time. When you watch him and the shots he's hitting, I don't think Sassy's been doing this very much this year, and I was a little worried that maybe he didn't have it in him anymore.
Right.
More fool me for thinking that. Of the bald beast from Brazil.
This guy, he is unreal with the form factor that he's been in over the course of this tournament. Even at the beginning as well, he was saying that it doesn't matter how many trophies you win, it just makes you more and more addicted to winning. It makes you want it more.
I think plenty of other SEN players will be feeling that right now as well. Tens, Sassy, they understand it. And they've been both through the hard times as well as the good.
Oh, for sure.
And they're trying to bring that peak at the right moment.
Think back to last year.
2-0
Don't have to think back far.
No, and that's one of the massive difference between these two teams. SEN are trying to fight as an org from Tens' POV for that third trophy, that third peak. Whereas it would be EDG's first attempt at even making top 3, a podium finish, minimum bronze in this tournament if they were able to come back here. But it would take some incredible resilience, because right now they're looking beaten down. And they need this round. Their economy is getting stretched.
Well played though. Court forwards pulled a lot of these Sentinels players out and away. Kanga's the only play in through the side. Chichu sticking with the TP in through. You're in the smoke already. TP crossed up under the corner. Kang punished from the Odin spam. Directed him exactly to where Zelsis is going to be playing from, and the smokes are renewed in the face of Sentinels. This is a different look for EDG, but still finding it difficult to even get this plant down. Nobody with the plan. Nightfall now. Going to be used and expended. Sentinels trying to use this. They get themselves in.
That retake ulti
scatters their ashes to the wind.
Just made everything great.
Chichu will have to hold it down. Out for the back move with all sound. Got away. Not long for this world. Smoggy left. Isolating. Heads are popping. Sassy sticking onto the half. The util is good. Best chance in a long while. They've got to deal with Sassy. Not dead yet. Sassy sticking, but the swing coming through.
Another round where Smoggy gets impact. That's a huge turnaround from EDG in a spot where it looked like John off the back of Sassy's ultimate had done enough. EDG fight back, make sure that their eco isn't broken again, and get at least a second round on the board. Great punish from Kankan too. He's trying to give his team as many good opening opportunities as he can. That's more of that snappy aim that we've come to expect from Smoggy. Looked good there in that position, anchoring towards water. And now big rubble fight again. SEN have not really wanted to opt into these, but they have been doing some re-clear strats.
Tends to spot it out though. He opened the door himself as well to see if he could take a quick little peek. Like a gamble on his part with a pixel angle, but he's going to be retreating now. Throw into the back of the side. EDG, they want to go rapid. Increase of the tempo, overdrive as well. That's put in a squeeze, and Tens tested in that moment. Can't offset EDG. Overwhelming him as the smokes dissipate too. John QT is fully unaware. Nades ricocheting, but it matters not. Smoggy right there.
कुछ नहीं बोल रहा मैं. देखते जाओ. मैं बोल ही नहीं रहा.
EDG do have it in them. What a beautiful change of tempo. Just when it looks like they're down and out, they put together two very nice rounds.
Sassy को jinx कर दिया.
Utilizing the fact that SEN have been a bit timid over on rubble. Haven't put together a round where SEN have gone for the full denial. Seen spots where Celsius has clutched in that position before, but he's got no hope here. He's just trying to hold on to that Phantom. It's his first kill, strangely enough.
Yeah.
1 and 2.
Sometimes that's the way of things when you do end up dominating, winning by such a margin that you just don't get involved into the fights.
Other people are just doing it for him.
Yeah. Keeps it to the next though. And this is EDG, I think, with that tempo increase. The prior round, if you remember, think back, that EDG did win. They started with a very slow default.
Super slow. First minute, they weren't really doing much. I mean, they were pressuring towards A and C, making it difficult for SEN to get the read.
यहाँ पैसा देके लोगों को jinx किया जाता है. पैसा लेके, sorry, देके नहीं, लेके. My bad. पहली बार ऐसा unsettled दिखी है रे Sentinels in this whole series. Like पहले गेम के अंदर भी 2-3 राउंड्स एकदम कंटिन्यूअसली गए थे, बट इतनी unsettled नहीं दिखी थी. They were settled somewhere. यहाँ लीड में होने के बावजूद they are somewhere unsettled और फंसते दिख रहे भाई लास्ट 2 राउंड से. भाग के आती है एडीजी, भाग के मार देती है. पहले स्लो खेल रही थी तो स्लो में पकड़ रहे थे सेंटिनल्स वाले.
Kills against Kankan.
Yeah.
And he's kept all of that pace up, proving that it's not to do with the agent he's playing. Now 10 and 4, one away from Showstopper.
लीड है.
And it looks
guys,
like
देखो सच बताऊं,
they're going to be bringing that over towards A. This is very similar to what they were doing against Gen G. Putting John Q here as well gives them a snake bite to be able to shut down any EDG rubble fight. But they've got the read slightly wrong here. They're going to just end up using a ton of util when EDG are not contesting it.
Yeah, and so a lot of that's not going to be used for retake, for plant denial. And scurry away as well.
Yeah, दिमाग लगाया भाई.
It's hard to hold on to this with EDG's composition. The double initiator, Prowler, Sassy. Catching the contact. Needs to be careful. The door is opened wide for the evacuation.
पूरा rotation pull off करवा दिए.
And that's where you see the value of clove smokes as well. Smoggy throws
पूरा
one down,
rotation pull off करवा दिए और A मिल गया.
Completely open A site. EDG come out of the attack timeout. Read SEN perfectly.
Great ideas. Center in position though to try and make an go of this one with the flood defense.
Whoa.
Rocket to the floor, and it finds the contact and target exactly Zekken was looking for. Almost beamed down into the process, but it's a kill advantage, and that puts the uncertainty in place here for EDG. It's a tap. And they want nothing to do with the A side.
I mean, ideally, they'd be looking to pivot over towards B, but they don't actually have any info there. Nobody playing B main. They'd have to be worried about so many angles if they did go for that pivot. They also only have one smoke on Smoggy right now.
Door opened and a cut of noise. Trying to bait Sen in for the re-exploration. Still the Haunt will reveal the hand. And Smoggy cuts it up onto the angle as they're trying to evacuate and make that pivot possible out towards B. There's still players at their backs. Sentinels be ready to remove a few lives. Peek from Sassy. Haunt as well, doesn't get broken. And it's flanks on flanks, the timing's round and round we go. Simon reveals it. It's a foul line. So the players team back in, but from that angle, John QT is none the wiser.
He thought it was coming from sight.
Still a 2v2. Not planned to really for them well. Not at the baby door, Sassy's holding. Damaged under Zelsis. Precarious. It feels like he can't really make that happen. Contact. High-low. EDG. Waiting to strike that time pressure. Sentinels, you're running out of wing cons. You've got to stick this at some point. Circle's got to be shrinking at some point here. Locking it down onto the corner and half not earned. It's EDG. Bringing it back. One round at a time is how it's done. A 4-1 to the tally. And one more to be even.
If nerves were affecting them during Haven, as Muggle said, there are no signs of it anymore. These last 3 rounds, absolute steel nerves from them. After Sassy goes to the tap, they don't budge an inch. Didn't give any possibility of a fight there to Zelsis or Sassy. And Simon, I thought he might have given it away with the fault line, but he's still back into this round. Sentinels again, making sure that rubble belongs to the defenders. But it is a large util investment.
An immediate response again from EDG to making the right reads in that regard.
Yeah, I think coming out of this tag timeout, it's actually worked against Kaplan. EDG are even happier knowing that there's 4 players committed to A at the beginning of the rounds.
There's going to be another level to this one. There was a Paranoia and a Prowler used by EDG. Rolling Thunder is earned, and Simon has it primed and ready. Up and over the top. A lot of angles to account for. That is composure from Kang Kang, and he wants to take it one step further still. Defended. Up and over the shoulder. The AGL will put Kang Kang to bed.
EDG, though, have taken so much space. Sen, group up, re-clear through spawn. Tens the backstab through Waterfall as well.
Unorthodox with the angle, nobody! It is a train to the skies. Yep, that Haunt still gets the value and still gets the damage. Can't land it with a spray, but eventually there. Stun still connecting. Sassy now sticking. Defended. Up and around, and Simon's left to do it all. From that spot, it's just not possible.
What pace, what aggression from Sen. How does Sassy survive with 5 HP there?
Gunfight Swift.
Smoggy once more put in a position to win a round for EDG. He's top of the scoreboard, but I think he whiffed his chance again. 120 to the body by the look of things, and Sassy still won the duel. This is what I'm talking about. Can't be allowed to happen. He's got to be winning those kind of fights. Another spot where Sassy comes out huge, and this time opting into the rubble fight on a weaker buy. But Sen don't have the snake bite here. And actually, EDG, right as the barriers drop, start drifting away as well. They don't want any piece of that.
Slower play from EDG is going to be called.
A bit
of caution to the mix. There's still danger for EDG, you know, despite the fact that it is a weaker buy. They have 3 rifles.
Absolutely. And if there was a round for Smoggy to find some impact, it would be now with Clovel online.
7 people are watching, guys. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Looks like a setup to try to punish people in round or B, depending on where Sen take contact first.
Things. Yep, they saw John before he was even aware of the process.
Right there.
Pluck him out of the picture, taking him out with a head. Paranoia is beautiful, blinding up into this spot. Smoggy is putting the squeeze on alongside Chichu.
I love that read. Smoggy and Chichu there ready to backstab the people trying to punish Mount.
I guess it's 7-5.
Their macro game has been remarkably good these last 5 or so rounds.
Then trying to go for round 2. While this is going on, though, it's EDG that somehow has been flipped up against him. With Chichu being dropped, Smoggy now has to contain and contest alongside the flank. Never go around with the door rotating. It's random sprays and rifles. EDG, they know what it takes to get the round done, finished, clocked up, and sealed up with every single kill. Sassy scurrying to save the weapon into the next. This is EDG. As I said at the beginning, there was danger with those 3 rifles, and they put them to good usage, put them to good work.
And if Sassy can save this weapon and save his armor, there is a chance that Sen is still going to be able to put together a good buy. That's why it's so important he keeps the Phantom online. EDG have just turned the map, honestly. It looked like Sen were about to put up a decent lead heading into the half, and now
Shot अच्छा था यार.
6-6. Yeah, more than possible, likely, I think.
Can't argue with EDG's grit, determination here. They lose the opening pistol round, yet still being able to make it even in terms of rounds at the first half.
Yeah, and I think nobody's adaptation.
इस गेम के बाद 2 rounds देखने हैं Sentinels और EDG के.
The tag timeout that Kaplan took.
एक breach shot वाला और एक B pivot किया इससे B वो वाला. दोनों देखने हैं how it goes.
The tempo switch up from EDG, always keeping Sen guessing. Once more, the all-in with the util. Burns and all. John is committing this pit.
Okay, interesting play. EDG might want to accelerate here into C. It's only Zelsis. He can pop down the ult, but he might get pressured in waterfall.
Yeah. Nano Swarms gonna be deaded here.
No.
Divides up the site. Retake Viper Wall as well for Sentinel to try and play with. To have the EDG to shoot through. Zelsis now. Lockdown. It's never to really clear this one. You have to take this one. Fighting straight up. Brute force on display. Blinded up though, and the util is overwhelming. Sheer cacophony of it. Nothing to clear it. Respect has to be shown. EDG now have to back away. Cut away with the sound cues. They don't even know if anyone's after this one, but just peering up and over, spamming away. Burning their way into a round win. EDG and Kang unaccounted for. Up onto the side. That's a 6-6 finish for EDG, despite everything that was against.
अब समझे इस राउंड को समझा. Flood in together. लॉन्ग से अगर फाइट कर रहे हो, फ्लड इन टुगेदर. लॉन्ग का प्लांट है, फ्लड इन टुगेदर, सिंपल. अकेले अकेले पिक करोगे तो मरने ही वाले हो. इस गेम के बाद ये खोल के रखता हूँ. ये भी खोल के रखता हूँ. लेट्स प्ले दीज गेम्स ना. ये प्ले ये सब ओपन करके रखते. इस गेम के बाद खेलेंगे ये दोनों चीज. उस राउंड में शायद मैंने एक चीज नोटिस नहीं की होगी, वहां मेरी मिस्टेक हो सकती है अभी तक, कि प्लांट लॉन्ग का नहीं था. प्लांट उन्होंने शायद कवर में दिया था, इसके लिए वो साइड खेल रहे थे. तो वहां पे अगर देवर हैविंग ब्रीच अल्टी, उनको पूरा साइड मिल गया था, तो उनको कवर में प्लांट नहीं करना चाहिए था. 6-6 हुआ. आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग अ 7-5. मारा भाई, लेटर हाफ में एडीजी ने मारा. BO3 first to who wins. New to Valorant. It's defenders map. Pick my proof. Watch how EDG suddenly win on defenders on Sentinels map pick, and they lose hard on their map pick. You said comeback. Sen got 6 round defense on attack map. Lol, what comeback?
Does give them
attack sided map.
Long range, very
6 round दे दिया है. Sentinels अगर ये पिस्टल निकाल जाती है, Sentinels का वैसे पिस्टल में राउंड अभी खराब चल रहा है.
Hold to start. EDG given easy access over towards a rubble 2. Chichu's happy to take up that space as well. It's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information over, but no exploration really from anyone else on EDG.
पर एक गलत हो जाएगा EDG के लिए. एक भी यहाँ पर सेंटिनल नहीं है. एक भी सेंटिनल नहीं है, और एक भी सेंटिनल नहीं होने की वजह से दिक्कत होनी है. पक्का दिक्कत होगी.
presence. What a Prowler's committed over towards A.
As the Viper Wall goes up as well, threatening that Sen could be contacted behind that. As the Viper Wall drops, EDG start to realize it's not A at all. They reinforce towards C. Is there a pivot here? Are they going to fake C and hit B? That would leave Kang Kang in a very exposed position.
Still Kang Kang. Maybe spotted. Yes,
Pakda
indeed.
Kung Kung
The
ko.
season need it rebounds as well, but it's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Kung Kung mar jayega.
Util combo. Unfortunate. Kang Kang's going to be dropped in that first kill.
Tenzu.
Handed over to Sen, but there's still
Spike,
chances for
baby.
EDG. They're doubled up. It's a high-low waiting for the bodies to come flying forwards here. Playing for sound cue.
Smoky wave.
And stopping them in their tracks.
But nobody
Sending the
covered.
Across that line and a barrier.
Okay,
Celsius time against him. And it's of the essence. It needs to be that defense. 4 seconds left. They've got to stick this one. It needs to be. He wins the day. John QT was not there in time. And so
John
EDG
QT
will
किधर रह
be
गया?
around to begin the second half of Lotus.
The crowd here certainly believing that it's winnable. That fault line from Simon, superb, coming cross-map to be able to pick it up.
30 seconds.
Sure, it doesn't actually allow a kill to follow up off the back of it, but it distressed Sen, made them have to hit the C site in a couple of different waves and allowed for easier kills from nobody. Where was John towards the end of that? If he'd been tight with Celsius, that's clearly...
ये राउंड भी वापस देखना है जॉन क्यूटी किधर फंसा भाई
One has to be accounted for, but oh, Smokey. I'm expecting that it could be players up in the smoke.
ये हमेशा अग्रेसिव जाने के चक्कर में फंस जाते हैं
Simon's good though.
Simon's been asked to do so much in this match, and he's been there for it every time. What a warrior for EDG.
अब अग्रेसिव जाने के चक्कर में सेल्सियस को गन दी है चलो इस बार फिर भी 3v5 है और अटैकिंग साइड पे सेंटिनल्स है तो ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होगी लेकिन डिफेंस साइड पे होती है
To most of the map, the rotations that were made, Chichu, you can tell just from his positioning, he's scared of like an A-lurk, the potential of that.
EDG do not have that Viper to play around, which means no frequent
Guys, एक लाइक और हम 10
smokes
लाइक्स पे
in
पहुंच
B.
जाएंगे पट से
So I
10
think
लाइक
this is going to
कराओ
be a theme of Sen's attack side, looking to see if they can contact up and get picks in this area. They're going to realize no one's home.
वेरी स्मोक
They don't have smokes to work with themselves, apart from that Viper orb.
Plan here, Junkie T. Sticks it down. Doors opened up from Simon, looking to contest as well. He's definitely putting the squeeze on these Sen players.
गन है वो क्या पिवट कर सकता है क्या पिवट कर
Says that
सकता है
caution from EDG. They should be able to find a way through this round here. Kill.
This is भाई मेरी बात रख लिया करो कभी
It's quite there.
मार लिया करो थोड़ा
Right behind him is Kang Kang.
There.
Trying to take him out. Pesky problem up through
अब कुछ
heaven.
सेकंड के लिए
Tap already, and the movement is nice. A jar, snappy from John, but Simon sticking a defuse. Full confidence in the rest of his team as well to cover that one still. Sen will make it expensive.
मैं क्या करूं
Well,
मैं
that's the best they're able to accomplish in that round. It does seem like a bit of a weakness, a bit of a gap, and EDG are going to have to do a lot of pivoting on the defense side to reinforce these holes.
देखो क्या लगा था पता है
He's alone
अगर
on
सेल्सियस
C, he
मारेगा
needs
एक
those
तो
rotates to come through quickly enough, and all of those rotates are going to come by the fact that EDG is maintaining rubble control. You need deep rubble info to be able to allocate your resources towards the rest of the map. So I would be expecting Sen to try to reclear
भाई
a bit
इसका
more
मतलब मेरे को
heavily
आरसीबी को जिताने के लिए आरसीबी सपोर्ट करना बंद करना
early
पड़ेगा
mid-round.
Yeah.
And yet we haven't seen that from them yet.
Now the kitchen sink thrown out by EDG.
भाई मैं अगर
Junkie
आरसीबी
T's
को
gonna be
सपोर्ट
reading
करना
all that
बंद कर
util.
दूं तो आरसीबी जीत सकती है
Second took
बस मैं ही
damage
देख सकूं
there, but it's not permanent.
चलो इस सीजन अंदर से ना आरसीबी को फुल
There's
सपोर्ट
fear from Sen here. They're worried
बाहर से
about
आरसीबी को
a
बिल्कुल
trap play
सपोर्ट
potentially. Celsius
देखते हैं आरसीबी
one way now from the lockdown. It's one of the things that this EDG comp is good at when you're running the double initiator.
Yeah, they can set up huge traps. But look again, the rubble control is all the way of EDG, and so
Yeah.
they can afford to have 2 players C currently.
मार्केट में नया जिंक्सर आया है हां भाई ठीक
Kang's
है
position not revealed out through the back there with the door open wide. Smoke
He
in
chalo
space,
maybe.
bit of anti-synergy perhaps. He was hoping to potentially see some players scattered with 40 seconds. Sentinel's options are running dry.
They're going to have to go towards B. You can see the pings on the minimap. They're going to make it look like they're re-clearing onto rubble.
And trying to
Arey!
put players back! What is that from nobody? Close quarters.
भाई अब
Very
Sentinels
dry,
throw कर
stick
रही
it in
है.
hand. A buy round for Sen. Full investment with the rifle. Simon, he's ahead of most of that util, but maybe just giving Sentinels a win con and into the round.
Very similar to the prior round here. A 3v4, Sen at a disadvantage. Can they try to make something
अब 2 guns
happen
दे
in
दियो.
post plants? EDG need to play tight, together. Chishu, nobody, doubling up.
It's all split up by Sen as well. Everybody's just willing to take their own fights here. The rifle out open, what an adjustment.
Fuck!
Nobody snaps to the sides. Dismisses John as easily as that. Sassy, his turn to step up, but a movement at charge just makes it so damn awkward.
Bhai,
Tens
ek second.
up and ready. Smoke in his face, 60 HP. Not just a tap, it's a full stick as well from Kankan with a smoke as well. The play around comes down to that RNG. And the shots and bullets just not landing for him. EDG, that's now a bonus round conversion in for the second half of Lotus.
They've taken control here. Sentinels have only won one
throw कर
round
रही है यार.
out of the last 9.
अब वन वे का
This is
टांगड़ी दिखाना
dominant
जरूरी
for
है.
EDG. They got activated halfway through that first half,
Enemy remaining.
and then now they can't be stopped. The double kill from nobody is absolutely ludicrous. That's the kind of thing that Sentinels cannot afford to happen to them.
भाई मैं सोचा 2-0 होएगा, मस्त में लेवाइथन वर्सेस हेरेटिक्स देखूंगा. I literally came here to watch party today because मेरे को लेवाइथन वर्सेस हेरेटिक्स का टफ मैच देखना था. ये तो मेरे को लगा था कि सेंटिनल्स इजी निकालेगी बे. Fuck. Rushiba went to Korea. भाई चैंपियंस भाई हमारा टीम कब पूछेगा?
Here, pretty aggressive option to go for.
भाई ग्लोबल वाले
Eco,
पहुंच
to
गए,
be
पता है?
honest.
ग्लोबल वाले सियोल पहुंच गए. They are watching the games from there itself.
And these massive ultimates
10 likes करवाओ बे.
going to be used in this round unless they find that opening.
This could go wrong very easily. Prowler catches up onto Kankang. Sees expended, Tens has the TP to evacuate.
5 चेहरे.
And this is a very
Lockdown
different look,
available.
right? EDG have been maintaining their
No,
macro
it
advantage by
was
being able to hold on to
available.
this space here, Rubble.
अगर
Now they're
लेकिन
giving
एक
it to
मारता
Sen.
है.
The
अल्ट
rifles
और
just
मिलता है.
should sing, however.
और को जॉन क्यूटी का भी
was the
ठीक
only
है.
player
प्लांट
locked down of all day. Scored for the reinforcements. Smog is going to be joining him. Stray bullet's going to be laid down. Door's broken though. It's a pivot from Sen. Essentially all players trying to make the moves over. Zelsis just a shoulder peeking out, trying to bait this shot. Simon can't maintain it. It's rattled back and forth here, but with the Sheriffs, Sentinels are trying to make this one work. An ultimate pulled out with a nightfall and a flank occurring right from the back. This will put the squeeze onto the remaining Sen players. For them to try and bail themselves out with the heroics, and an all committed damage done. Decay is still there. Sassy, weak as anything, doesn't know that the players are rapidly approaching. And they dismantled the hold that Sen were just desperately trying to cling to on the site.
There was a lot of danger there, though. I don't think EDG should be going for that kind of defensive setup too often in the rest of this half, because it did open the door for Sen. A couple of nice shots as well. That one in particular, Sassy finding Kankan. Made the round winnable enough for John to try to invest that pit. But their big ultimates to get into sites yet to be expended. Lockdown, showstopper.
निक भाई आपको पता है कल आप गए 3 बजे मेरे को सोते सोते 6:30
I was going
बज
to say
गया
eco
काम
swing round,
करते
but to be honest, Sen, with the losers bonus, they're still going to be able to buy up into the next. I still expect them to treat this one as if it's mightily important, though, and stop EDG getting to 11. EDG leaving A utterly open.
Gone for a fight though, Zelsis.
अब रिजल्ट पे रीटेक हो जाएगा अगर
He's right there, up onto it. Paranoia slightly misses, ultra expended, ultra committed, and EDG put everything into this.
इतना ज्यादा डेस्परेशन क्यों है नोबडी भाई
Util in a hold of Sentinels. It's discipline that reins them in.
इतना
After
डेस्परेशन
the attack timeout of trying to change their defensive setups, anything that they've gone for that was
टीम को
different
डिस्प्रेशन
from
में
the
डाल
open
दोगे
grid has failed. And this is nice pressure. It's just keeping Simon anchored to the A site. Does it pull Smoggy away? No, he's going to read this.
Still at that angle. It's a brutal one.
शॉट रेंज
Crosshair placement, many angles he could be peeked from, but Smoggy feeling like he has to take it at that point.
And I think Sen will be super happy about this result. A 4v1
क्यों
that Simon
बीमेन क्यों फाइट
is
किया
not going to find winnable. And Sen still have huge ults to work with. And as you pointed out earlier,
और साइमन भैया आपने अल्ट किधर मारी
they really wanted to show a different tempo on
Replay
the
दिखाओ
defense
भाई
side. Catch Sen unaware before they could get into position to use lockdown.
मैं तो सोच रहा था मस्त रीटेक अल्ट पे जाएगा ये क्या कर रहे हैं
The threat is actually being worse than the threat of the showstopper and the lockdown here is causing more problems for EDG than the ults themselves.
Right.
Because it's forcing them to
अबे
feel like
सामने वालों के अल्टी से डाल के खेलोगे तो सिटी खेल लो
Proactive, pull the ults out early.
and the proactivity is not working. Sen's protocols are looking lovely to defeat it.
अब 2 राउंड जाएंगे
Sen, that's
सास्ती का भी
seventh
अल्ट है
round here.
सेकंड
They're
का भी
still
अल्ट है
down by
और
three.
जेल्सस का भी अल्ट है
EDG.
फेड अल्ट से भी बचो
It's a bit of a whiff from Kankan as well to open the round up.
Yeah.
You
क्या
see there
मतलब
the
भाई?
mount pressure and then open the door, punish the B players.
क्या
All the
मतलब वो
protocols
वहाँ
there
पे
work
अल्टी
really
खींचने का?
nicely for Sen. And they do have a massive ult advantage now.
अब देखना एक राउंड जेल्सस के अल्ट पे एक राउंड सासी
Might
के
still
अल्ट पे
feel like they have to play proactively.
और सेकंड अपना अल्ट कहीं भी मार देगा
Otherwise, what do you really have to stop these ults from
They're trying
getting
to find
value
it.
and getting a sight?
Yeah, looking at the minimap, EDG. 4 players moved up, right and over. Simon priming the fault line. Going to let it loose relatively early there, just to set up Kang onto the line. And Tens accounted for, spotted onto the corner. Here's the response. Showstopper ricochets and claims Smoggy.
Even Kang is low.
Couldn't bound and bounce his way out of the fight. 4 versus 4.
And that early proactivity, though, means that EDG had to give up
Abhi
rubble. So now
you
Sen,
have
4v4,
the
like you
option
said,
of
but they
Zelsis ka ult.
have control over Mound
सासी का
and
अल्ट
from
ऑप्शन भी
B
है
and
प्लांट हो
rubble.
जाता है सासी
They own the map.
सासी प्लांट करेगा
John just trying to tether those players over towards the A side as well. Rest the Sentinels. Reaping and calling their way over towards the B side, now committing into this plan. They're going to hear these noise cues. EDG are relatively split apart. They're actually not connected.
केजे पोस्ट
Kind
प्लांट
of
मार
say the
देगा
same for Sentinels, though. Zeken's going to back off.
डर तो है
He
ही
was
नहीं
playing that
कि
post
ब्रीच
plant
अल्ट
on
आएगा
site,
ब्रीच अल्ट
but
जा चुका है
very isolated. We saw
और कोई
John
अल्ट का
being
मोस्ट
disconnected
डर
on the
लगेगा
lurk was critical in terms of how they lost the pistol round.
Fault line used here.
क्या बोला था
Simon's position. They're going to know this is online. Lockdown has to be defended as well. Stuns, Ricochet in second. Couldn't hold a candle to it. Kang's there, spraying, spamming.
नहीं हुआ
They can do
अल्ट
it.
नहीं
They
टूटी
can't break the lockdown in time. Respect has to be shown. Time starting to tick. Simon. It was the increase
क्या
in
बोला
heat.
था
The tempo there for it, just making sure he's the distraction already, but the circle shrinks.
यहीं पे अगर ब्रीच अल्ट होती तो
Time escapes EDG into that spot. All goes wrong.
जैसे ही
No way
केजे अल्ट
clear
मारी
that
ब्रीच
lockdown.
अल्ट काउंटर पे मारते काउंटर पे मार के राउंड निकालते
They did actually do enough damage to break the lockdown as well. It was
थोड़ी
really
बहुत
bizarre
error हो रही
interaction. It said 0 players detained and lockdown broken at the same time.
Wow.
But the thing that had happened was it was way too late. I mean, the setup for that, it's in such a safe position. You got no chance of being able to break it in enough time to pull off the retake there. Kankan did what he could, but it just ended up being far too overpowering, that ult
तो
advantage.
रीटेक पे काम आती
And now, when EDG can play a
अब
little
fade
more
ult आएगी।
reserved, a little more focused,
अब
on
fade
trying
ult
to
आएगी,
control
सी
a
पे।
little more like they did in rounds 13, 14, 15. Well, now they don't have the weaponry behind it.
No, it's difficult. Put some partial investment into it with nobody rifle in hand. He's dropped down to 300 credits, but
अब
Sentinels,
ऐसे भी
they
इको
catch
पे
most of the signs of life, and now they want to send it out towards
फेड
the
अल्ट नहीं भी
C
है तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है
site. There are players ready to play spoiler. Waterfall, it's not being cleared.
लेकिन सेफ्टी के लिए कर देंगे रीटेक के
Prowler,
टाइम
second
पे
level of things. Kang taking a peek.
बोला ना
Overdrive,
रीटेक
it's
छोड़ो
there, and committed.
जैसे
Sen
उसने अल्ट पॉप किया तब भी गिर दिया ठीक है
shaky
सेफ्टी अल्ट अच्छा है
territory. Open angles not presented to Kang. He can't be collecting any of these kills, and the C's dodged in the moment. Still another tap, Sassy. It's waiting for round 2. Smoke to try and play themselves in and cut up the side. One from Tens himself, realizing they've lost control of most of this one. 50 seconds left. Stun in for the back. Nobody
Nice,
can't
double
land it.
triple peek
Shots
there.
going wide, up and
Nice.
around. Second high ground angle.
नाइस
And that slight
देखा फेड अल्ट पे ये
pause
राउंड
the
में निकल
Sentinels
गया
are willing to place into the round. It's enough for EDG to just overextend themselves enough. Hand getting slapped right back.
गन बचाने ही मत दो भाई, मैं तो बोलता हूँ 6000 है.
I don't think they had a way out of that to actually get the plant
भागो
down if
पकड़ने.
EDG continued to hold in the spots that they were in. But they baited out. As you said, that slight overextension from the retakers.
अरे देख लिया था.
And at that point, it's an eco advantage. SEN have brought this one back really nicely. The gap has closed to 1. But this next round, round 20, is going to be where EDG can try to fight back. Yes, nobody's hurt the economy for himself a little bit, but the rest of the players are going to have rifles in hand. There's no big ultimates available for Sentinels to disrupt things and give them easy openings to the site.
Chichu can drop the rifle too.
Right. So heading into round 20, this is where SEN are back to the same question that flummoxed them at the start of this half. How do you break through without having to rely on ults?
How do you
EDG are going to take a tactical
just like
timeout.
how the fuck they are just having it.
I'd just be calling as well for a return to what was working for them.
Hello.
They could be, but at the same time, when you take that timeout, it implies to me like you're going to try to mix something up. And just as we saw on that timeout in the first half of Lotus, where Kaplan
मेरा watch party
hit the
चल रहा
panic.
भाई, तुम लोग खेलोगे? अगर खेलोगे तो मैं तो देख के रहूँ. I am watching Sentinels का match.
हेलो मैडम.
हेलो अंकल.
क्या सीन?
मैं तो watch party कर रहा.
अच्छा, हम GTA का ट्राई ये कर रहे थे. तो देख रहा हूँ फिर.
हाँ, खेल लो.
अच्छा, सेंटिनल्स का मैच है क्या?
हाँ.
अच्छा.
सेन चल रहा. मैप 2 सेंटिनल्स कमबैक हो रहा है. कमबैक हो ही जाएगा भाई.
कौन है लीड में? कौन है?
पहला मैप सेंटिनल्स जीत गया. अब EDG 10-9 लीड में है.
वायरलेसली कनेक्ट केला ठीक है. हां.
Most important round.
Sentinels, let's go Sentinels.
So on the minimap as well, looks like early signs that we will be seeing that.
Yeah,
Most important round बैठेगा अभी.
Sentinels. ये बगिल फ्रॉम बैटलफील्ड भाई.
Kind of most important round.
Nobody's giving
अरे येड़ा
Okay,
इसके
so
रे.
they're going to throw the horn line up there over towards A.
दूसरा मोड़
Feel
बगिल
like
से
it's
क्यों नहीं
super
देता?
heavy pressure.
इंसान
Back to-
ये तुम लोग
what
अभी
looks
बोलते हो,
like
मेरा साउंड जाता है.
similar
कभी
stuff
बोलते हो
at the start of
स्ट्रीम
this
का
half.
साउंड जाता है. रुको.
A rerun of round 15.
Back to where we landed. Smoke to cover.
बिटाया में.
Top here, nobody's off angle. Simon takes the peek here, bullet to the brain, but luckily the wall saves his life. Keeps him kicking into the round.
See that Zelsis was anticipating the second player. He thought he was getting pushed in the moment. As soon as he
कर
saw
दिया
Simon,
मैं सेट.
he's worried that the stack is on B, and he would be right to think that. So now SEN
9-10.
going for a reclear, and this time,
Yes,
nobody's home.
9-1-0.
The stuff that was working for EDG, setting up aggressively, denying this space. They've abandoned it.
It's up to Chichu and Simon. Only two players sitting here. Reinforcements are
You are
called for.
muted Venom.
I know bro.
Oh, he's going to be able to play this.
मेरे को पता है.
Hey, but the door's in his face.
Do we
अभी
get
आवाज आ रही है?
some kind of
हाँ अभी आ रही.
retake as SEN get into cycle?
Uh,
Not the pace to do it.
Yeah, most of it's
No
going to be
retake,
favored as well.
guys.
Chichu does have that
Nice
open
one,
access.
Khan.
Door's going to be broken down. Kang
ऐसे
has already
rounds
ripped
पे
this
हाँ,
one
ऐसे
away,
rounds
but
पे
it's
frags
traded
पे ही करना
in
पड़ेगा.
kind. Tens is there. Satchel play. Beautiful. Tracking. Chichu's there. Aware of the fact that there could be that second player. And drops
Oh,
Tens
Mando.
out of action. 18 seconds left. TP forwards, that is crazy stuff by Chichu, but honestly the pressure,
Yeah.
it's all on Sassy.
Spike कहाँ जा रही है?
Committed,
अच्छा Spike इधर ही
side
है.
by side, needs to play this one in for the rest of his
Okay,
team.
okay.
Voted for, but time against him.
Festival
It's only
मारेंगे
4
यहाँ पे,
seconds
festival.
left.
Time ही नहीं है.
It's against them. They realize it. EDG backing away, nobody just has to survive, and it's a round win.
ओ भाई.
EDG up to 11.
मारा सबको.
Another
पर
situation
टाइम
where
का है.
Zelsis has to watch the round slip through his fingers.
टाइम किधर है?
The grains of sand
ओ
all away from him, and
भाई.
he's just got no hope.
एम तो है.
आपका होएगा कभी ऐसा एम?
आपका ही कर लो पहले.
मैं तो कास्टर है. मेरा स्ट्रीम जाके बीच में खोलोगे, मैच के बीच में हम तो एनालिसिस कर रहे थे. मैं तो क्लियर बता रहा हूँ, मैं तो एनालिसिस कर रहा था, इवन जाके देख ले। अगर तू मैप 1 और मैप 2 के बीच का टाइम देखेगा ना, मैं वो टाइम पे 3-4 राउंड 2-3 राउंड का एनालिसिस कर रहा था, कैसा क्या हुआ है।
Be
मतलब
they can pull players
चेक
back
कर लिया
over
हो
as
गया,
well.
ठीक
The reclears over towards A. Not
अरे
been
हा
great
काय
from
असं
Sen.
इथं सोडला तरी तो जगल.
They've been great when players have
कोंबडे
contested
बिंबडे
it.
पकडते तो.
Well,
इनबिल्ड आहे तो.
it should be very difficult for Sassy to even fake like they're taking this
है।
space.
रुको इसको म्यूट कर दो 1 मिनट, आप चेक करते हैं।
Usually Sassy's going to be trying to lead this one in with a prowler in hand. It's used by nobody. Gets acknowledgement.
ठीक है, अब perfect है।
Wasn't broken. They know there's a player now. Out towards the back of the site. The snake bite flying up and over. Chichu, no choice now but to
अभी
back
ठीक है।
away. Simon. He's here to save the day for him though. Still holding on to control of this one, and seems like the read is right there for EDG.
But Sen also know there's no paranoia, no fault line, none of that business to stop them getting into the seaside.
It's down to Smoggy. He's holding it down towards the back.
Oh.
Beaming him down.
Okay.
Still got the ult as well. It's not dead yet. Nobody up and over the top. Punish.
Spectre.
On to tens. Nana swarms. Shredding them
भाई ये
to
मैप
pieces
3 जा रहा है।
to the back of the side here, but it's the smoke.
ये मैप 3 जा रहा है।
Smoggy is alive and ready to deny the entirety of the round.
ये मैप 3 जा रहा है।
And Sassy wants more time. Drifting away. It's a 12th round now for EDG.
It's going map 3, baby.
They're on the brink. It's match point, and it will send them to sunset.
The way in which EDG are holding on to these sites, it is beautiful. There needs to be a bit
इसका
more
मतलब
coordination,
समझे?
though, between Zek and Tens to get in. But look at these layers.
The
of
ults were the
defensive
only
utility
things
being
यहाँ
used
पे
there. The stun that comes through from
Sentinels
Khalov
का
is so
attack is good
important.
in this
Stop
game.
all of those players that would love to trade from following up through the choke point.
In this game,
Three
it's true.
chances to close things out before overtime.
Whereas
A
जहाँ
massive
जहाँ
level fight.
Sentinels
Yeah,
को
and this
ult
could
मिला
just be
अटैक में,
explosive
वहाँ
finish.
वहाँ उन्होंने काम किया। अब
So the
Zekin
map
का
here,
ult है।
Sentinels opting
ये राउंड
into
जीत
it.
सकती है। ये राउंड Sentinels निकाल सकती है। Zekin का ult है।
One of the first times that Sen have actually fought over this at the start of the round. They push EDG back. They're not willing to go much further. Zekin didn't manage to get up and pick up that ult orb. Now they're looking for the one over towards C. Smoggy's aim has been remarkably good after a bit
ये
of
राउंड
time.
शायद Sentinels निकाल सकती है, मोटा मोटी।
Right, showstopper acquired. There's that major tool.
Zekin के ulti पे एक frag अगर मिलता है
Most of their wins in this half, it was ults based.
The thing I said, the thing Caster said.
Almost there. The crosshair placement wasn't, but still he snaps it back.
The
Well
thing
aligned,
I said.
Counting for everybody.
Spike down A.
Chance अभी भी
Sentinels
है।
cannot hold against it. Showstopper now used as desperation.
अब नहीं है।
Following the traces, Second takes the gamble. But all that play, all that work, it's an ult expended to no avail.
अब नहीं है। बोला ना।
The
जहाँ पे
options are
वो
withering away.
शोस्टॉपर से फ्रैग नहीं मिला, वहाँ पे खत्म हो गया था।
EDG
फ्रैग मिलना कंपलसरी था।
feel it, they know it. Sunset
Is on the
ready and
cards।
waiting. It's primed for them here.
पेड अल्टी पे रीटेक हो जाएगा,
Scatters,
easy।
Tens is low, no more sound cues to work off of. Haunt lights him up. The TP to adjust.
समझ गया था।
He's no long for the world. Second, last one left. And he cannot dodge this util. EDG are ready to swarm, ready to collect.
Nice।
It'll take a miracle to stop it at this.
Ah, भाई क्या
Not
peaks है वो।
ready to let it happen. EDG will not be denied a chance for great.
अब वो वाले राउंड्स चलते। पहले वर्डल कंप्लीट करके बहुत टाइम, अरे बहुत टाइम नहीं है रे, मैप 3 आ जाएगा। रुको आज कुछ नहीं है CLE से। क्या वर्ड है भी कि नहीं आज? वर्ड है ही नहीं। जी होगा, जी 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 जी। भाई कुछ तो मिल जा। एक बार ग्राइंड करते करते हैशटैग तो क्या वर्ड है गाइस बताओ। मेरे को वॉशरूम जाने का यार, ये वर्ड मिल जाए फटफट। नहीं पता चल रहा भाई, मेरे को हिंट्स चाहिए। आई नीड हिंट्स। तुम लोग चैट में हिंट्स दो भाई। आर इज द ओनली वन। आर इज द ओनली थिंग, मेरे को हिंट दो भाई। फटाफट हिंट दो मेरे को। नॉट इन द वर्ड लिस्ट। स्ट्रैट तो होता है। ट्रैम। क्या वर्ड हो सकता है बे? अबे आर फर्स्ट नहीं है, आर सेकंड नहीं है, आर थर्ड नहीं है, आर फिफ्थ भी नहीं है। मतलब आर यहां जाएगा, एस सही है। एस सही है। आर रहेगा फोर्थ पे, बिकॉज आर फर्स्ट पे नहीं है, सेकंड पे नहीं है, थर्ड पे भी नहीं है और लास्ट पे भी नहीं है। तो आर यहां आना चाहिए। अभी मेरे को बताओ, ओ आर टी भी है, अब इनको कैसे एक जगह पे कर सकते हैं? लाइक आर इधर आना चाहिए। एस टी ओ आर। स्टॉर्म। दिस कुड बी अ वर्ड। दिस कुड बी अ वर्ड। निक बाय ओपा। निक बाय, लेट्स गो। निक बाय को मेरी तरफ से 30 फरवरी के दिन 125 रुपए दिए जाएगी। निक बाय, अंडरस्टूड? ये आपका गिफ्ट है। ओके। नो नो नो। टंग, dialect, speech, language. Let's go. चैंपियन वैंडल। ए वैंडल वैंडल आई ही नहीं है। फ्रेंच, मेकआउट, नेक, किस। बैंडेज, टेप, सिजर्स, ड्रेसिंग। लेट्स गो। तुम्हारा भाई जॉर्ड है रे। वन गो में किया है पूरा। पूरा वन गो में। भाई ये क्लच पता है कैसे किया और क्यों किया? तुमको मैं दो तीन चीज बताता हूँ. How this clutch happened? मैं तुमको बताता हूँ. देखो, डायलेक्ट लैंग्वेज, स्पीच और टंग. डायलेक्ट लैंग्वेज का एक पार्ट है. लैंग्वेज मुंह से बोली जाती है एंड स्पीच इज ऑल्सो सेड कि हम बात करते हैं उसको स्पीच बोलते हैं. बोलना है स्पीच. ये तो ना बताऊं तो ही अच्छा है. ये तो सबको पता होगा. इसको तो बताने की जरूरत नहीं है मेरे को. यहाँ आते हैं तो भाई ये तो सबको पता है कि बैंडेज यूज होती है, ड्रेसिंग होती है जब लग जाती है, सिजर्स भी यूज होती है व्हेन ऑपरेशन हैपेंस एंड टेप्स आर आल्सो यूज्ड टू. वो घाव भरने के लिए टेप्स को यूज किया जाता है. फिर लास्ट में तो यही 4 बचे थे. सो दैट इज वन थिंग. मैप 3 लगने वाला है गाइस. मैप 3 लगने वाला है.
So much more difficult.
It would be an absolute story, but either way you shake it. You got an EDG that once would come into these global events as wide-eyed, plucky.
मैच लग गया. मैच लगने वाला है. देखो, T2 on Cypher.
Now this is a squad that can comfortably contend for championships. I personally feel that way. And then for Sentinels on the other side, they've been there, they've done that. They won Madrid. They see themselves, potentially, lifting a trophy one more time, but problem is that you're going into a sunset that is genuinely good for both teams.
Yeah.
Both teams this is like, I said it at the beginning. You go right in the middle of the ring. You throw a couple left hooks, a couple right hooks. It's a boxing match. That's what you want to see here in Kukuka. You do not want to see.
Of course, you make that reference.
You got it. Sometimes, maybe I'll do a little wrestling reference. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes in the middle of the ring. But here we go. Now we're going to see things locked in, and we're right back to that neon duel that we saw at the beginning of the series.
I'm thinking about Sentinels. I'm thinking about Zek, and I know that we talked about it. The impact that he was having with the operator made DRX sweat, and they need to make EDG sweat if they want to take this and continue on that upper bracket.
Similar comps. Biggest difference here is the KO versus the breach. Sen is going to have a lot of set stuff. Zekin following up of Zelsis' stuns. EDG, however, is going to have a lot of information. The cross-map knives, the flash combos with that Sova as well can be really potent. They're both good comps. Both these teams are comfortable on this map, but there's only one shot in that upper final.
This is it. Who pushes forward to the Inspire Arena? Let's go ahead and find out. Send it back over to your casters one last time. It's Bren and Sideshow.
That's exactly the case. It's the Inspire Arena. Shift the move as well as they fight for that trophy, but I think one of these teams is going to be able to earn that chance to even get to that point. Of course, there will be backup plans, I guess. You want to run it through the lower bracket, I suppose. Listen, Sentinels have been there before, but it's not a position you want to put yourself in.
It makes a massive difference. Whoever wins this match, not only are you playing for all of that glory, you have 5 days off to prep and to ante, to get that break that I'm sure both of these squads desperately need.
आज जीते छुट्टी मिलेगा.
Some excellent performances from both of these squads.
And slow and steady.
Okay, they are playing Breach and Sova comp.
Chichu going to be hearing most of his presence, but he hears no footsteps off the back of it. He might just think it's...
Breach and Fade comp, okay. तो trap तोड़ने के लिए कुछ नहीं है.
Kang sends it flying with the rally bolt here. Stuns flying, okay, with the right clicks as well. No kills to be earned. And a quick pivot over towards Market.
They were not expecting to see Zelsis here.
Up through the gut, EDG. Paving the way over
They
towards
were not
the
expecting
GT.
3
Zelsis.
Shot.
Smoggy is way ahead of the rest of
Shot.
most of his team, in fact, through the cage.
105.
Claim in a second. They eventually put him down and out. Sitting back to the spectator seat. It's an open A site now for the plant. Simon.
एक 10 HP, एक 90 HP. मतलब एक head of Ghost and it's done. Zekin should pass the Ghost to 10s, I guess.
Emphasis being placed now on Chichu. Second is low enough. He takes that first point.
Fucking I am telling that. Fucking I am telling that कि वो चीज कर लेते.
Zelsis.
You just went one by one and just gave your bund.
Dropped down to 48 health. A dart, a flash, all expended into his face, but the job is done. Chiju's done enough time taking away the nade at the feet, isolating the fight.
दोनों 5 HP.
It's getting tested. It's getting stretched.
अरे यार.
Takes precisely the right moment to rip away another pistol round.
एक एक करके जाने का क्या जरूरत है?
So dangerous for EDG when Kangkang made the hero play, trying to cut off the rest of the.
एक एक करके जाने का क्या जरूरत है? एक एक करके क्यों जा रहे हो भाई?
Both trying to be the heroes their team needed.
ये देखो, ये देखो, ये देखो, भाई सबने एक एक करके शक्लें दिखाई है.
Solid in these positions, and it has been that supporting class I think today. Jishu, Simon, who've been coming up big in moments to put huge rounds on the board.
गेम शुरू करते हैं, हम बोलते हैं भाई एक एक करके पीक ना करना.
EDG's attack side actually looked a little bit limper than I was expecting it to against Trace. They almost allowed Trace to make a bit of a comeback. And Sen were kind of slow to adapt on their defense side as well. When we flip halves, you're getting the best of both teams. But for this one, the door's open for somebody to make an improvement over what we saw previously and run away with things.
Take the initiative, take the lead so far, TDG.
मेरे को लग रहा है मैं jinx है साला. मैं नहीं किया.
Feeling pushed back, honestly, from all the signs of life. I mean, the knife earlier on did tag onto a bunch of the SEN players. They know that they're stacking still. EDG not willing to be removed from this, but they still have about 50 seconds to work with. So, okay, fault line, refight, out and through with a haunted to the back. They don't really have the guns for the job. Chichu, you just sidestep most of this. Sen are going to try and dish it out still with these pistols.
अब इधर एक चीज
follows up blind.
अब इधर एक चीज नोटिस करना, यहाँ फाइट करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है EDG को, अगर EDG की पर्सपेक्टिव से देखो तो.
And now when they finally make the maneuver, Tens is already reading it. He's already in front of them. That could have been a freebie.
Could have been 11.5. He's waiting precisely to strike where it hurts most. Smoggy
बच गया Tens.
And forced to watch in horror as his team and the rest of the round getting let loose and slipping from their grasp.
अब Zelsis पे गन है.
Simon tucks it into the back. Sassy trying to get ahead of it. Seeking to delay.
172 HP और 125 HP.
But Zelsis has been brought into it now, a 1v2. Maybe the nerves can be settled for EDG.
He's had so many chances today, Zelsis.
And EDG do not get around. Get away from them.
You guys are
don't understand the EDG
epic.
game plan there over in B main. You mentioned it right from the beginning. They knew that there was a stack, and they just wanted to punish it.
just stack में लड़ना क्यों है?
I guess. Maybe worried because they were
मेरे को
that 4-1 default that they usually like to go for, but they didn't have info elsewhere.
बच गया यहाँ पे Tens सच्ची whiff कर चुका था. स्टार्टिंग के 2 शॉट्स गंदे डिस्कनेक्ट हुए थे, कनेक्ट ही नहीं हो रहे. अबे ये हर कोई यूज करता है. मैं भी करेगा. मैं जब सोवा खेलेगा इस पे, जब क्लोव या ब्रिम नहीं खेलूंगा तब, या गेको नहीं खेलूंगा तब.
Of course, the weaponry not going to be ideal because of how many players they did end up losing. Shock darts don't actually break any of this util.
One of the problems that I was having with the way that SEN were playing on this map, they were playing very passive holds on the B site.
Oh, the counter!
That's nasty.
Barely peeking out from the pillar, nobody will punish. Born in through the back though, that is a response by second. He's put some more damage and hurt into these EDG players still out through mid. G2 attempting to pluck some of these players out of the picture. Tens still holding.
And Toons bhai!
Not enough to escape though, Ghost. The supplement of the fire by Smoggy does manage to trade that one out. Nade, it's out, but it does miss. Off to the side, Sassy sticking. Anything else to push this one back needs to be defended. Second, he can't really let this one loose. Still his half already on the ball. And the mid flanks and a fight from main. Damage is done. Value gain potentially a round win at that.
Nice. अरे दो कैसे मर गए उस गार्डियन से?
Bulldog primed onto it.
Yeah, with the light weaponry. Bulldog's Guardians, EDG win a bonus. This is a massive beginning to the map. EDG knocking the economy immediately of SEN. The opener, huge. John wasn't really contesting like that in the previous match when we saw them play Sunset. But Ten's also getting caught in mid is so rough for a player that's been spectacular. He just only expected the single mid lurk. which is pretty reasonable, but getting caught in that spot allowed Smoggy to sneak in.
It is a dream opening for EDG.
Couldn't ask for better.
It's all about keeping it moving, keeping it going.
And they've turned it around massively from the kind of opening they had on Haven, where they lost 7 rounds in a row after Pistol.
Resilience is showcased. EDG willing to take a step
nice
back.
Shot, Tenzu.
Might be regretting that one.
Nice
here. Overdrive is available. To the back. That's Simon looking to hold his own ground against this. Smoke dominated.
कभी-कभी लगता है रे वो पेड़ का प्रॉब्लम सारा biased है.
Simon will have to retreat now. His back's against the wall. Smoggy defending at least a portion of it. Aftershock into the corner. Tenuous here for EDG, but they still have those rifles. It's going to be a big advantage working potentially for them. Picked up with the upgrades. Jump QT fire straight back at them.
Nice.
The bait and switch leaping into the fight. Taking no prisoners. Sentinels.
बढ़िया खेल रहा है EDG.
Really had no right
कर दिया आप.
A complete MasterCard Thrifty coming out from Sen. Tens on the high ground with a Sheriff. Pops off a beautiful opener to deny Kang Kang. And from there, that first pick, creating opportunities for Zekken to go forwards, allow others to pick up rifles.
Way to play.
The Neon once more forging a path forwards. And just like that, Sen back in a little bit of control here. It's only nobody that can afford to be able to get a rifle online. The ults are good from EDG, and I'm sure they'd invest if they got the opportunity. This is more what Sen were doing on their defense side, though. Last we saw them.
By the way, 3 round जीते, ये 1 round जीते. इनके पास guns है, with ठीक-ठाक economy. वो 3 round वाले पे कैसे नहीं है? भाई कभी-कभी ये Valorant मेरे को mathematics समझ में नहीं आता है.
We already kind of are seeing evidence of it, I suppose.
We are, yeah.
Trip up top section of mid, so nobody really has to watch it. They've got a cam laid in market to take the contact of this one. They spot him, nobody.
The cam's always going to get cleared there because people are always watching for tens on top of the box.
Yeah, it's a spot that he loves.
And this time, it's the same kind of hole in Sen's defense. And so that means that they're forced to play a lot of B retakes.
There's danger here.
There is, even with full rifles for Sentinels, there is danger because these B-lane post plants are so overpowered on Sunset.
I mean, nobody's got an ult. He's already getting into position. Be able to play this one. And Sen don't have a lot of time to work with. Kill trips. Chewing up these players. Rooted in from Sentinels. They've got to find a way to navigate it. Sassy, diffusing, sticking, reveal up. Hunter's Fury, Sassy!
अरे हो गया था.
Down to the wire, down to the brink. Haven't. But Zelsis, he's the last chance for
him. क्या राउंड है ये?
Will not let it slip.
Good morning Sentinels, क्या खेल रहे हो?
Back instantly with another thrifty of their own. Barely any weaponry brought into that round. And that's exposed a gaping hole in what Sentinels are doing on this map on their defense side. I said both of these teams have put up really strong performances on Sunset before. That's once the halves flip. And we see EDG defending, Sen attacking. This, it's not good enough from Sen if they want to be able to get that 5-day break and hit up into the upper bracket.
Bar for bar with a weird...
How Kang is doing it? Kang?
Around here now, Sen are in that tough position. They've still managed to scramble together some sort of a buy, but down 3 rounds, EDG...
अरे पर B छोड़ क्यों ने? इतना?
Got their sights set on the finish line in this series.
They're doing the same thing again and again.
Past their prior performances and ceilings.
एक flash use, एक cage use.
Team on their attack side that will pressure the very top of mid. Look to try to lurk Kang in or see if they can pull off Shishu, finding some space, contesting where Zelsis is currently stood. So you can understand why Sentinels...
एक बार आपको ये badges पसंद आ गए लगता है. और members के लिए एक बनवाता हूँ.
Is anyone going to be able to control the backside of B?
आप फिर retake पे आ जाओगे.
They get caught. No command emanating out. That means the trips go online too. We're hoping to play some kill trip setups as well.
And they drop off. Tens was thinking about trying to get into backside there, and the rest of his team wasn't willing.
Once more, Sen are going to be tested. This time, we're trying to hold these retakes as well. Nobody.
Chalo lower bracket.
Who's the one to trade online out of Nightfall? Scatters his way through, in through the main angle. Noise, cut away. Zekin with the defuse, but he's pushed back from some form of the util. Overdrive popped off. Kang! Goodness me! Tears them to pieces. TP up and over. Tens that is precise. And he's got to be keen, surgical, whipping his way through and behind. He's going to try and defend this one. So QT brought down, but a half earned. There's a chance and a potential.
भाई छोड़ो. चलो lower bracket में. चलो फटाफट चलो.
And all expectations once more. Sen.
खत्म करो.
Just too slow with his retake attempts. And EDG are so willing to run rings around them.
Not just too slow, but far too passive. Again, the same problem that we witnessed last time when Sen played against DRX. They're just giving the site for free. It's
फुकट में साइड दे रहे बात मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई बी फाइट ही नहीं करते.
This half was going to be an opportunity for either team to grasp hold early and come out with either prep or individual form to be able to run away with this first half. And the story's going to flip once we go into round 13. But for now, EDG are building up a phenomenal advantage. A 5-1 lead. At no point really in this match have we seen EDG in complete control.
छोड़ दो भाई.
Lotus,
छोड़ दो हो गया.
of it, but Sen always found ways of striking.
हेलो टाइफून भाई शर्म है आप पनौती हो. ये चल दिया लगता है. इसको सर्वर म्यूट दूं क्या?
Pride open by DRX.
But I also think if you're going to make that argument that Sen
छोड़ दो भाई. ना हो पाई Sentinels.
Sunset was actually always towards the top of that map pool, and it has been all year. So the fact that this is now the map causing them problems, going to be disappointing. Looking to try to catch Chishu off guard there early on. He does sometimes default in that bottom spot, but EDG are fast with the help and quick with the escape.
And all it takes is a slow default.
Take flight.
Make sure nobody oversteps themselves. Drawn by nobody.
And a re-clear through B main here as well. Looking to try to put pressure once again onto Chishu.
Spot on the one, shock darts flying forwards. Again, the setup is not over towards that direction.
अरे
One out with Sassy dropped. Open access now towards the
अब तो गन फाइट भी आने लगे.
Kill trips though. Doesn't have the gun for the job. It's just damage. Chews up Kang. Not enough to deliver the kill.
Base or 78.
There are isolated players around here. Nobody's isolated. Chishu is as well, but they're getting good lurk timing.
Yeah, great lurk timings. And that, the trade, maybe a little bit more impressive there from Zelsis. The fact that he does that with the classic in hand, but he won't be able to get much more. Done from the edge. I mean, Zekin.
छोड़ दो भाई.
Glides, hoping to use the precision. Maybe land a kill there, but it's all being covered.
Kang picks up.
बोला ना छोड़ दो भाई हो गया.
And picks up the sixth on the board for EDG.
I am going to a deep sleep. Leviathan के मैच खत्म उठा देना.
Was for this round coming up, round 8. It wasn't for the Thrifty particularly. So what is the change up here? How are they going to adjust their defensive setups? Personally, I'd like to see Tens posted on the A line. You have an Omen with outrageous gun skill, and you're not playing him on an aggressive line towards A regularly, if at all. He tends to be over towards market, and you leave that job to like Sassy with the Prowlers. It's quite backwards compared to how most teams are doing it. They're going to get Zekin posted there as well, and he's mighty fierce.
And this is the typical setup. Sentinels going for it. They have having to watch market or top mid. This was getting exploited towards the end.
हाँ पता है क्या
by
changes करा था
DRX
6-1
when
पे.
Sentinels were going up against them.
मैं कुछ changes करवा था.
EDG love doing this kind of thing, probing, seeing if they can get Kang or Chishu.
Breach stuns over this side. ये breach stun.
Zelsis is in position. It's going to be a
ये round के बाद बता दो. मैं क्या changes करवा था. सो जाओ. तभी जीतेगी सेन. Harshin Shetty bhai, welcome to the stream. Bro, really thought this match wouldn't be interesting. Actually, I thought.
All the footsteps pointing towards it. Rolling Thunder.
ये Rolling Thunder भी टट्टी है.
Yeah,
stop it in his tracks.
You can't follow up on that. That's just to stop EDG from running away with the round. That's purely for map control, the breach ult.
Just feels frantic from Sentinels at this point.
I really thought Sentinels would get this very easily. After the map one, it was true. And first half,
Groups its way forwards here. There's 38 seconds to play with.
first half of the first half, where Sentinels dominated EDG, लगा ही था मेरे को. हर्षिल भाई, ये क्या लिखे हो? नहीं पता भाई, कोई translate करके बताओ रे.
Now to him, the util, the gun into his hand, whether or not he can push this back, dodging.
मैं changes बताता हूँ, what changes I will make actually.
To elbow control, and he can't even do that. Chichu comes around the corner like an absolute Ferrari.
Celsius did an RNG.
Kang. Flatlined and dropped 3 versus 3 is where we stand. The pressure now on to SEN for this retake, all grouped up. Cam broken.
मैं 2 rounds के लिए वो चीज करवाता.
Smoke in their faces, spamming, spraying away, trying to pave the way to success for Sentinels. They need RNG on their side. Only the one, and they're just getting collected.
हो गया 7-1. मैं changes बताता हूँ अब. अच्छा रुको थोड़ा. हाँ खड़े रहो. मैं ट्राई करवाता ए साइड पे ब्रीच को खिलाने विद ओमन. ब्रीच का स्टन, ओमन का फ्लैश. ए मेन पे एक बंदे को मारने ट्राई करो. पीछे आओ. तब तक बी मेन या मिड से थोड़ा सा क्रंच लेने के लिए ट्राई करो. मिड पे फाइट करो. मैं वो 1 राउंड बोलता हूँ सिर्फ करने. ए मेन कंट्रोल लेके मिड फाइट करने और बी मेन थोड़ा सा पैसिव खेलो ऑन साइफर ट्रैप्स. लेकिन बी बंदा खेलो, ऐसा नहीं कि बंदा खेलो ही मजे लो. चले बंदे नहीं खेलते बी पे.
Another rifle round before their economy is smashed against the rocks again. But it almost seemed.
छोड़ दो भाई, नहीं होगा. तब तक हमारे हर्षिल भाई के मैं चैट को ट्रांसलेट कर लेता हूँ. हर्षिल भाई क्या चैट लिखे हो? नए हो तो हर्षिल भाई लाइक कर दो. कहाँ से हो जरा बताओ यार. ट्रांसलेट गूगल टेक लैंग्वेज. द एंड रिजल्ट इज EDG. It's EDG. चाइना वाले ओफी हर जगह पे आगे होते. ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड है कि इधर ये है कि हर जगह आगे. भाई हमको कुछ करने दो.
And the more they win like this, the more you believe that they could go further.
How far can they go? Sky might be the limit for this squad. For now, all the question leveled.
अभी भी अगर 8-4 करते हैं ना, तो चांस है सेंटिनल्स के पास.
Resilience on full display from steamrolling over them.
The change up here in the defensive setup is not large.
मैं फील्ड को बी शिफ्ट करता. हर बार मार्केट खेल रहा है ओमन अपना.
It does look like that's what EDG are cooking up.
पर साइफर के ट्रैप्स का वैल्यू है कि नहीं साला के. देखा मिड फाइट किया तो भाई मैं बोला मिड फाइट करो.
Kang might have something to say about it. Brings it to the 2 versus 3. Spike still.
I am just telling you guys कि मिड फाइट करो. लेकिन अभी भी ओमन को एक खेलना चाहिए. बी मार्केट ने खेलना चाहिए.
Heroics and with the damage done, weakened up. Kang cannot stand against most of it. Nobody trying to play bait and switch as well, taking that fight. Backstep in, hoping he can isolate one of them, but the crossfire setup
should
be intact.
एक खेलना चाहिए. बी मार्केट नहीं. बी मार्केट 100 बाई पे छोड़ दो.
See if he can spot these players out. Finally, Zekin.
Let's go.
The fight anyway.
And so SEN finds some success coming out of that tag time
out. Nick भाई अलग अपना चाइनीज लेके आए. निक भाई क्या लिखे? आने हो?
Thinking same old. But a great call there from Zekin and Zelsis. Instead of holding it top mid passively, they throw some utility in and crunch mid, finding tons of EDG.
What do you type? Daniel?
We're back.
Sentinel?
We are back.
Xiaobing?
Let's get 5, gang. Let's get 5.
If they were able to get 5, they certainly would be back.
Morale though, high spirits from the Sentinels players.
अब इधर पे अगर समझो ये जो स्टन किया, इस पे अगर ओमन का फ्लैश आता है तो जेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कंट्रोल ले सकता है.
Zekin.
अरे स्प्रॉलर से कुछ ना हो पाई.
Hard to get out in that kind of area, but Zekken barely takes a tickle.
Well, util being used, including the flash as well. It's a pretty big indicator to EDG. Most of the players stacked over from SEN over towards A main. Surely they don't overstep themselves.
इस brawler से कुछ नहीं होगा.
Contact plays on contact plays.
A massive fight in A. EDG are trying to make it feel like they're in mid and bait out this re-clear from SEN.
And they're just holding for the peak. What util did they even have as well? Contact cord as well.
छोड़ दो.
Celsius. util doesn't help him. It's EDG with the initiative in that fight. And with it, you can sit down and stare at it, but it's a 5 versus 2 scenario. Have no real chance back into this round.
Their economy is not in a terrible spot. If Tens and John
वो भुवन बम का कौन सा है?
they might give it
वो
a
वाईफाई
try.
का टावर है ना?
But EDG have outplayed them
वो
again.
अपनी भाड़ में डाल लो भैया.
The story
वो
of
पैरानोया
this
टेंथ
half
भाई
early on
अपनी बूंद
was
में डाल लो.
SEN giving away too many opportunities, but now that they're playing a little bit
ये
of a
उसको
better
होता
game,
नहीं है.
EDG are just pulling it back out of their grasp. The call in there from nobody is so strong. Faking like they're doing the
मैं
same
जा रहा है इसी
stuff.
का रिमोट लाने.
Throwing that same market, util. And John, he is not holding on to this weapon. He's got players behind.
मेरे पिक गेम्स के पूरे लो ले लगा दिए.
Gonna drain every last drop out of the SEN economy. Austerity is here, and it's coming for SEN.
अरे वो गुंडो फनाटिक ने
EDG are playing a
और फनाटिक के बाद इधर फेंटेनल्स ने. मैं फिर से देखूंगा. तुम लोग से बात क्या है यार? रुको फोन ले लेता हूँ. तुम लोग से बात करता हूँ.
They are trying to adapt. They are trying to throw in different things. And EDG only takes them one
अब परफेक्ट है.
and they figured
तुम
out
लोग को भी आवाज आएगी, मैं भी गेम देख पाऊंगा.
like a fiddle.
क्या चल रहा है वो भी देख पाऊंगा. लेट्स गो.
Like an avalanche crashing down onto the Sentinel squad. They have to go for, again, proactivity. But paranoia.
अरे Zekken भाई मिड पे क्यों हो? और अभी भी मार्केट ही हो.
The play that Sentinels were going for to see if they can collect the kill.
The defensive util has been remarkably good from EDG today. Always there with Kang Kang's stun. Aggression like that. They're the team that doesn't have breach, so they don't have the fault line or the aftershock. You might think they'd be weak to plays like that, but look, they found the
चलो एटलीस्ट साइफर ने खुद का पोजी बदला भाई 10 राउंड के बाद.
They know that they're not going for the typical A main hold that Sentinels like to do. They know that they're going to be playing off-site, trying to go for the retakes.
अरे क्या पूरा रीटेक ही खेलोगे क्या हर साइड?
Time with it, contact.
कुछ तो कर लो.
Trips will not be get. Oh, as I say that, I wasn't expecting them to get Valley. They spotted them out onto the corner. Still John takes down Smoggy, drops him to the floor.
सो जाओ ऐसे ही चादर लेके. तुम क्या सोते हुए देखोगे मेरे को स्लीपिंग स्ट्रीम?
Look at the angle that nobody's going to have.
And they're ready to fight this one right as the retake is occurring. Tags up into a few of these players. Hunter's Fury has to be dodged and juked and avoided.
अरे सब क्या रीटेक?
दो. Here Chichu takes up the space, stands.
आखा दिन रीटेक नहीं हो रहे हैं. बोल रहा हूँ. Now I am getting flabbergasted यार. दिमाग खराब हो रहा है.
It's a monstrous performance from many individuals on EDG. But full credit to the entirety of this squad.
Every part of their game is on today.
क्या सोच रही है Sentinels?
Stepping up. This map, Chishu's come out of nowhere to just
क्या सोच रही है Sentinels?
Outrageous. The prep work too.
It's
the
so
calling
good.
from nobody. It looked like a very rough beginning to today.
साइफर डिप. अरे साइफर डिप का बात ही नहीं है.
The first map.
डिप का बात वो है कि भाई हर साइड रीटेक खेलनी है.
They've beaten some weaker opponents, some struggling opponents, but
जो रीटेक के लिए तुम्हारे पास झाटा भर यूटिल तो बहुत है पर झाटा भर एम हो नहीं रहा है. तो फाइट ही कर लो.
Dominating Sunset.
Just one more round left in the half. It's all SEN have to work with, and it's the difference between 9-3 or 10-2. Either way you slice it is bad.
Zelsis has his ult online. It looks like they want to play a more aggressive defensive B.
Oh, trying to send it. As soon as Simon uses his ult, that's the trigger to try and slow them down, but there will be no follow-up for Chichu. My God!
ये देखो, वो चीचू लॉक्ड इन है. उसको सुनना ही नहीं है किसी का.
Kang. He's hungry for more. There's blood in the water sense, but punishment in sight. Assassi will drop him eventually. Down to his knees, but it's still EDG in control. Backside players, B main still theirs. We've seen SEN perform miracles, but this just a little too
हो गया खत्म हाफ.
When EDG are setting up pop players like this, contesting,
अबे तुम्हारा सबसे इम्पैक्टफुल प्लेयर इस पूरे सीरीज का समवेयर सबसे एंड में बचता है, उसको फाइट ही नहीं मिल रही है।
The palms of these EDG players, they can feel it.
कांग क्या लग रहा है कुछ
the stress and the pressure as they get to this halftime, realizing they
तो
are
क्या
on the cusp of making
history
history for China.
History for China and breaking past their limits. It's all going to be decided on the next half of this.
And guys, I just don't think that मन से खेल रही है सेंटिनल सेकंड मैप के लॉस के बाद। समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है कर क्या रहे हैं भाई। एक तो राउंड खिला लो, पूरा डिफेंस हो गया, टेंस ए पे गया ही नहीं। सेन वर्सेस डीआरएक्स है, मतलब पैसिफिक टीम के लगने वाले हैं, कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी डीआरएक्स। डीआरएक्स खेलती पैसिव है, वहां पे लोटस बैन होगा नहीं, लोटस पे फिर ये खेलेंगे। हेवन इनका स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हेवन लोटस अगर मिल गया ना गलती से, लग गए भाई। आ जाओ वापस शेयर पे आ जाओ। कमर के लग गए रे, इसके लिए थोड़ा लेटने का था, गेम के बाद लेटूंगा, थोड़ा ब्रेक पे जाएंगे, लेटूंगा थोड़ा सा, सोने नहीं मिल रहा ना। आज भी जल्दी उठ गया, सोया ही 6 5:30 6 बजे, 10 बजे तक उठ गया, 10 11 बजे तक। इफ एंड इफ पैसा खर्चा करेंगे, अगर सेंटिनल्स यहां से कम बैक करता है तो सेंटिनल्स का बंडल उठाएंगे पक्का। यहां से सेंटिनल्स कम बैक करेगा, सेंटिनल्स का बंडल उठाएंगे। क्या बोलने का अभी, वो अकेला नो बड़ी 3 ले गया, खत्म खत्म। मस्त छुट्टी मनाएगी। शशि भाई के साथ बहुत बुरा किया तुमने, ये तेरी मुंह की ओ माय ये वाह। अरे बाप शशि सच्ची एक ही बार मारा उसके बाद से। शशि का स्कोर लाइन क्या है एक बार दिखाओ, हम न्यू राउंड के बाद दिखेगा ना, ये राउंड में कितना मारता है शशि वो भी देखेंगे। ने शिद्दत से बोला था पता है, शशि बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है करके, और सच्ची अच्छा खेल रहा था वो मोमेंट तक। हो गया कल्याण, शायद सीजर भी नहीं मार पाया। स्टिंगरी बिंगरी 2 है, जॉन क्यूटी 1, जॉन क्यूटी 2, जेकेन 3, खत्म। इट्स जोवर गाइस, इट्स जोवर, इट्स जोवर। टैब दबाओ, एक सेकंड, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है, उसकी स्क्रीन से नहीं, मेरी स्क्रीन पे दिखाओ। जो पिंग करके मारा है ना चीचू ने। इनका एक चीज मैंने देखा है, ये बिना पिंग किए नहीं मारते, थोड़ा सा डिले होगा चलेगा। फिंगर स्लीव्स है कुछ। चाहते रहे ऐसा शिवाय। माफ करो साशी भाई, थोड़ा डॉलर भिजवा दो, आपके बारे में कभी कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा। हो गया जी जूस। वीणगी क्या लगता है 10 राउंड निकालेगा भाई? भूल के भी नहीं। ओ भाई सेकंड भाई, ये थोड़ा पहले हो जाता तो अच्छा रहता। थोड़ा पहले हो जाता तो मजा आता थोड़ा। निक भाई को अलग मजा आ रहा है वॉच पार्टी देखने का। मेरे को खाली देखने का है हैशटैग फिफ्थ पे कौन रहता है, बिकॉज फिफ्थ वाले के जो पॉइंट्स है ना स्ट्रीम पे गई, वो फिफ्थ और सिक्स के बहुत कम डिफरेंस पे है। ठीक, अरे रे जेकन भाई तुड़तुड़ी लेके भाग गए। ठीक है, समझ गया समझ गया। प्लांट क्या है? ठीक है, आप मेंबर्स के लिए स्टिकर बनाओ। बनाने बनाने यार, रुको, मेंबर्स के लिए स्टिकर का भी एक कार्य समाप्त करते हैं। ये गेम के बाद, ये गेम के बाद है ना खेलते। खोंग खोंग इको थ्रिफ्टी जीतेंगे। ओके, टेंसू गेट्स 2, टेंसू गेट्स 3। स्टिकर से मजा आ रहा है, आप मेंबरशिप लो पहले तो समझिएगा। मैं स्टिकर्स बनाता है, मेरे को मैं स्टिकर्स अच्छी बनाता है। आज दोपहर में बैठ के स्ट्रीम के बाद या कुछ करके बनाते। फोटोशॉप आता ही है, थोड़ा बहुत तो आता ही है, 4 माना टेंस ने। सासी भाई के साथ सच्ची बुरा हुआ भाई। सासी भाई ब्रह्मांड में झूल रहे। सॉरी सैसी भाई, सॉसी भाई, वो कब आए हो? वो पिस्टल जीते होते तो राइट नाउ 7-10 पे बैठा होता गेम। जो पिस्टल में हगास मचाया है। अब यहाँ पे देखो कितना बेटर खेल रहा है ये ओमन ए पे। ओमन प्लेइंग ऑन ए, यहां से आएगा पैरानोया इफ समथिंग हैपेंस। वन वेज पे वन वेज टपाया जा रहा है, ए मेन का कंट्रोल डिनाई किया जा रहा है। हो गया भाई, टेंस मर गया। ओके, सेकंड स्टेपिंग अप। भाई ये जीते तो मेरे को खर्चा करना पड़ जाएगा रे। नाइस, स्टिल नाइस, टाइम बाय कर रहे। बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया, गुड शिट गुड शिट गुड शिट गुड शिट सेंस। अभी तक के लिए तो अच्छा था। 6 मोर, 1 at a time, 6 more. I'm not saying anything, but yeah. कहाँ जा रहे हो ऑब्जर्वर भैया?
That market.
गेम साउंड म्यूट था क्या इतनी देर से? मैं तो देखो ईयरफोन्स के बिना सुन रहा हूँ, इसके लिए मेरे को समझ नहीं रहा। अब 2 मिनट में देखोगे तो नहीं बढ़ेगा निक भाई। हो सकता है, हो सकता है। आई एम नॉट सेइंग एनीथिंग।
SEN are playing with fire.
Yeah, persistent team too. I mean, they've been in spots like this. Maybe not exactly like this where they're forced to come back, but
I mean, the beginning of this year in the off-season, they actually pulled off a 10-2 comeback on their attack side on Sunset. That was like the first glimmer at the very beginning of the year that SEN were taking the off-season seriously and looking like they could win games in difficult spots.
Yeah.
That ended up culminating months later in a trophy at Madrid. They can do these kind of things, but it's not consistent, and really, it shouldn't be possible.
On a stage like this as well, when there's never been more pressure. And this is a trap play if I've ever seen one. Paranoia sweeps.
Oh.
With the sheriff in hand, chewing up the Sentinels players. Not many options.
Run away if they are fighting.
Blinded up, spike dropped down into the laps of EDG. This is exactly what we were talking about. There is no room to breathe when there's up to 12 rounds. EDG can feel it. Spike picked back up, earns itself. Sassy a lot to adjust and overcome. Tens is down and out.
Run away,
EDG. They end it all. They take it over that line, and they break.
Bro, Sentinels just played bad. Actually, Sentinels just played bad in the last game. Sorry, फट रहा है गुस्सा, but फट गया भाई। इतना गंदा कौन खेलता है? अबे अगर वो फाइट कर रहे हैं 4 बंदे तो पीछे आ जाओ ना, ए चले जाओ। पहला मैप जीतने के बाद स्नोबॉल किया है। EDG जीत गया। They are in the upper seed now. Fuck. अब VLR पे देखते हैं उनको उनको छोड़ो VLR पे दिखाता हूँ मैं तुमको क्या हुआ है. अब यहाँ पे लेवाइथन जाएगी, नीचे हेरिटिक्स जाएगी. गेम हो गया है सेंटिनल्स वर्सेस फनाटिक का 18 तारीख को. दैट मींस टुमारो. हम सेंटिनल्स वर्सेस फनाटिक सोच रहे थे इन द फाइनल्स. अपर ब्रैकेट वाले का सीन सही है भाई. जीतते जाओ आगे जाते जाओ, जीतते जाओ आगे जाते जाओ. यहाँ पे इनको ये भी जीतना पड़ेगा, ये भी जीतना पड़ेगा, तब जाके ग्रैंड फाइनल में एंट्री मिलेगी. अब एडीजी को सिर्फ एक और जीतना है ग्रैंड फाइनल जाने के लिए. Now EDG just have to win one to move into the grand finals. और वहीं अगर सेंटिनल्स या फनाटिक किसी को पहुंचना है, देन सेंटिनल्स को 2 जीतने हैं, 3 जीतने हैं. सॉरी, सेंटिनल्स को 3 जीतने हैं, DRX को 3 जीतने हैं, फनाटिक को 3 जीतने हैं. और अगर हेरिटिक्स लेवाइथन में से किसी को पूछना है तो उनको सेन और फनाटिक में तो सेन ही जीते भाई. आज का गेम देख के मेरे को नहीं लग रहा, सॉरी, आज का गेम देख के तो मेरे को बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा. मक्का मतलब ये वीक में सिर्फ कल वॉच पार्टी है, उसके बाद सीधा फ्राइडे. द फक, दैट मींस मंडे टू थर्सडे कुछ नहीं है भाई. मंडे टू थर्सडे की कुछ प्लानिंग करनी पड़ेगी. साला 3 घंटा चले. Anyways, till the time map 2 begins. Till the time map 2 begins. हम यहाँ शक्ल हमारी लगाते हैं, थोड़ा लॉगिन करते हैं. उसमें गिव अवे कर देना. क्या गिव अवे कर दूं? अच्छा हुआ अभी शेन नहीं जीता, नहीं तो 1200 1300 1500 का फटका और पड़ता. जितना भी 1600 का है, कितने का है वो, 1600 1700 का फटका और पड़ता मेरे को. प्ले क्यों नहीं हो रहा भाई? भाई प्ले इज नॉट हैपनिंग. क्या सीन है बॉस? अब वालो आप, ये एक और बचा है ना. अभी तो लेवाइथन का एक गेम बचा है ना. कहाँ? अच्छा खुल रहा है. रुको रुको. सीन विंडो कैप्चर बंद, गेम कैप्चर चालू. भाई 4 और 5 के पॉइंट्स में कितना गैप है? हाँ अच्छा खासा, डबल के जितना, डबल के जितना गैप है। नाइट मार्केट आ गया, तुम लोग को नाइट मार्केट में वीडियो में ही दिखाऊंगा। नाइट मार्केट सस्पेंस बना के रखते हैं। चलो आज का स्टो निक भाई दिला रहे हो? इसे भी जज का एक स्किन चाहिए था। नाइट मार्केट खोल चुका हूं मैं, ये कोई दिला रहा है तो बताओ भाई। टीएच को सपोर्ट करना प्लीज। लेव जीतेगा तब ठीक है। एक एस्केलेशन खेलते हैं नाइट मार्केट सस्पेंस में। भाई ये यूनिकॉर्न वाला बंडल दिला, इसका क्या करूं मैं?
मैच फाउंड।
पर वो भी 4000 का है। 4500 का है दोस्त, उससे बेटर तो ये दिला दो 2000 का है। एस्केलेशन बहुत टाइम के बाद ऐसा खेलने में मजा आएगा रे।
Warm up.
ये स्प्लिट मैप हम मौका छोड़ के चली जस्ट रियलाइज मेरे पास तो पैसा ही नहीं है। अरे पैसा आ जाएगा, पैसे का क्या है, पैसा कम है। फाइट फ्यूल लगा के लेफ्ट में होगा। भाई ये क्या पकड़ो ये? हाय ब्रो पड़ गए, मेरे को लगा तो नहीं पड़ गए। सब मार लो। कैंसिल तो है। अरे आज तक रेस नहीं खेला हूं मैं। क्राउच कर गया रे भाई। तुझे रेस नहीं आता? हाँ मैं खेलता ही। मैं फिनिक्स खेलता, नियॉन खेलता, एरेना खेलता, स्मोक एजेंट, काफी सारे। रेस और जेट अपने सुनाओ पर ट्राई भी नहीं करना। वो वाले फेज पे पहुंच गए कि अब ट्राई भी नहीं करना। अभी तो ओपन नहीं करता मैं। कर गया मैं। ये क्या अभी भी इसमें ये पागल है क्या? इसको सेज भी नहीं आता। क्यों भाई? सेज तो अच्छा खेला हूँ मैं। आता है मेरे को सेज। अरे सेज बोलने जैसा एजेंट है क्या? एस्ट्रा भी कभी कभी खेलता हूँ बट एस्ट्रा ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, लेकिन एस्ट्रा ठीक ठाक आता है मेरे को। नंबर एनएच के लॉल ना 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 मार तो रहा हूँ। काफी है। अरे ये फैंटम पुंटम लेके आ रही है। और किसी पे बचा ओडिन? One 29. तबड़क तबड़ी 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 मार्शल मस्त मार दिया मार्शल तो बची आ गई। One 22. मैं बीजीएमआई पे ये नहीं करता था, पता है, स्नाइप वाइप नहीं करता था। जेट स्लीपिंग ये अपने को कितना भी करवा लो, ये अपने को भूल आता है। थोड़ी है ना। वो बढ़िया भाई, खतरनाक है मेरे। अबे एस्केलेशन में यही तो मजा है, कोई भी एजेंट को कुछ भी मिलता है। इधर ही बैठूंगा, आएगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो भी ठीक है। वो शॉर्टी से कैसा मर रहे हैं? अबे मेरे लौंडे शॉर्टी से कैसा मर रहे हैं? जगह ही नहीं थी कुछ करने की, तो क्या करता? आंख मारो क्लासिक से।
Enough. Snuff out.
पहली बार राइट क्लिक चिपका है। सीधा मुंह में डैशिंग किया। ये नहीं पड़ी किसी को। अबे ओमन डैशिंग करते हुए क्या लग रहा है अबे? क्या हुआ गेम का क्या सीन? गेम का क्या सीन?
One another here, and I'm excited to see them clash in the server.
I still remember when Rians was not in our region because he was still in Turkey and he would grind. So what he says about ranked is 100% true. Like this kid grinded so freaking hard that he's gotten to where he is today.
Yeah, you got to put in that work, you know what I mean? And when you put in that work, the results pay off. And who knows, maybe one day someone's watching a stream right now, they playing Sova could end up on that stage. You never know. But speaking of, though, young players who find themselves on stage and now on the precipice of greatness, you also have, well, Mini Boo. And actually a tale of two Mini Boos here, because what's really fascinating about this Mimi is that Mini Boo started off in the groups, was a little, weak, was a little quiet, but then in the playoffs, I really felt like just came online.
Yeah, he was really rough in the group stage.
How FNC lost this? एक और क्वेश्चन, FNC के हारने का एक ही कारण, भाई केजे नहीं चलता, साइफर ही चलाना पड़ेगा। तुम अल्फा को केजे पकड़ा दोगे, क्या करोगे?
He wasn't with them when they went on their run in Shanghai, and now he's coming into the biggest event of the year. But what matters is that his team had him, and they got him to the playoffs, and here he has stepped up big time and found that form he was showing back home in Europe.
I think also another big thing about Miniboo is that especially at the beginning of the year when everybody was praising him for very good reasons, he was playing a lot of the Neon, right? He was so impressive and such a pain in the ass to play against. You would hear that from every single player that had been competing for years, that playing against him, it was very complicated. But throughout this tournament, still, we have not seen him picking up that agent. We saw some changes here and there, but I feel like he needs that kind of confidence to bring up his A game.
Yeah, and that's true, right? But as you had mentioned, he's got that support system behind him, right? And they all know how to dig themselves out of hole. Like, for example, right, we could talk about round 24 on Abyss from that Fnatic match that we saw. And, Heretics, right, doing a great job of really stopping the bleeding and giving themselves a fighting chance and winning.
Yeah, Fnatic was going back into the game. They knew exactly how to take it far, to take it to that third map after that crushing defeat on the first map. But when we think about that round and that superiority that Fnatic already had getting the kills, how Rians just brings everything back, how they managed to take it always one step forward.
Yeah, I mean, this game was a masterclass from Team Heretics to start. Mountain number one, so dominant up against Fnatic. I don't think anyone could have seen it going this way. They were playing at their peak, and then they almost let it slip. But while Team Heretics is defined by the preset stuff, by how good boost calling is, they do have rounds like this, and this tournament, it has almost all been about Rians and how massive he has been in those clutch moments. Remember, this team is mostly made up of rookies. This is Rian's first year playing at Tier 1. These are his first international events, and this is his first Champions playoffs. And he's putting up rounds like that against a team who has done it all on these stages.
The thing is, when you think about a Tier 2 in EMEA, and you think about the some of the leagues, some of these are crap. Like, you would see them play, and on an individual level, you cannot beat them. And this is where they spend most of their time developing their skills. You already have that individual level, and you put a staff behind, like Neil and Weber, and you get an IGL like Boo. It is impossible that you do not get this result.
Yeah, it is truly
She looks Indian.
What we've seen from this Heretics lineup. But for more on that win over Fnatic, here's actually the IGL Boo with an Omen player moment.
Hello, my name is Bo and I'm playing for Team Heretics. I think the whole game felt really good except for Abi's defense. There were some rounds that we had, it was criminal to lose, I would say, but we did. And yeah, I mean, it cost us like, you know, overtime and stuff, but once we got the last round and got overtime, I knew we were gonna win it. So yeah, in general, it's a good feeling for sure, like getting top 6, no losses, amazing.
Like they go, looking to achieve at least half. They're going to get that, but then now there needs to be a fight back here. Wait, he's still there, he's still defusing. Gets half, Benji! I told you this guy can clutch. Oh, and he's still doing it! Almost all himself, and they fall!
I think when people rank IGLs or coaches especially, like nobody knows. Only inside the team people know what they actually do. Only people that play with them can actually, you know, say it objectively. But I'm not looking to become the best IGL. I'm looking to become better IGL than I am right now. It's just about improving and learning. So next time it's gonna be better. And like even if we will win or something, like it's not gonna stop. I hope that the hunger to improve is not gonna stop.
And you know, when you talk about how things were for Heretics and how Miniboo, you know, needed his team to rally behind him, fascinatingly enough, you could say the same thing about Aspas on Leviathan because it was a little bit of a similar situation. Yes, Aspas had his moments of brilliance, but
भाई बेंजी का डर है बस और आज आसपास चल गए अरे बोल रहा हूँ मैं डर बेंजी का है बाकी कुछ नहीं
always has a lot of pressure on him because of the level of play he brings to the table.
Yeah, but his team was excellent.
I'm scared of a single guy.
The rest of these guys had big step-ups to compensate. Tex and Mazzino in particular were excellent in that regard. And this is why people consider this team a super team, right? You see these stats from Aspas, you know, they don't look too bad, but by his metrics,
मेरे इसमें गाइस देखो एक चीज तुम लोग से 47 हो स्टार्ट रेट अच्छा है because you guys are communicating 25 मिनट एवरेज वॉच टाइम भाई that is something crazy
how good Aspas is sometimes, but just the depth
yes,
of raw mechanical skill on this team is
आपको WhatsApp पे कुछ मैसेज किया जाके वो देखो
And when we think about
हाँ रे जरा ये इधर आया ना मैं गाँव
a lot of it was on individual level, like the duels that they were taking.
तो आप कौन सा शहर में रहते हो आप रहते भी तो गाँव में ही हो
against them.
अच्छा पनवेल भी गाँव है ना
Like if both of the teams bring their A game, this is going to be #1 entertainment.
अभी किधर है
Look at the predictions real quick before we
अभी
send it over to
नांदगांव
the stage
मुरुड
because I mean, even for us, right, this was a tough one to call. I mean, let's ignore that first column. But, you know, let's look at the bottom. And
yeah,
on the bottom, I feel like everyone, you know, no one knows, right, like where to go. I went with Heretics. I feel like they're playing some of the best Valorant right now. Like, they dig deep. So that's why I went with Heretics.
During the entirety of China, I voted against Heretics. It took them to the final. So the other day, I promised Benji that I would keep doing that and it would take them to the final as well. So I'm never predicting an EMEA team again. I'm just saying that.
I think it's a close game, but I think that LEV are almost guaranteed to get to play Icebox this series, where they have looked uncontested against the other teams here.
दूसरा कौन सा ये रे सर बोलने के लिए सर्वर AFK में बोल सकते हैं ना
नहीं
massive amount of experience.
वेटिंग लॉबी में जाओ ना
वेटिंग
लॉबी इधर भेज रहा है
I have them
वेटिंग लॉबी चले जाओ नहीं तो म्यूजिक में चले जाओ
And a lot on the table, a lot to prove. Remember, winning here takes you to that top 3, and both of these teams won that more than anything.
We already saw EDG make history. Can Heretics do it again? Can Leviathan push forward? Let's go ahead and bring out the teams and get this match started.
अरे ये क्या सीन है
रुक जा तुम लोगों को कुछ देता हूँ मैं AFK में बोल सकते हो तुम लोग एक सेकंड नीचे जा हाँ बात इसमें बात नहीं कर सकते लेव इज कमिंग आउट हेलो हेलो permissions
It's a classic Americas versus EMEA battle, but it's also much more than that. For Heretics, it's an opportunity for them to get right back to where they were after Shanghai, at the top of the mountain. And then for Leviathan, let's not forget, this is a team with 2 world champions, and on top of that, they're here to try and push further and further. But Kakuka, we see the series layout. You got Icebox, you have Lotus, and then you have Haven right at the end.
एक मिनट गाइस इसको रोल दे देता हूँ आराम से बैठिए मेरे लौंडे ना
They're cooking. I have a feeling they're cooking.
क्या बात नहीं कर पा रहा ना
It has to to be something
Hello?
related to
नहीं ये बोल पा
एक
रहा
मिनट रुक
are going to need some
चेंज
answers.
कर दो रूल्स
Actually, Chef Boo is cooking. All right.
क्या है
that's what
रूल्स
I
का
mean.
They
ऑप्शन
have
क्या है
to
भाई
have some kind of plan cooked up. They do not play Haven very often. The last time in the lower
Haven बहुत
final
गंदा
of
है।
EMEA, lost to Vitality. They've never
बहुत
had
गंदा।
outstanding performances on that map. So there has to be something prepared there. But where we're starting is Icebox, and this is home territory for
And you said we were going
Leviathan.
to see it, more than likely.
रुक जाइए कभी
This
बना
might
लेते
mean that Ninivo goes on that Neon because they did change the
Banao.
composition when we moved on to the playoffs. Maybe this
Banana.
is the time to swap things around. Maybe it's a change of tempo for him as well.
For Icebox or for Haven?
Icebox.
For Icebox, I wasn't
Yeah.
being like
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, but you good call though, good call.
This is just-
I mean, that is fascinating, and honestly, this is really just going to be
जा नीचे जा
quite interesting to see how this
हाँ,
breaks
जा।
down. What
ये
is the
squad
game plan
बनाया
for
उसने
Heretics,
ना?
I guess, in the long
Squad,
run?
okay.
It's going to be interesting to see. Leviathan has
इसमें you
been
can
so
speak now.
nebulous this
हाँ,
year.
इसमें you can
It's
speak.
impossible to place their
It really
form.
is.
When you think they're going to be great, they flop. That's what happened in Shanghai. Going out in the first
अभी enjoy
round
कर।
for a squad so
But
many.
then they win America's stage
भागो
two
नीचे,
in the
भागो
playoffs,
दोनों।
and you're like, this team looks like the best team in the world.
But by contrast, Team Heretics with a sub at that very same event, Masters Shanghai.
इन दोनों को ऊपर नीचे करने में मेरी जिंदगी ऊपर नीचे हो जाएगी। पहला बुंड है ना, लेट्स गो। आइसबॉक्स है, मेरे को लगा था बाइंड है। हाँ बाय द वे बाइंड पे कौन केजे खेलता है? क्या लगता है गाइस? ऑस्पॉस चलेगा? Game begin.
Here would be a disservice. They are exceptionally strong on this map. We have to wait and see how it looks for them today. Doritex, second time is always a little bit better. We're getting curious, and he's dead.
Okay.
Very dead. Aspas happily going to take him away. Sheriff in his hands, always scary. Again for Aspas, looking to see him activate here. Another great map for him. And that head-to-head with Miniboo is something going to be on our forefront of our minds. Oh, a little bit of a re-swing.
Okay,
Nice
Benji.
from
Whoa.
Benji. Aspas
मैं बोला ना, मेरे को डर एक ही बनने का डर है।
But he's given them a chance, and it's now 2v2 the spam.
स्पैम में 90 HP खा गया उसकी।
Pause. Slow it down, 40 seconds. They've got time to play with, and Aspas, he's already getting over towards B.
Now he's going to develop a little bit. Aspas down to only 10 HP, so yes, he'll get that spike planted.
30 seconds left.
But it's all on King and his positioning here. How is he going to deal with the rotation from Team Heretics? They're going to move together. Dart's going to come off cooldown before they go for this retake. The HP is there for the side of Team Heretics, but Sheriffs purchased up for Team Leviathan. And only 100 HP on these players. So
Yeah.
it's 2 body shots.
Oh, this is important.
Spots one.
Spot made.
Standing ahead.
And it's actually Aspas that was the one
Planted.
that planted the spike, and he makes
gone
his
around
way
the world.
around the world. But no splash damage to be able to get on that spike.
This is sick, though. They don't expect it. The timing's so good for Aspas. If he can just check on the spike, that's a great shot. That's a perfect follow-up for King. Aspas willing
Well played.
His body on the line for that trade as well. Lev walk away with the first. They kept
well played.
Under what got a very dangerous situation with Benji finding those three.
Big effort from Benji out the gates. Maybe a little bit misplayed from that entire push sequence, starting from that with that dizzy. Not enough follow-up. And what we're going to see from this entire game right now is because they have that Viper Harbor just double controller setup, they can continuously put up and down walls, use cascades. That Viper Orb placement towards the back of A site as well is going to be crucial. It's on Team Heretics to make sure that their timing and spacing is pivotal. First to fall.
Love that. Love that. Punishing any attempt. And I want to see this from Lev. I want to see that dangerous Lev. They've been a little hit and miss throughout this so far. Obviously that upset earlier on in the groups. Looking to recover, and they're doing so very well here. Step by step, clearing out the A site. Still a couple of threats there. Sheriff's in hand. That's going to be Miniboo and Rien, so Rien's now no Tex takes down Miniboo. Beautifully done for Lev. That's 5 standing. That's dreamy.
Nice flawless round, gonna help that economy situation. But as I look to these two teams, yes, this is gonna be a battle for Team Heretics right now. The best map picks for them. But if you take a look at a form from both teams recently coming into this event, they were teams that were just destroying 2-0 constantly throughout the year. But in the stage 2 area, including playoffs, they looked like they were dropping maps here and there, both these teams. But to get to this stage, in this Champs tournament right now, they're both the heavy hitters. This is going to be a huge test.
Yeah, bonus here for Lev, so going to be looking at the Vandal that's still with Aspas. And bits and bobs around it, so certainly poses enough of a threat, and I feel like we're going to be seeing this A site basically the entire time. A little bit of a lurk from King, kind of keeping control on the other side, so no overconfidence or I guess assumptions can be made if you're Heretics. They can't always assume.
Drone se wo dikha nahi hai
They do so. Aspas, again, renowned for his entry work. The guy is genuinely a joy to watch. But for now, it's going to be Tex.
Tex playing that Outlaw is crazy.
Quick rotation.
It's all on Boo here at the back of the site. Dart on Calm though. He's going to catch him, force him out of the position. He needs to back away. He needs to value his life. 4 versus 5 is winnable. That spike's going to get planted. He cannot stop it, not with that Cove up.
Nah, nothing to be done about
Tex pagal ho gaya kya?
This bonus looking like pretty much on the money here. They're in the post plant. They've got all the bodies here. And Aspas leading the charge again. Finally put to bed by Boo, but it's Rien's and Boo to try and clear all of this space. They've got util for the post plant. Tex can create a fortress around him by Yellow. And this Outlaw already been spot on. I think a tag there, yeah. Rien's is barely breathing. Boo's trying to do some work, but it's Tex.
Tex being Tex, using that Outlaw like an operator.
Stunning work. Lev going to be over the moon with converting that bonus.
Nice shooting there, Tex. But an early death from Benji Fishy down at middle. That was the thing that opened up.
Bro, he's just using it like an operator. He's just one-shotting it with that cage. Turret. वो turret 12-13 HP खाता है. 18 HP. एक गोली मारता है मर जाते हैं बंदे.
Perfect players for this as well. Tex is very strong at taking those individual duels if you unleash him around middle.
I mean, Tex is 7-1 currently. He's absolutely coming in on point, on form, and this could be another farming opportunity. Light armor everywhere, Sheriffs, yes. They're going to hear this. They should be pretty aware of what's maybe around that corner, so I hope to see a very diligent, cautious approach from Lev without leaving it too late.
Pretty good read on the situation. Boo's got that deep line towards B, jump spotting, till he gets pressed off that issue. Team Heretics is going to keep the stack. They had this on pistol round. Benji got 3.
ये फिर मार देगा Tex 2-3.
But Lev is peeling off.
Guys, मेरे को actually message आया. It's very disturbing. I can't reveal it right now. क्या है मैं बताऊंगा. It's related to that case.
Boo can't progress.
Disturbing message. I am thinking about it.
Yeah, they can't rotate. They're still holding players here. That's nice from Boo, but one's all you're going to get. A big trade from Aspas, and Tex just hunting. He's out and about looking for any potential victims, but they've somewhat passed by already. up towards kitchen as the plant comes in from Azino.
Oi!
Oh, mini boo, just a shot in the dark.
Fine.
Yeah, straight up blind. The Dizzy Flash going to be in play. Aspas got to be cautious. Forced to fall away. 30 seconds. Suddenly, we're in a little bit of trouble here. And he's got no way out of this safely.
30 seconds left.
But where does the spike go? Looking to alleviate some of the pressure. Tex is unleashed in middle. But there's Util to hold him back. But he's trying to be a problem, be a nuisance. They've got bodies on the site still. Aspas down at 57. Trying to take point for his side.
Nahi yaar.
He's turning attention. 10 seconds now. They got to get a kill.
Boo could have got that.
Aspas creates safety, but there's danger above as Rien's could be the disaster. Waiting to strike.
ठीक है. आसपास में बूढ़ बचाई.
Time is going to be tight. They got the
Huh?
so close, but not close enough. Mini boo.
Bro,
Shots, but
how?
the round was the important part.
Massacred, thrifty there because no trust in the teammate to cover, and it didn't even need to get the kill, just needed to drop down out of the site there. Enough panic in the situation. This is where you need to value
भाई भरोसा रखना बंदे पे.
off the plant, you lose. You need to trust your teammate, and if their teammate can't cover you, it's unlucky. But if you get off, this is what happens.
How can you not have faith in Aspas doing what he, like, out of all the players? You have to be rock solid in your faith. But now, though, we go back to business. It was a thrifty conversion. Heads back in the game here for LEV. Lots of ults to play with, seeing Aspas invest his into this round. 3 players in response, though, coming over from Heretics. We are going to see as well the Harbor ult on top of that. Aspas trying to take space over by screens. Pixel spotted, and maybe a victim found. Not going to get the fight he wants, and Heretics peel away. Okay, Rienz, you got to back yourself in some fights, I guess, but that one...
Swatted like a fly.
King's still on the side, though, and Heretics getting closer now, trying to hold the line, though. King delivers 2 bodies, puts him to bed, Confirm up on top. Nice little spray, and it gets it done. LEV instantly correct the course. A mistake made, but made up for in the following round.
That was must needed for Leviathan as well to be able to come back into this, losing around this fashion that they did. Being able to come back and win this next round, it actually makes a big difference here. Yes, they got the first death in the round. It's a 4 versus 5, but these positions pushed up with that lockdown pressure as well. It's just forcing all of these players from Team Heretics to run around, not really fight together at all, and it's going to really affect their economic situation right now. Economy in shambles, a few sheriffs and a vandal on the board. They're getting their ultimates online now. It's going to be so hard to be able to use them as well. LEV pumping the brakes, not doing a fast opening here. We've seen them deny the pressure towards A. Now we see them deny info towards B.
But it's all about timing, and maybe Benji gets it this time.
Just holding his off angle, biding his time. The rotation from Heretics coming back to that A site.
They can gamble stack it. They're on Sheriffs. The big rifle is with Rienz. But beyond that, Sheriffs and hope, pretty much. I don't think he saw what was around that corner, but Benji getting curious down tube again. Silence across the map, hard to read.
It's going to be a very tense situation here as soon as first contact is made.
They get enough of a read on that. Maybe just feeling the pressure, but they're close. They're already so close. Deeper towards Maze. Rienz, again, he is the one to watch here, the one with the rifle. LEV cautiously and carefully taking step by step towards the site. You're looking at Rienz closing on the gap, but his Kings take away Miniboo. The support system starting to fall. Couldn't get the follow-up, and LEV should knock this down. This is security, and it is. There's a reason they are this strong on this map. Heretics yet to fully make an impact here.
Heretics needs to find an impact, and fast. They have so many ultimates up in the board, but they're bleeding rounds. And yes, this map skews slightly towards that attack side. It's easy to pick up those rounds, especially when you're push pulling so easily with the double controllers. But Heretics, they're not hitting their shots. And it sounds really vague, but they're also not fighting together.
Individual, they're isolated. It just feels like they're overwhelmed on these sites.
Whereas if you flip it on the other side, if you look through the lens of Leviathan right now, they're moving together. They're making sure that they're taking the time. As soon as those walls go up, they move together. And anytime someone's taking a fight, it is traded at the very worst, except for that.
Let's go, Lev, let's go.
an absolute upper hand here.
It's a big test for Heretics. They had to have known that this was going to be the map that's in here. They know that they're not strong on the map. So it's all a matter of how are they going to approach this map? How are they going to deal with it if LEV does pick it up? It needs to be in their understanding. This is likely going to be a loss for us. We have not shown that we're strong on this map, but how are we going to rebound for the next maps to come back? And for a rookie team like this,
it's tricky.
It's very tricky.
And I mean, their form mostly got brought into question when we were talking best of fives, longer series. That was a bit of a different situation, but this, we'll see how it affects them. For now, though, LEV still need to, you know, stay the course. They still need to be able to stick the landing on this. Heretics are no slouches. I can't stress that enough. I think Rien's was a sharp reminder of that in some of the previous series. The guy was monstrous, but hard to get things going. And once again, LEV, traditional start.
Oh, whoa.
To approach towards that A site. And really, as it stands, only one dedicated. It's going to be Woot hit.
So important for him to get one and live, or just live. Wait for the team to come in. We were just highlighting how LEV is so shoulder to shoulder, getting those trades. Team Heretics has been so spread apart. It's one thing if they're hitting their shots, but right now, LEV is getting the better of them.
And the tempo feels nice from LEV here. And Rien's, I mean, wants to try and deny easy access, but just a hop, skip, and a jump, and it makes no effect.
This is all a ruse, though.
And they're biting on it.
अब KJLT नहीं आएगी.
Benji spot anything.
But Benji's got his lockdown. This is going to be very difficult for LEV to be able to do anything. They're coming back to A. Just a fake pump back to B. Get spotted. Come back into A. The site is free. The Viper's Pit covers that plant spot. Mini-Boo.
They're playing them like a fiddle. They are absolutely running rings around them. Free site plant. We're looking at the retake, though. It's kind of always postured for Heretics in that.
KJLT नहीं आएगी.
Yeah, Tex though trying to catch that rotation. Perfect. Big delivery on towards Boo.
Harbor ने भी ult मार दी अपनी.
Keep this clean. 5 still alive for LEV.
If Com gets one. If Com gets one. No. Com gets two.
Com on top. 2 kills. Aspas still holds. And it's all on Woot in a 1v2. Problems left and right, and they're going to know where he is. He might be just dead.
Yasin.
He seems to have lost track of where they are.
उनको एक सर्वर उनको एक ये बना के दिया, VC बना के दिया, तुम बैठो भाई.
And we're seeing it round by round.
अब देखो watch party.
It's so difficult to deal with the double
खत्म कर दे फट लेव जीता के खत्म कर दे.
लेव TH में कौन जीतेगा?
लेव जीत रहा है one side.
And then shifting to the other, the double fakes, the pumps.
It's
really catching Team Heretics off guard. And right now, the only real way to
लेव पे ही
handle
लगा
this is if you had a jet with an off trying to pick them off as they walk around the map.
Nice round.
They don't have that jet. It's hard to use some verticality. They're losing these rounds.
टॉटी किया है भाई, टॉटी किया, कुछ नहीं. मेरे को एक बात बता.
I guess
टेंस को ए पे क्यों नहीं खिलाया? पूरे गेम में टेंस ए नहीं खेला.
Fraudulent as a play-by-play card to say, if anything, we kind of expected it to be.
वो अकेला कितना खेल सकता है?
अरे ऐसा नहीं, समझ एक चीज. मार्केट खेल रहा था, इतनी देर से मार्केट खेल रहा था. स्विच करके मार्केट से एमेन खिला के ट्राई कर दे. वहां से पैरानॉय और ब्रीच के स्टन का कॉम्बो कर दे. तो शायद सेकंड को मारने मिलता.
साइड नहीं ले रहे थे. साइड ऐसे ही दे रहे थे.
साइड दिए जा रहे थे. मैं कितनी बार मैं खुद यही एनालाइज किया ना. भाई रीटेक हो ही नहीं पाएगा, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. उनके पास एजेंट्स थे रीटेक रोकने के लिए. कायो है, सोवा है.
ठीक है, होने के बाद आ जाओ.
वैलो आएंगे.
चलो वैलो भी नहीं.
तो क्या आएंगे?
मार्केट.
वो खेलना है. वैलो रात में खेलते हैं, फिर थोड़ी देर खेलते हैं ना. बहुत टाइम हो गया.
नहीं PRP आएगा तो वैलो कैसे खेलेंगे?
5 हो जाएंगे ना.
बट PRP के पास वही नहीं वैलो.
अरे तेरी मेरी ठीक है.
आज नो वैलो डे भाई.
क्या आज नो वैलो डे? साला मेरे को कितना दिन हो गया वैलो खेल के.
हमको तो महीना हुआ है.
तो वही बोल रहा हूँ, थोड़ा खेलते हैं.
ना अभी शॉप बड़ा करने का ये मन है.
अच्छा मेरा वाला दुकान.
आपका नबील का किसका? हम लोग क्या खेलना ही है.
जो चिल गेमर्स वाला दुकान है वो बड़ा कर दे.
चलेगा. डन.
आता हूँ मैं.
आ जाओ.
तब तक नबील वाला दुकान बड़ा कर लो तुम लोग.
हाँ आते.
No one's playing to them. There's nothing to be given. You have to take it yourself. And LEV not really feeling intimidated nor threatened by this. First shock dart invested.
Second.
And the second. And Mini-Boo is barely alive. Oh, that's a shot. but it may be all for nothing. A pixel out of play, sure, Boo could do some damage, but the time is the main factor again.
खुद भी मर जाएगा पर round.
This is perfect to watch. If anyone wants to learn how to play Icebox, watch this.
Big brain king, yep.
It requires a lot of teamwork. It looks so deceptive because you look at it, it looks easy, but everything is so important. The communication about when you want to move from this spot to another spot.
हाँ एक alt point के लिए इतना लिख के रखते हैं.
Respective positions at middle and at B to tell
But you see one thing, Com जो खेल रहा है ना आज भी, like people underestimate Com.
When their walls come off cooldown, when the dart comes off cooldown, finding that first pick onto Woot.
King का IGL is good.
410 there, walking up belt. Woot's not played there. That wasn't his first time up there. That was his second time. Oh, it's early Honey's Fury. Gotta be.
Surely?
He was looking for it.
Kind of.
Decided maybe not. Okay. Maybe not against the Neon who can just sprint away.
Yeah, that's fair. Boo.
नहीं लगा connect नहीं हुआ
I mean,
बढ़िया.
he's been supported now with some additional utility from Benji, but
2-3.
See how he deals with it. Yeah, it's the first time we've seen this like 2-3 split at least.
They're trying to force out a re-aggress from Team Heretics, but instead Team Heretics, they pop this.
देख लिया ना KJ को.
Spot one. They try to push and punish. They don't know what's 3 here though.
They're going to find out fast because they already saw the Harbor. They saw Mazzino earlier, but they found Com on the kill. So there is at least information there, and they're going to expect the follow-up. I like this proactivity, but there's still danger to this.
It was early enough in the round. 50 seconds now for LEV to be able to close out this round. 3 players for Team Heretics on the defense.
Take the contact. There should have been a trade on that. How is that disjointed? I thought that was on the
peeking.
They had it right, but apparently we were wrong all along. And now a 3v2. Couple of ults though here for
King by cow.
They're cautious. You can see it with Lev taking their time. Plant's going to come in. And once again, you look at this post plant. King's got util, as has Tex, and Aspax can just take point. He can just hold this.
Timing hua.
Timing. Okay, 2v2. Maybe. With the lockdown, this could be enough. But do they play forward? Do they fall back? Looks like forward is the answer for now. Tex getting interested, getting hungry, wants the kill. He finds the pointier end of the stick. Benji.
पीछे खेल भी नहीं सकते थे. Viper ulti aa
Round by
jati.
round is what Team Heretics is looking for here, and we can see them starting to warm up a little bit. That opening pick, it's a good start. Boo is starting to hit some shots as well.
Yeah.
It's not the first one that he's hit. Benji's had a couple of shots as well. But when we look at Team Heretics, who do we look for? We're actually looking at Rians and Woot a lot of the times, and maybe a little bit muted at the moment, not involved in the game as much. Good opening pick from Mini Boo, but in this 5 versus 4, they need to be converting these rounds way more clean. And right now, talked about Lev, shoulder to shoulder, getting those trades. See it again here, getting into this round. Comes down to 2 versus 2. But Team Heretics, they need to be able to understand this map a little bit better, and obviously it's one of their weakest maps, if not their weakest map outside of their permaban of Ascent. But they need to be able to fall back and make it so much harder for Lev. Early Hunter's Fury this time.
You wanted it before, now you're going to get it, but you can see the effect against the Neon. So hard to try and close that down, just skips away. Rien's got to be cautious, not get kind of spammed out here. He's kind of playing an obstacle course, it looks like. Nowhere feels safe, but once again, they're just putting bodies on this. There's 4 players here now, and they're not falling away from the site. There's 3 of them back site. This is about to become a death match. And Aspas, I kind of fancy his odds. All goes up though, and a couple more question marks, but Lev keeping control, trying to stay composed under all the chaos. But it's Woot to fall and King to deliver. Mazzino now holding that side, make sure they can't counter push, but it's come from on top to find 2. But Benji again, the one to try and keep them in this. But where do you put your money now? Boo up against Com. Spike is loose, 50 seconds, he plays ahead of it. Com, good intuition, but a better shot from Boo.
Boo, the in-game leader for the team, trying to show the rest of the team, this is what's up. Follow me into battle, and I'm going to take you to the promised land. But I like how Team Heretics is doing the defense. And we see how good Lev is good running in together. We see it from the perspective of Team Heretics right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's moving together. They're swinging 2, 3 at the same time, trying to get those trade outs. But what Team Heretics did better this round than the previous round is they're at the back of the site. They have their Viper wall isolating Lev. They put that Neon wall up. They're moving together. So step by step, getting better for Heretics, still trailing by 2.
Oh,
so gutsy. But you need this.
No, okay, he backs away. I was wondering if he was feeling really audacious, but it's Benji. This is an early test he hasn't had before. Tex this time beats his opposing number. So that's a massive pick at 1 minute 18. That's so early in the round.
And that's all the Sentinel abilities down as well.
थोड़ा chill करना था. थोड़ा आँखों को rest देने के लिए इधर-उधर आके फेरी हमने. फोन देखा 2 मिनट वापिस आ गए.
This might be counterproductive. That Hunter's Fury set up for Rians. He knows he could get some collateral damage here as soon as that spike gets tapped. But Heretics was basically off of the site, so Lev, they go and they get that plant.
There's Hunter's Fury.
Gets stalled out.
Yeah, and now a pre-take towards the site. This is nice, really well timed.
And he picks him off.
That's perfect from Rians. And I've got to say, credit to Wu and Miniboo for hitting that as the second that the Hunter's Fury came down. They're starting to get the tempo of this game. Finger on the pulse here, but the dangerous three still stand.
LEV जीतेगी. उस टाइम से LEV आ रही है.
Furious. Oh, big punish. Good trade as well. Great spacing. But it is Aspas.
Just time से बोला है ना. LEV जीतेगी.
A moment of respect here. Spike is left out of hand. Is there a way to divide? Oh, he's starting to go.
Okay.
10 seconds.
Okay.
A quick turn, he knows where he is. 7 seconds to play with. What does Boo do? He clutched before. And he's done it again.
Boo is doing incredible work for Team Heretics, keeping them alive. Multiple engagements in these clutches, back to back as well. He is pivotal for these guys. He's the in-game leader, and he's not known for being able to post up these huge numbers or get these huge rounds.
That's impact kills,
That is very high impact kills.
And give me the odds on that 1v1. And Aspas up against Boo 1v1 to clutch it out. Credit where it's due. This is 3 consecutive rounds. Maybe there is life in Heretics yet. You've got to say, Lev still lead by a good margin. They've shown a very good display, but there are answers being made by Heretics. They're getting that read on the game.
They're getting more confident.
Yes, and you can see it here. This time it's Benji winning that fight. Takes away Tex, and that was the trade out from the last round that went in Lev's favor. And now, they've got control here. They have this A-site control, finally.
I believe it was a little bit of a spam duel that Benji got the better. A killjoy diff at middle there. Boo. Valuing his life. Sees this orb.
Oh,
spam kill for him.
That's so nice. Just catching a second of King. He's trying to get towards yellow, but the plant's going to be coming through. Can he deny it? That's actually going to sting a little on Com there. Does get away. Aspas gets detained. Woot's on the way. Boo's going to find him, and now suddenly they're down to 2. Com and Mazzino. A wake-up call. This game ain't so easy. And Miniboo, I feel like he's kind of overcooked that a little bit, but luckily for him, it's only going to be Com in a 1v5. The defuse is happening, and Miniboo's toying with his dinner. Com trying to snag the win. And now we have a game on our hands. It got closer. Heretics woke up, and maybe there is more to be said about this one. A 5-7 scoreline is not out of the realms of reality here, Josh, but we still put our stock, our faith towards what we know, which should be Lev, but who knows how this one goes. Don't go anywhere.
Go guys. From break. बाद में करता हूँ इनके लिए 5-7
is it needs a lot of him to be involved.
Oh, Boo 31 HP गिर गया. Boo का iconic HP 69.
Certainly increases here, and a look towards B long, but the walk back towards A. Heretics slow and steady as they approach the A side.
LEV spread apart 2-1-2 setup, only 2 to defend on A site, and Calm would be the first point of contact here at Maze, but Rian's gonna pop that drone, follow it in. There's no Viper wall here. An orb still remaining for Boo. He pops this now. Looks like they're trying to get that spike planted on that wingman.
And Calm is completely outdone Heretics. Very clean there, actually. I thought they might have been a little bit dissuaded by the harbor wall coming through, but no, very well calculated on the way in. And now down to Aspas and King. They were the ones that were split quite far away. And Heretics not moving away from the site. Hard for any of the util to really force them away anyway. I don't think Aspas saw the pixels crossing through for Miniboot.
जब Heretics India आई थी ना,
difficult. It's just going to need belting shots really, and no one's
तब
giving.
मेरे को याद है Boo आया था.
One does go down. That's Miniboot, but you're right. Time is of the essence. Spots out Boo, but they don't know about the other three. This is so uphill, so arduous to try and turn around. Great work from Heretics, Josh. This was very well planned.
Round by round, Team Heretics has been crawling it back. And LEV, not sure if they use a timeout yet this game. They still should have 2 available if this game starts getting a little bit messy, a little bit scary for them. They came into this, one of their stronger maps, Ascent and Icebox being the top 2, trying to come in here, clean this, just take it just by storm.
Yeah.
But Team Heretics putting up a fight. LEV probably not prepared for this at the moment. If Heretics builds that confidence, if they're able to steal this map away,
that
it's going to be
things.
Oof.
Yeah, that suddenly becomes a whole new script gets written. As it stands, though, we're going to see the Sheriffs out. There's 3 in the hands of LEV, one with Aspas, one with Tex, and one with Mazzino.
Scary.
They've gone for a stack, all in 5. Heretics should go through their protocol list. You've got to hope. That should be 2 spotted. Wonder how much more gets revealed in the same moment.
Whoa.
And with no pressure over towards B, you're going to be adding question marks to what's around that corner.
They saw multiple players there, including Aspas. Benji starts his walk, securing the close space for his team, but I mean, the fast rotation, the pivot, mini boost sliding around the map. It's going to be an orb and a wingman plant here. That's where the Viper wall is. It's going to protect them. Calm. You're going to try to deny that plant? It's so difficult. You have to wait and play the retake. Still, King sits back, waits to see if it's a fake or not. Team Heretics actually didn't go for that plant. They still have that wingman, but now there's 4 players for LEV. This could get scary.
And I hate seeing it get to this 30 seconds. I mean, 30 seconds isn't so bad, but there is elements of danger. If the spike plant gets denied, if something goes a little topsy-turvy, it doesn't. As it stands, Com does go down. Goes to the hands of Benji's utility. Split at least 1 towards CT there. And they're in a very comfortable post plant. Looking at any utility to maybe take that out of position. Maybe Mazzino can invest a little, maybe Tex, but other than that, it is the weapons in hand. And Heretics drastically outgunning them here in this round. So, should be a formality. But Tex has something to say about the matter, as does Aspas. Can they dismantle the 2 players on the side? But you got to get going here. You got to get moving.
One more.
Aspas 10 HP, and he's still firing. Boo, though, it's where the buck stops with his son. Doesn't let him pass. Boo has been on the money.
Last half, LEV was able to secure and convert that bonus round. Now it's on Team Heretics to be able to do the same back to LEV and take the lead for the first time into this game. Right here, pushing up Team Heretics, getting in front of that harbor wall. They must have thought that they were going to get split apart there, so they wanted to play in front of that harbor wall to make sure that they play together. But the harbor wall was actually behind them. They didn't have to go for that push.
2 आ जाएंगे तेरे जैसे वो जर्सी में बेंजी.
Speaking of scrappy, bonus 3 rifles, 1 SMG and 1 sheriff. 1 away from Wootol, though, so that could be something they aim for here. Let's look at the early intent from Heretics. 3-2 split, but this time Aspas is on guard duty at B.
माफ करना LEV supporters, मैं LEV को support कर रहा था.
Dangerous position to be in.
the gun in the
इस
way.
वजह
You
से
couldn't
हेरिटेज
see it
जीती
particularly
है.
clearly.
माफ करना.
Does go down to Boo's. Had his number throughout this game in a couple of clutches, couple of ends of rounds. Boo has been the big man. Now with an early pick, they can pause here. Still about a minute to play with.
Such high risk play coming in from Lev right now. First Aspas, he goes down. Tex also stands tall.
Got to back yourself, I guess, but this is dangerous. And that owl drone could be actually dealt with. Perfect. The Dizzy does find him. Time to fall off. She tries to go back in, and the timing's just perfect.
Spacing.
Nice work from Tex to keep calm there. But Heretics righting the ship until then. Mazzino makes his stand on the site. Death from above with King, and suddenly Benji in a 1v2, but 30 seconds. And I told you once before about this guy, and I'll tell you it again. If he stands, there's always a chance, but does he predict Mazzino's reposition?
Benji thinks he's still back sight, but took the rope across silently. No idea.
But when does he consider it? When does he's got to think about it at some point? But timing is everything. 13 seconds. Mazzino's reposition was heaven sent.
Team Heretics falter. They had that opening pick on Aspas over at B. And we've seen this from Aspas. It's such a big risk to take in a moment like this where you play that 50-50 angle. You're against a bonus round here as well. Losing that round would have been huge. Just a really bad situation to be put in. But right now, Team Heretics, surely they lose the round, but that was the bonus. They're able to do a full purchase here, and they're keeping Lev really low on economy. What is Lev going to do to rebound from this? 4 Sheriffs and a Vandal coming into this next round here. And this is not the situation you want to be in, but still, with confidence, pushing up, trying to take space. Yep.
Now that Vandal is on the way. It's in the back lines. Kind of set into play by Mazzino. Did Benji hear any more? Maybe an additional step, who knows? But he knows his presence, and he knows that they've now got access at least to the flank. Now, is there a stack here? Benji making decent progress. Be able to hold this. Maybe wait to hear for rotations.
Lev.
Hello. Oh. He's going to hear that.
Benji hears everything.
Yeah, Babu's found his man. And now with the Killjoy going down, he's got free reign. Aspas away!
Nice
He
shot!
still dies! And now Benji
Benji.
He could have played his life a little more there, cost them some time. But no, the plant's going to be coming in for Heretics. And now they can sit in the deeper post plant.
Boo still with the molly here for this post plant.
Com, he's got the rifle.
No cove, just the cascade.
Very difficult for them to get this done. And they are going to come back through that to secure at least to the first attempt. There's no half achieved here, of course, they know that. So time going to run low.
Molly.
Now, you can see the layering of utility. They have to respect the timing, and they're trying to maybe disrupt that back line, and Mini Boo's having none of it. It's clean work in the end from Heretics.
Nothing.
3 alive, and they handle the
मेरे को पता है क्या लग रहा है guys? मेरे को सच बताओ.
Heretics again in
ये
the
मैं ही हूँ.
situation. 1 round
I am
from
the only
taking
one.
the lead in this game. And we talk about it, how we come into this game.
मेरे को लग रहा है.
One of their better
माफ कर
maps,
दो
Team
योगी भाई,
Heretics.
but मेरे को लग रहा है this is me. मेरा गलती है.
Do we expect this? Not at all. It's catching everyone by surprise, and now everyone's starting to heat up. Still, Woot a little bit quiet on the board, but Boo again just opening this game up.
Papa here? Me, Papa.
And Mini Boo getting his own voice lines, I guess.
Apparently so. Lev, here's a change. Aspas, the timing. He didn't get seen. They have no idea, but it doesn't seem.
They know.
Now, yeah, they absolutely.
Arre.
The one to punish, and left. Looking
हो
almost
गया भाई.
silly here, and it's bizarre to
Bye
me.
bye, Lev.
It's not something we know that we know that Heretics don't lean towards this map. We know that Lev have had this in their map pool towards the top end, but right here, right now, we are seeing Heretics poised to take the lead.
अब इधर देखना मजीनो एक भी नहीं मारेगा.
Throughout this, I guess, tournament to an extent, we question Heretics towards the end of the online portion, qualifying to this, looking in slump potentially, but now. As it stands, they're in form, but still, 8 apiece. Tex in the right place.
It's a good gamble read from Lev. They have that crossfire, but Tex re-aggressing because they have the numbers. This is going to be a huge play or a big blunder.
Feast or famine moment for Tex, and it's famine. Woot finds him instantly. There was a chance there if things didn't go his way, and they don't.
मैं क्या बोला था मजीनो एक भी नहीं मारेगा. एक मारा.
Nothing but Heretics taking the lead. Deep in what feels like enemy territory, they are up 9-8.
हो गया भाई.
Surely needs to start using
हो
their time
गया.
at this stage in the game. They have to. They're letting this slip at the moment here. So many confident fights and so much aggression. And I wonder if that re-aggression from Tex in that situation, they had that gamble stack towards B. If he sits back yellow, he's got 2 other teammates to set him up. And they can deal with this attack, but instead he
खड़े नहीं होने का था.
His teammates can't trade him. Once he goes down, it's a 5-on-2. It goes from a situation where maybe you're only winning it 20% of the time, all the way down to like 5% of the time. So LEV, they need to make individual.
खड़े नहीं होने का था, आसपास हो जाएगा. सुनता भी है. भाई तू सुनता भी है क्या डिस्कस हो रहा है? कि सिर्फ सो जाता है आसपास. हाई क्यूटी. Will it be once again Dark versus Aspas? In the grand finals.
Aspas and one from Tech. So actually, big snowball round on the horizon for them here, potentially, if they can work towards that. On the other side, of course, Mini Boo sitting on his, Boo one off from his. I mean, we're going to have one of those sort of rounds pretty soon, where everyone seems to have it. So, 10 potentially for Heretics. And that's when I start really paying attention. LEV might have to sit back and suffer in this one. Just that Guardian. In the hands of Aspas.
A drone actually got cancelled because Rian's got shot in the toe. A little bit of 19 damage or so. Now, Team Heretics wait for that Viper wall to come back up so they can walk across here. Hopefully not get spammed in the process. Benji just holding this A space.
And Dizzy goes down as well, so Aspas still gets to hold the line. Sees something.
Whoa!
He's so good.
कुछ शॉट्स भाई लगते हैं.
But taking away Wu is pretty important. It makes the plan.
पर वो कुछ ही लगते हैं.
Bodies behind it, and now we've got numbers leaning back towards B. Aspas on patrol, on duty, another target, but no confirmed push off the back. And King slipping back up to yellow is lovely. That keeps safety here.
Benji starting his A walk right now. Harbor wall about to drop over towards B, but already the repositioning from the team is just Boo here, trying to keep pressure, trying to keep the LEV players. But it's already a retake for Tex.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Mazzino's timing. If he played down tube there, potentially, there is still going to be the utility in the way, though, so he's not going to get the freedom.
Hunter's Fury set up as well, in position for this tap.
He's so scary with the Sheriff, though, but doesn't get the shot he needed. Benji going to create at least security on the site to try and facilitate the plant. Com trying to deny by just buying time with his ult coming in. Lockdown going to come through as well, trying to create some sort of safety, but Heretics looking like they're about to secure the round.
Why Mazzino used ult?
Of utility. It forced a lot out from them. That's fair. And maybe it's not over yet. But a 2v4 with Sheriffs on against you. They're desperate to get Boo down, but he's such a nuisance. Oh,
it is, bro. It is over. It's 1v4.
Credit here, just playing his life well, costing them time and potential towards the site. And the threats.
If we would have died over there, तो भी time buy हो जाता.
Up to 10.
And LEV off the back of a timeout, unable to get anything done there. A lot of investment as well. That's 2 ultimates, Harbor and Sova, both not getting the value that they want from this. And again, Team Heretics is in the lead, finding these openings, really good pacing, understanding exactly when they need to activate and deactivate. Benji on the timing at A this round. He's done it already at middle once. And Team Heretics staying a step ahead. LEV just 2 split up on their defense, not fighting together. That is the Blade Storm popped for Aspas. He is over towards B, and it's the same opening setup for LEV every round. And Team Heretics, they've been taking this A space, they've been holding the pushes at middle and B, waiting for LEV to get in the bases. LEV hasn't
LEV same गलती कर रही है जो Fnatic कर रही है. Fnatic क्या बोल रहा हूँ? Sorry, Sentinels कर रही थी against EDG. A fight ही करना नहीं चाहते हो तुम. A free में दे देते हो. और जब B पे flood in आता है तो B free में दे देते हो. फिर retake पे आते हो. फिर retake होता नहीं है. भाई 5v5 retake के लिए तुम्हारे पास अल्टियां होनी चाहिए. चलो इस बार you have Tex का ulti.
Turret stays up.
Mazzino always positioned towards this boiler angle to deny that Molly from taking out the turret, denies those late lurks from Benji or from Boo.
That's lovely. I think they're getting a good read of the approach now.
It's going to be tough. As soon as this
Spotted.
Harbor wall goes down, that's going to be the Viper wall to be recycled in. But already...
We're trying to disrespect that, at least with the Dizzy. You see the
fair.
stuns coming in. They've got the sight. Yeah, we're going to have the Hunter's Fury coming on towards this as well. Kong going to just swing Heretics holding this site well. Mazzino has to respect the ult at the very least, but there's 3 players to try and handle, and they're not getting what they need.
Khatam.
King and Aspas.
Khatam.
Ult with Aspas. Rifle with King. But the ult on the site makes it hard to connect for Aspas. He doesn't get fair fights. Normally, he doesn't need them. Right now, he's being given nothing. They're not playing to his song by any means. Heretics might have just teed up 11 here. Aspas another step closer to the victim found, but a good trade. Boo, keeping those numbers favorable, and King going to be forced back to heal.
King will save it.
As 11 rounds
King
is
will
going to be
save
carved
it.
to the board here. And I think a lot of us doubted this map, and rightly so. Off of statistics, off of history, out of anything we know about this. But as it stands, when you get to champs, that all goes out the window, apparently. It is 11 for Heretics, up against LEV on Icebox.
Another timeout is available if LEV needs it. And at some point, they need to take it, because right now, nothing is connecting. Team Heretics leading by example on that defense, keeping them in the game, winning some clutches. Now on the attack side,
the Jinx Master
perfectly. The tempo, the pacing to open up the round, where they go in their mid rounds, the audibles that he's calling.
It's been a great game of calling, at least from Boo, to say the least as well. Considering how much impact he's having fragging-wise as well, it's very impressive. And now we're going to see LEV clutching at straws, struggling to get a grip on this game.
Initial pressure from Team Heretics. They broke that Killjoy turret finally. Re-ends with the drone.
ये round जाएगा क्योंकि eco है.
This is gonna force this.
आसपास के हाथ में ऑप ही नहीं दिखी पता पूरे गेम में.
Or they back off as soon as they get spotted here. Woot.
Oh, they're so ready. They're ready for the aggression last round. They're ready for it again. The only thing that went their way was King finding Boo. That's it. But the site falling into the hands of Heretics. Mini Boo taking so much space here, making sure that plant will be secure.
अब plant secure हो जाएगा. फिर अभी Gekolti है.
Cove still available for this defuse. So much ability for Team Heretics right now.
अभी तुरतुरी लेके आएगा.
And here comes the thrash. Oh, Aspas slips by.
I mean, he just didn't get the impact that he wanted, but maybe a chance made here. 2v2, and Mazzino hungry for the kill, leaving Rienz in a 1v2. Diffuse already started, he's been dealt with.
भाई मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ उल्टा हो रहा है.
Stability pushing up to 9, but they are the ones trailing here.
A little sign of complacency from Team Heretics in this post plant. Didn't reset. They had so many abilities to work with. They had mollies, they had thrash, they had shocks. And instead of falling back and playing their post plants that we know them for, Sunset, Abyss, especially at that B site, they love these spam battles. But here they play up and they get spread apart. Aspas finding that opening, and from there, LEV converting multiple kills back to back.
मैं predict ही नहीं करूँगा. ऐसा होगा मैं को predict ही नहीं करना भाई. जो बोलता हूँ उल्टा ही होता है.
Chance made though.
Another A opening for Team Heretics and LEV. Tex and Aspas, very aggressive positions. Tex holding the bottom while Aspas holds that belt line. Team Heretics with a Dizzy, gonna pop off of this. We're a drone.
Last round, we saw Tex in this sort of position being forced off by that Dizzy. This time an easy evacuation for Aspas. Lovely re-aggress, taking the space. Oh my god. Heretics are fighting back, and Miniboo trying to, I don't know, trailblaze his way through the side itself.
Nice.
Finally standing together, but Benji, yeah, run, Mazzino, because that would have been a 1v1 and it would have been untradeable. And now the timing is right. Reminding us who they are.
Oi! Oi, bad manners.
And that's Benji dead on the ground, 11-10.
Still timeouts. Still a few rounds left. Team Heretics is gonna call it. Get the coaches involved. Talk about what's going on. They're getting the space at A. It's free. but they're not really utilizing other parts of the map at the moment. They're not using middle. Benji went there a couple times early in the half, haven't gone there since. Boo, he's just sitting outside B. He's not really advancing in that situation. He sits around garage or he sits around spawn. He doesn't press up either. So right now, not a lot of information coming out, not a lot of pressure or threats dealt with.
आसपास will sleep again. हम भी सोने जाएं क्या आसपास के जैसा? कुचुर कुचुर कुचुर. मेरा कीबोर्ड गया, मेरा ये जाएगा. लो भाई, हम भी चले गए आसपास के जैसा चिल करने. ले लोटा ले we came back.
To wake up.
Looks like a maybe pace change from Heretics here, but a different wall coming out for the defense, slowing that B and mid approach here. Looked like for a moment Benji and Boo wanted to progress towards middle here. Fake pressure towards A. Team Heretics hasn't really shown this, where they pressure towards A, push them off, and then instantly transition back. And it's going to be a 3-2 split towards that B site. B main being that first point of contact. They still have drone. They have that dizzy. It's going to be a lot of loud noise. But right now, only Benji gets spotted. He's the normal lurker. They shouldn't expect two. And with double initiator towards B with this neon, it's going to sell everything they need to slip the gap through middle. LEV, I don't think they're going to be prepared for this at all.
King is on the chopping block here. I'm a little worried for him, but Mazzino not far away.
Oh,
the timing.
मैं मिड का देख रहा हूँ, पता है? मैं यहाँ पे देख ही नहीं रहा हूँ, मैं मैप पे देख रहा हूँ, वो क्या
है? Caught by the dizzy, but he gets back to safety.
Shot रे Benji.
Straight up middle, that is going to cut off any support. So it's on Mazzino, it's on King. They're on an island, and the support is still pretty far away. Benji. They're just on the other side of this pit here. King, he's waiting.
Wow!
Benji!
क्या timing मिली है Benji को?
Through butter, Heretics taking over the site as Aspas and Tex finally make it back through towards B. But by now the site's under full control. Heretics showing off here. Benji's timing was fantastic through middle there. Lovely work.
Economy very low, but they could still afford another buy. LEV looking for an opening into this round to see if they can go for this. If they don't get it in the next 5-10 seconds, they're just going to fall back and save. Right now, Aspas thinks he's got a chance. He's going to back off now finally, and a lovely switch up from Team Heretics in that situation as well. That timeout coming in, the coaches probably making that call.
12 to 10.
Seeing that gap.
They need these rifles as well for LEV. You're looking at the economy. It's something you and it's getting a little bit close to the wire for some of these teams, but 12 is made for Heretics. At the very least, overtime secured here for them. For LEV, they're 2 rounds away. Now they are able to fashion a purchase. I think they've got everything they need, but they are lacking in ults, anything else to kind of tilt those scales.
I'm looking at the economy. There's enough to purchase an
doing
op,
his work.
but Aspas hasn't played with an op all game yet.
No,
and Team Heretics, yes, they have that neon. Yes, they're using some of that speed. They have that dizzy and that drone. But also Benji and Boo, they're alone in a lot of these situations. It could be really strong for Aspas to pop this out and get in their faces. But right now, opting to use the Vandal. And again, another 2-on-2 spread apart for Team LEV. Team Heretics going back to what was working the first few rounds of the half, taking that A space, popping that drone. They're going to follow up with this as well.
I like how far Aspas is actually walking with King here as well, really securing, making sure they're clearing those back lines and ensuring some confidence in this A hold, but it gets a little bit scary. Again, they may have good information. They are still held back by the utility.
It's a 5-on-3 though at A site.
Yeah, not easy to overcome. Now on the numbers here, Tex, will he be noted on the dizzy, on any of the utility that comes in?
Here come all the set pieces from the attackers. That Viper wall can isolate them, but Tex.
He found
Check him.
He can only punish one. A good trade, a 2 for 1. Heretic's going to be happy with that. Com is still backside. The lurk is on the way. Closing the gap now. They are surrounded here, Heretics. Players left and right, but Com needs to show presence, and he does. Takes away Rienz. There, striking from the back lines is Aspas. Good trade for Benji. They don't know
मर
about
जाएगा,
King.
मर जाएगा.
This guy is ice cold. Takes away Benji, leaving it all down to Woot. Can he find a fair fight? He's looking for one. Doesn't spot King here. Oh, this is a nice reposition. It's audacious.
Timing.
Oh, there we go. He's been
उसको
seen.
दिख गया.
Com just snapping up there to it. That flank was so important, and Com playing his life really well.
दिख गया भाई, टांग दिख गया.
Holding space on the site was so important.
The disconnect, though, for LEV on the 2 sides of the map, pushed up all the way through B. They know it's going to be an A hit. They have that cascade. It's going to go down. All they have left is themselves, the 3 of them on that site, and that Viper wall that cuts the site in half. But Tex is alone in front of it. If he doesn't get at least 2 there, his positioning is not good enough. And he only gets 1. He falls, his teammates fall, and the site goes down. That could have been a very bad way to go out of this map if your team LEV. Aspas coming in the backlines with King, save the day.
Right here.
And
One
instantly,
more chance.
Team Heretics actually starts towards B this round. Every round so far has been towards A at the start.
Instant Hunter's Fury as well. Com is so good at this. A blind send on it, but it's Mazzino with 2. Rienz does take him down, but it's good numbers for
ये
Lev.
तो OT
As
जा गया
OT
भाई.
seems like it's on the horizon.
ये तो
Rienz
OT
and
हो
Boo,
गया.
though. We've talked a lot about Boo, and for the right
तो
reasons.
OT नहीं,
The
टोटी
timing
हो गया.
here could be perfect.
Oh.
He's got him. Okay.
बोला
I didn't
ना,
know
ये
if
तो
he noticed
टोटी
the
हो
barrel or
गया.
not, but he did. Oof. He's lucky there, sitting a little bit deeper to not get caught by that.
I have the spike.
Rienz, he's had impact before, but a 1v4 here. That's
Tall
a lot
order.
to ask, yeah. Quite happy to see this go OT. Give us a real game between these two heavyweights from EMEA and the Americas region.
Tex has Rienz contained, though.
Yeah, high-low. How you meant to... He knows about King.
मर ही नहीं रहा वो.
Close. He's desperate for a pick, and they're just not giving him much. If anything, they're giving him nothing. Again, all the utility just being worked through. He's giving it a damn good... Oh my god. You can't wait for a second there, but it will be OT. And this is the depth when you look at LEV, right? This is the capability we know that they can have. That resilience there, that ability to turn games around. We saw it at the very end. They were under the heel of the Heretic side, but now finding that resurgence. And again, got to give credit here.
अगर बैठ जाता
Zeno
ना.
doing wonders for them.
Look at the
I told you it was
side.
mid B. I told you it was mid B. I told you it was mid B.
Told him it was mid B. The attack side right now is falling a little bit flat. I was talking about Boo. I was talking about his calling and his game plans. But towards the end of this game, the last 5 rounds, LEV has won 4 of them. And the only round that Team Heretics was able to pick up was off the back of the timeout, presumably where Niels or Weber came in and made that call.
Yeah.
So, switching sides, Team Heretics back on the defense for this first round of overtime.
Okay.
Split pressure. Lev's going to push back A site, and there's nothing Team Heretics can do with the Cascade, the drone. It's just forcing them off the angle. It's all on Boo right now.
Christ.
We saw Aspas in a similar position. Caught wrong on the 50-50.
What a gamble at a time like this.
He's got to be feeling it. There's no other way.
He was towards the top of the board. I don't blame him, but
That
there are 2 players.
That reclear towards A, though, spotted nobody. Boo.
Boo, are you ready? Yeah, okay, checked on.
Bravo.
Really heads up work from LEV to be so diligent in every step they're taking.
That's actually really good for LEV right now. Because the drone, the Dizzy, didn't clear anyone. This dart now will, though. The jig is up. LEV, the fake is not working anymore. Boo, you need to keep your life, though. You need to back out. He's got his orb up, so he's going to be okay here. But now that LEV got spotted at lower A there, now they want to fall away.
You can see the read here. Benji already starting to come over to try and help Boo, but they are encroaching on the site. They're at the door. More than knocking, they're breaking it down. Spike's over here now too. Boo trying to keep a little bit of space, but again, he can't fight too hard for this. He has to keep his life as well. CT might be overwhelmed here. Already Tex looking that way, already looking at Aspas taking that space too, but Boo's still on the verge, holding backside at the very least.
Post
They
plan.
don't know about CT yet. They've got to be aware of it. I think Rien's going to try and secure this and make sure they know about Tex. But he's buying time. He's costing them this retake.
Nice.
And Mini Boo in unison breaking back through.
Do
it all. And Heretics known for the retakes.
Oh.
Might just take this one back as well.
Hello.
In a 1v4, it ain't happening. First in OT for Heretics.
Woot hasn't been hitting shots all game, but he sends up that Dizzy, lets the Dizzy shoot out, gets the blind on multiple targets right there. Team Heretics move together within the span of 2 seconds. 4 players go down for Team LEV.
वो 12-1907 है भाई, पर उसके यूटिल्स टाइम पे ही काम आ रहे हैं. अभी देखो ये फ्लैश क्या सेक्सी फ्लैश था.
The name of the game right now has been Team Heretics. Their defense, they only got 4 rounds on that first half. They get that pistol going into that second half. Round by round, they crawl back. They get a little bit of a buffer, but then they fall flat. They need that timeout to call that strat. Now that LEV calls a timeout, guess what? Coaches
Benji!
Bumped up.
They are really pumped. The coaches for Heretics can get involved now.
Yes.
Right the ship a little bit.
Benji भाई.
What is Heretics good at? They're good at these
इधर हु किया तो मेरे को हु से कैंसिल हो जाएगा. Oh, just a second, guys. I'll be back. एक तो ये moments पे ही बंदे आएंगे मेरे घर पे.
So that might be a good fight for Team Heretics to take. Go up and swing middle.
I'm still interested in what the approach is here, because LEV starting out with 4 players on the A site, leaving just 1. It's just King.
They're doing it, I think, just for the wall or the cascade. Then Mazzino's going to peel off, let his teammates get set up. He stays.
The timing on this.
King.
I'm so scared for King here. They've explored deep, that's fine, but King's got to be really, really careful trying to defend his kingdom. Falls away towards site and has to kind of do what Mini Boo was up to, or excuse me, Boo was doing in that first round of OT. Taking the space and playing it very well. Mazzino.
Stepped.
Did Benji notice it? I mean, we're in LAN, the audio is different here. It's hard in a live environment, and actually rewards across the map for LEV. Middle controlled, A controlled. They're eyeing up B. Walking in somewhat of the unknown. That harbor wall, denying information, vision, and any fights thus far. King getting deep by Snowman. 2 towards site. That's going to be Mazzino and Com.
I'm not even sure if the wingman can get into plant, but he's going to walk up all the way.
Dizzy going to go deep here. Don't think that catches Mazzino. No, they're none the wiser. The second attempt here going to come through with at least wingman. Hold on, they're clearing through the sides. How have they done that? How is it? Oh, okay, King, that's not bad. The timing on that is great, but Tex could be the downfall. Tex's timing is so good, but it's Rien's. This guy can clutch, but a 1v2 ain't gonna be easy against 2 heavy hitters here. Tex and Aspas, the corner held. He spots one, not the other. And now he sees the ball for Aspas. Keeping hope alive here for LEV in map 1. Defuse gonna come in, tie us all up.
The 2 highest rated players at the tournament, I think.
अभी
If
तो
I was
भाई
reading the
कॉम भाई भी
stats
बढ़
correctly,
गए.
just head to head right there, and almost a lineup coming in the
कॉम
favor
भाई
of
भी
Rien's to
मेरा हो
close that
गया,
out.
मैं थक गया,
But LEV
मैं
were
जा
able
रहा
to
हूँ.
sneak that away. That was a 2K opening, a 5 versus
Okay,
3
Tex
that
को
needed to be
इधर
converted
मिला.
for LEV.
भाई इनको
They got
2
so
किल.
close. I love what Team Heretics did though. They made sure that they got
किसके
close.
ऐसे भाई?
They didn't instantly send the wingman out. They got the 2 kills at the same time as the plant. Huge.
Bro, he killed me through the wall for no reason.
It's just कैसे?
13-13, tied up, back and forth right now.
It's gonna be a long day, and I can't wait for it. I got nowhere else to be, and this is some damn good Valorant here. Pacey looks like towards A. Let's see if they try and actually go behind this. Com clears close, sees a whole lot though. They retake the space towards Maze, holding that corner just a second. But I think they're trying to feel out if there's real commitment behind this.
LEV definitely looked like they wanted to do a tempo change, to actually commit through. But once they got stalled out, the drone didn't get any value. They didn't find an opening there. They choose to back off. They leave, though. Tex inserted an A. That alarm bot to secure, to see if there's a re-aggression. But this bait setup at B, we have not seen this before from Team Heretics. Mini Boo behind yellow. Boo gonna set him up for a multi-kill. Right now, Calm, he has his dart. It's so important for Boo to break this dart so that Mini Boo doesn't get spotted here.
Wait.
Time to go.
As I say that.
Time to evacuate.
But it's back to A now. Tex leaving the charge.
Benji.
Crossing देख ली, crossing देख ली.
Scene one, he cleared the util as well, so they've got to be able to keep some
They
sort
have
of
to expect
confidence
कि
in
एक
the hits
यहीं पे
coming to
होगा.
this side.
30
There's no
seconds.
further contact towards B, already rotation from Mini Boo, but Tex is at the door. And he wants to take this space, he wants that control. And their timing, their spacing was on the money. It was perfect before, and it might just be again. Benji with a good trade. Brings it back to a 4 apiece, but Aspas can only do
Still
so
trades
much.
are going on.
Time,
Still
we've
trades
got
are going
12
on. It's
seconds. Getting in
1v2.
control, gonna get the plant, but it's Boo still alive, and he's been clutch as hell.
The movement.
But the Viper's pit is that. Whoa, he's seen both. He's seen both.
The round is full of trades. जिसने पहला trade निकाला वो जीता.
Supreme as Lev finally take back the lead.
Boo's been so clutch and crucial for these guys, round after round. Finally, he loses out on the side of a clutch right now. Team Heretics, down around, they can lose the map right here. They have to call this timeout, get the coaches involved again. How are they gonna—
The round is freaking full of trades actually right now.
But everything's been these 5-man hits. Mid hasn't been working for them. Benji got inserted, but the tempo, the pacing is not there. Team Heretics, are they going to do something faster? Everything so far has been priming Lev for these A hits. When A hasn't worked, they've gone B.
Thirteen, 14. मैं ना गई सब मैं थक रहा हूँ personally. Like because of the previous game as well.
A fake opening here, but Tex so aggressive.
And he's rewarded with
खत्म
his
करो रे
Mini Boo
लेवियातान.
beheaded. And they can back away, knowing they've done so much damage so early on.
Wait.
Hold. King, careful. Careful. He's outnumbered. That's the floodgates potentially open. They could evacuate. They could bail away from this if they want to.
4-4. This is where the mid-rounding comes into play. How are they both going to respond? Right now, the kill happened on the Viper towards B. Team Heretics, are they going to go back to B or are they going to hit towards A again here? Lev, keeping that 3-man gamble stack here. Trying to gamble stack, maybe re-aggress and re-clear an area right now, but
Zeno walking mid as well.
It's a full commit towards B. Benji's alarm bot still in play to stop that middle push. He's got his turret as well. He hasn't placed this yet. He's going to go back and place this to deny any sorts of flanks right now.
The deep dart just came through towards A as well, so they've got security knowing there's nothing coming towards this A side.
They got to hit this timing, get that spike planted ASAP.
But they're so worried, they're so paranoid that there's still players here. The confidence starting to wane as now Lev are on the site. They've made it in time.
Full stack.
And you've got the rotation coming in, the flanks on the way, and already Benji's gone down. The plant is in place, but it's a 3v4, and they have no idea about Mazzino. Now they do.
Short.
They deal with him quickly enough.
2v3.
A 2v3, but boost position.
Wait.
How much can Woot play this in? Do they have anything to clear this space? Oh my god, Aspas. They have no idea! Boost strikes, but can he hold back the rest? He'll need help here from Woot. Does he get to reposition?
Nay!
Scanned. The timing, so perfect! And now we're in a 1v2.
Nah!
Lev bringing them to their knees. A glimpse of what it would be like.
अच्छा, I was back only. तो थोड़ा पीछे चल रहा था. कोई नहीं. Tough fight. Worth of fight. Told you, Lev know how to win. This is the thing. वेट, अपने लॉन्डो के साथ बैठते क्या कर रहे हो लोग?
सॉरी यार।
क्या ले?
क्या ले?
मार्केट गोइंग ऑन आ रही है तो आजा।
ए नहीं, एक दो मैप बचे, देख क्या आते।
तेरी तो
क्या एक दो? अच्छा,
एक दो मैप बचे हैं।
क्या इसी गांड तेरे को मार नहीं रहा तो लौड़े गांड में।
हाँ क्या क्या बोला? हाँ क्या बोला? वापिस
इधर
दो
कह
बार
रही
मुंह
है
पे बोल।
पैसा गो
दो
तुझे
बार
तो
मुंह पे
याद
बोल।
से कर टांगे तो कुठे गेला माझं?
भाई ये लोग चालू हो जाते हैं इनको, भाई इनको खुला छोड़ दिया ना, ये सांड है पहले, किधर भी चालू हो जाएगी। थोड़ी देर तब तक अपन अपना सुपरमार्केट खोलेंगे, चिल करते हैं हल्का फुल्का। वैलोरेंट बंद करते हैं अभी। चलो चलो चलो, टिल टाइम। टिल टाइम। यहाँ पे अपना जो स्टॉक क्लियरेंस वाला खेल है वो कंप्लीट कर देता है। पूरा रीबिल्डिंग फेज में डाल रहे हैं। कुछ बचा है यहाँ पे? बचा तो ये है ना 34। दिक्कत पता है ये है, फटाफट खत्म करो रे बाबा। हाय आंटी। आंटी है ना ये? पता नहीं क्या लेके गई। अच्छा योगर्ट्स। Those yogurts are the only सर दर्द ना right now। बाकी तो मोस्टली एवरीथिंग इज सोल्ड। हाश, ये डब्बा बिका ना, खाली हुआ ना, अच्छा लगा मेरे को। अगेंस्ट और 24 नहीं, और एक डब्बा है। उठा के लेके जा। हाँ स्टर को सोडा के भी खाली 5-6 ही बचे हैं। जल्दी जल्दी खत्म हो भाई, जल्दी जल्दी। पूरा रिबिल्ड करेंगे गाइस इसको, विल जस्ट रिबिल्ड द होल थिंग। टर्को थोड़ा के 5 बचे हैं। अबे एक एक लेके जाते हैं रे। हाँ मजा नहीं है। सेटअप बिल्ड ही बिठा देता हूँ, पूरा खत्म। काइंड ऑफ पूरा खत्म। भाई कुछ फाइंड करो ना करो मेरे को नहीं पता, लेकिन जो मेरे पास है वो ले जाओ। गाइस 6 लोग देख रहे हो, मेक श्योर टू हिट दैट लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब। पहला गेम लेव जो है वो जीत चुकी है। वी आर जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर द मैप टू। क्या सीन है रे। अबे अब यूट्यूब खुल रहा है। हो जाओ हो जाओ। आई गेस कितना बचे है ये? 17 11 5 21 27 23 18 18। कोई चैट में है ही नहीं। पता नहीं तो गए रहेंगे। वो पॉइंट्स वाला सिस्टम के लिए मेरे को लग रहा है लगा के सो गए रहेंगे। देखो इसमें एक फोन तो मेरा है। आई अग्री, दैट मीन्स 3 लोग और है। मेरे को लगता है फोन लगा के सो गए रहेंगे पॉइंट्स के लिए, बट उनको नहीं पता ना पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलते करके। आई नो दिस इज काइंड ऑफ अ बोरिंग थिंग, लेकिन भाई ये होता है, क्या ही करो। चाय पण वाचली है। वाह 14 डब्बे चाय के भी बचे हैं, अभी पता चल रहा है। सही बात है। एनीवेज तुम लगाओ भाई, तुमको पॉइंट तो वैसे भी ना मिले, बट एक चीज है, अगर पॉइंट नहीं भी मिल रहे हैं ना तो प्लस पॉइंट क्या मिलता है तुम लोग को? मेरे को प्लस पॉइंट मिलता है उसमें, तुम लोग को प्लस पॉइंट नहीं मिल के मेरे को मिलता है, बिकॉज मेरा वॉच टाइम कंप्लीट होते रहता है। और जैसे ही मेरा 4000। इस गेम में करना क्या है, इस गेम में पूरा एक्चुअली सुपरमार्केट जो है वो आपको सेटअप करना है। इट्स सेम एज वो टीम वाला सुपरमार्केट सिम्युलेटर। ये सोलो है। मैं अभी इसमें पूरा का पूरा स्टोर रेनोवेट करवाने की सोच रहा हूँ। तो ये जितना भी अभी के लिए प्रोडक्ट्स बचे हुए हैं ना, आई एम थिंकिंग कि ये प्रोडक्ट्स एक बार के लिए सेल आउट हो जाए, पूरा ज़ीरो हो जाए, पूरा स्टोर एकदम नील ज़ीरो एकदम खाली हो जाए ना, उसके बाद मैं कहीं ना कहीं स्टोर रेनोवेट करवाऊँ। बिकॉज आई डोंट वॉन्ट टू लाइक बीच में थोड़ा बहुत सामान पड़ा है मैं स्टोर रेनोवेट करवा रहा हूँ, वो नहीं चाहिए मेरे को। मैं तब तक गेम भी देखता हूँ, गेम का क्या सीन है। गेम अभी तक लगाया नहीं है। पैसा कहाँ से आता है? इनिशियल अमाउंट। The game gives us $5,000. $5,000 में you have to set up इतना कुछ। $5,000 नहीं, 5,000 नहीं, उससे भी कम डॉलर्स मिलता है वहाँ से। सबसे पहले देखो आपको अपने ये लाइसेंसेस बाय आउट करने पड़ते हैं। मैंने तो काफ़ी सारे लाइसेंसेस बाय आउट कर लिए हैं, सो दैट इज़ द थिंग। फिर ये बिल्स भरना रहता है, ग्रोथ का भी सीन है बिल्स में भी, लोन वाला ऑप्शन भी यू गेट। स्टोरेज भी आपको बिल्डअप करनी रहती है, हायर कर सकते हो आप, कैशियर्स हायर कर सकते हो, रीस्टॉकर्स हायर कर सकते हो। अभी रीस्टॉकर्स में मेरा तो कुछ काम नहीं है, बट फिर भी मैं उनको पैसा दे रहा हूँ, सिंपल। बैंक से लोन ले सकते हो, देखो 750, 2000, 5000 का लोन ले सकते हो। तो 5000 नहीं मिलता है, कम मिलता है, कुछ 100-200 ही मिलता है, पर मिलता है। वहाँ से स्टार्ट कर सकते हो, फिर यहाँ से लोन लेके यू कैन बिल्ड अप। गेम लगे यार फट से। अभी तो मेरा यार ये सामान ही नहीं बिक रहा, ये सामान बिक जाए तो एटलीस्ट आई कैन। अभी मेरे को स्टोर पॉइंट से मतलब ही नहीं है, मैं स्टोर पॉइंट अभी तो फोकस ही नहीं कर रहा। जब फोकस करेंगे तब सोचेंगे। भाई गेम लगाओ रे। अच्छा ओके, लगने वाली है। ओके ओके, लगने वाली है, लगने वाली है, रुको। डिस्प्ले कैप्चर ऑफ, विंडो कैप्चर ऑन। थोड़े टाइम में गेम लगने वाली है। मैप टू लोटस। मेरे को लग रहा है लेव को निकाल के खत्म कर देना चाहिए भाई, मैं खुद सड़ चुका हूँ अब। ये देखो स्टोर का नाम बिल्डअप कर चुके हैं। अभी तो मैं टाइम पास कर रहा हूँ, अभी मैं टाइम पास इसीलिए कर रहा हूँ। मैं स्ट्रीम पे करूँगा, वो भी पूरा रेनोवेशन भी स्ट्रीम पे ही करेंगे। अभी मेरा क्या क्या प्रोडक्ट बचे हैं, 11 पीस ये बचे, 14 बचे थे, अब 11 ही बचे। चलो वेल एंड गुड। गेम लगाओ बे पट से। बट ये जो 25-25 बचे हैं ना, ये मेरे को त्रास देंगे। इस और 20 बचे हैं, 30-30, 29। ये मेरे को काफी सारे दिन खाएंगे पता है। अब बोर हो जाऊंगा फिर मैं स्टॉक क्लियरेंस के टाइम पे फेंक दूंगा, काफी सारी चीजें ऐसी भी होगी। मैं 3-4 दिन और वेट करूंगा, 3-4 दिनों के अंदर अगर हुआ तो ठीक है। 3 और देखो चाय गई। ओके गेम बिगन, गेम बिगन, गेम बिगन, गेम बिगन, गेम बिगन, गेम बिगन। लेट्स गो।
It's still alive though, and there's still 4 players. Now 3 as you can see Mazino backing away, but they've already got C control. Ooh, Tex, nice try, but still, Side's theirs.
Between Tex and Benji in that first map of Icebox, the Sentinels trying to overstay their welcome, go down early. Right now, it's going to be a 5 versus 4 post plant for Team Heretics. They love these situations. Rians has that space waiting for that flank, but it's not coming in. So good setup here. It's going to be mainly through Waterfall, but they have that breach set up. Mazino at that revolving door to create some sort of pressure, but it's going to be so difficult to break through, even with a 3-prong attack here.
Yeah, you can see the kind of
Mazino का HP देखो।
being found. Sees nade. Didn't get the value they were expecting. The horn's very good though. That does spur on Leviathan, but time is ticking. And there's just so many bodies in their way. There's not enough time for Aspas to do this. A valiant attempt, but Heretics hold firm.
Nice try.
Good effort for Lev. If they had numbers, if they had more time to develop that, well played. They had that seized, they had the paint shells for the retake. But Team Heretics, they got that info early.
Yeah, nice try.
Spotted them, softened them up a little bit, stayed alive, the most important thing. And then allows everyone to get over to that C site, get that opening pick on the Tex, and then close it out. Now, Team Heretics is in the lead. They're in the control of the game. Lev opting to start with a
but I think I am the jinx.
Stack towards A. Reaching a position.
And I
really
hope
sunlight off. It's going to secure them the space.
ये खत्म ना हो इस मैप में, मैप फ्री जाना चाहिए.
Team Heretics eyeing up that C site again. Spread default, waiting to see what sort of aggression comes in from Lev. Didn't really overextend at all on that icebox in terms of pushing through places, maybe getting a little bit of a contain. Rien's down to 5 HP though.
Living the life Mazzino had to deal with.
Oh! हट जाएगा आसपास से.
That was like a heat-seeking missile right to the feet of Rien's. And now that's a man to the good. Hold on, maybe we've got something here. And Aspas and Com, they're not falling away from this. They're sticking around. Why not? Oh, the positioning from Com's nasty too. Aspas can do a little bit of damage.
Nice try, Ray.
They've read it really well. That's fine. They've dismantled that little double stack. Very heads-up work. They've taken a lot of damage for it, or at least Boo has. So you've got to be a bit cautious about that. We are down to just the classics left, though, for LEV.
Keeping in mind, Team Heretics, they don't really do all that well deeper into the tournaments.
Oh.
If they win this series, they're in the top 3.
30 seconds left.
That's mad, isn't it?
We've seen some of the players on LEV, they've made it all the way. They've gone the distance. So it's on them whether or not they want to get another trophy under the belt, or if Team Heretics is going to, you know, finally collect that torch we're talking about, passing it from Fnatic, the veterans of EMEA, over to Heretics.
अब मैं बताऊँ, यहाँ पे 2 picks और मिलेगी LEV को. नहीं मैंने कि ऐसा बिना गन के जाओगे तो आधी भी नहीं मिलेगी.
Gonna find King. So far, I mean, I was looking to see if maybe Tex could cost them a little bit, but again, they could still lose Boo and they'll still be fine. The bonus will be preserved.
Looks like Mini Boo is the first point of contact, trying to get some more kills here to get closer to his showstopper. But at some point, Team Heretics needs to evacuate the site. So they don't go down with that spike. They're choosing that spawn route to go to. It's only Tex there with that Sheriff to stop them. But a good off angle. Might find one.
Okay.
That's really nice. Tex is normally pretty sharp with that, to be fair. He does take down one. Does Boo get to pick up the weapon? Yeah, okay. So they do at least keep the 3 that they were mainly looking to maintain. So the bonus will at least be somewhat protected here. A little bit of danger to it. But the ult for Aspas is here early, Josh.
Very early. Guardians up for the attackers. That means that some of these walls are going to be just cut through like butter. Tree room at A. On C side as well, there's a couple of angles there where you think you're safe, but you're not, especially that revolving door. So Team Heretics gonna be able to set the tempo here, the pace of the game, going into this bonus round of theirs. That big showstopper is over towards that C site.
Okay, he's got out of there. Got a little worried that might have been punished at some point, but no one had pushed up this round, so one unfortunate aspect of it. But King. Okay.
Short Ray.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that was good enough on a bonus, though.
Probably not. Team Heretics is going to get into a site for free. Those trips from LEV are over towards that B site. Same with that camera. But paint shells, showstopper still in play here. Waiting for the teammates to come. Mazzino stuns on cooldown. As soon as that comes off cooldown, though, they're going to start comboing with the flashes. Right now, the spread coming out from Team Heretics. Some on the site, some off. Taking that space towards Waterfall. Getting in their faces a little bit.
That was helped out there. What gets to be played on off this. Aspas with a quick clear on Benji and Tex on the follow-up. It's Boo and Woot to try and dig their heels in. And Woot's position is nasty to deal with, but his HP is low. Down to only 38, but can he buy the time? Forced off the angle, forced to fight, and forced to be cleared. It's Boo now in a 1v2. The Guardian, the guy was clutch before, but this is a lot to ask. A little bit of a high-low here to handle as well. Not enough in the tank this time around, but for a bonus, ain't bad.
भाई 3 guns गिराया.
And this is looking a lot like the start to their attack side of that
guns
icebox game. But it's on them to be able to set the tempo here. This is their map pick. This is one of their stronger maps, not their strongest map, but it's all about that start. Looking to some of these other players, it was Boo's game last game, but we need to see these other players getting involved. Mini Boo, yeah, he's kind of in there in a few different agents. Neon is probably not one of his stronger ones. He's on Raze here to make a difference. But again, I look to Benji, I look to Rien's. They're really playing off agents as well. We usually see them on Cypher, on Sova. So a little bit harder to make a little impact here.
Odin aa gayi hai, boys.
See how he handles the pressure. Door being spammed out by the Odin.
The attack side Odin, you don't get to see that often. Usually the defenders have that.
अटैक में जब ओडन करती हो ना, मैं एक चीज बताऊं, थोड़ा सा स्लो डाउन हो जाता है, लेकिन बात वो भी है ये पोस्ट प्लांट में ओडन बहुत काम आती है, पता है? पोस्ट प्लांट में लिटरली बहुत काम आती है.
Team Heretics.
खाली मार्क करके रखो
Showstopper. They have the util. They could easily get into the site there and do a full util dump. But already I look at Benji's positioning towards C.
Yeah, I'm looking at Benji, but I'm also looking at kind of common techs. Very mindful in their positioning. Very aware that this could be the approach coming in, sitting quite safe towards CT. Moving away from tree, as we saw earlier, with that spam coming in, even having mini boot with that. Obviously, Showstopper.
भाई ये spam क्या है? Heavy spam है बे.
A little bit careful about it.
Comes the inch up towards B as well.
उनको दिखाऊं मैं एक बार. Marking करके दिखाऊंगा.
Really set the tone of the round. The fake comes A, and now the pivot comes towards blue door.
Yep, they're really trying to lean through, but my eyes are still on Aspas. Whoa, big shot. Benji. Makes some space here, and Showstopper, if anything, just to puff out the chest, buy some time, plants there.
This is a tough retake for LEV. Right now, they can't access the blue door. They can't access B. It's just heaven and waterfall.
That was a good paranoia, but they aren't swinging off this. That did some, you know, I guess, impact to remove players away from at least holding this, but time to go for LEV. Not much to set this in motion either.
अब देखना spam बैठा के रखा है.
Very little util.
तड़तड़ी घुमाता रहेगा.
Take a stride forward, but he's being his match on the other side, and Heretics
like Odin on attack is this only. तड़तड़ी घुमाओ.
But Rien's position is a problem. They can't clear it
Save
in time,
करो.
and now Mazzino's options are done.
Save करो.
Time to back away. Heretics have got a third.
Team Heretics is so strong. Once they're able to get into the sites, get their post plant off, that's when they love it. They succeed. LEV need to find a way to get ahead of this and stop those types of situations from happening. We haven't seen an op-up this entire game yet. Will we see one at all on this map of Lotus? Because if not, Team Heretics, they're just moving around so well. Benji getting that fight.
Try to stop them with the operator, man. Try to stop them with the operator.
But it's pre-planned. When we look at Team Heretics, it's usually those elaborate plans are baked in with the coaches' comms and the timeouts. Here, they don't really call these mid-round audibles, but I like the plan. You saw it set up so far in advance. Benji's waiting outside C until it was time to walk up B. Mixed by for LEV, just the Vandal on Aspas.
अकेली Vandal का क्या ही कर रही है वो?
Scoreboard. Big performance here already on the Rays.
अकेली Vandal का क्या ही कर लोगे?
And the question with the operator is one that's quite poignant in my mind as well. Is do we see that lent towards an option certainly for either side if they do feel it is necessary, but not really seeing it yet here. So that's going to be clearing the closer investment of utility, so still keeping a lot of pressure over towards A.
लाल हुए हो? अच्छा okay.
Straight over towards C.
Slowly working the map. Team Heretics wants to find out exactly where everyone is. Collecting this orb. Looks like they're gonna dump everything towards the C site. Second smoke just came off cooldown. They have the combos with the seized, paranoia, the smokes. Zeno, very precarious position here.
Short
His
retake.
timing is always so good. Just give this guy a sheriff. He's actually outrageously talented with it. And why do I feel like he might get a little bit more here? Oh, not that time. Okay. But the lockdown is in play. He'll be forced to respect that. CCOM evacuating.
Okay, King got one.
Actually, does King get out? Yeah, he does. He'll be fine. So they're going to be forced to back away from this. Spike, boo, spike, boo, 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 boo.
He can't get punished in this position.
I just sounded like I was a ghost for a couple of seconds there.
And now he's got Nightfall.
Okay, that's big, but bloody
Caster's doing boo-boo is like, fuck! मेरा दिमाग बहुत ज़्यादा खराब है भाई.
He opted to invest it.
Pookie Odin, Pookie! Oh, shot as well.
Well, that's a shot and a half. Boo does become a ghost here now, as Rienz and Benji get to try and hold this down. Rifles in hand, yes. And time on their side, but Aspas, beautiful moves, but it doesn't matter. But he's put to bed, but now a 1v2. It's still a game. Rienz the drop down. He's gonna, Rienz, you gotta run, boy, run! Oh, no! Wait, the
time hai.
He has it.
He has it. That is outrageous.
Time hai, bhai.
Kicking yourself if you are Heretics. That was messy, that was mistakes. That wasn't good enough.
That was
okay,
not
calm
good
got
enough.
that
You're
today.
right.
Calm got that today.
Because look at these situations. That's fine. That can happen.
Some of the kills there early on, getting into the 3 versus 3 was a little bit messy.
Sure.
Not the cleanest, but getting just picked off on the side there. Boo going back for another fight with that. Odin was very questionable. He could have popped that nightfall. He could have sat in a corner. They had a nice bait and switch setup going on. Odin sits in the corner. As soon as he goes burr, his teammate peeks from elbow, and they got this crossfire going. But instead, it's just these one-by-one fights right now, and LEV is so good at those. You can't give them those opportunities.
Be walking. अभी तुम लोगों को लगता है भी walking successful होएगा?
We do see a shaky purchase from Heretics. We have the Judge coming out, 2 Vandals, and then the Sheriff and a Stinger. Woot has, I mean, we've seen some nasty shots from this position, so King, the timing, real nice. Safety, bounce, and he backs away. Good early work, man advantage, don't need to overextend now.
Good job working with that chaos as well, led from multiple different angles, like whack-a-mole. Nightfall for the defense side.
अब Nightfall आएगा. 3, 2, 1.
Oh. The shot is sharp.
Nightfall for the attack side.
And from either side, Headphones basically out at this point. Rien's the one to find Comm, but King still holds. Still controls for now, but he's
केशी को कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा.
lucky to be alive. The paint shell's there, but it's
मेरा भाई सुन नहीं सकता. मेरा भी भाई सुन नहीं सकता.
Now Aspas taking his time over towards top side. The timing right for Tex brings it to a 3v2. It's manageable, but now it's all on Aspas. A 1v2.
अगर एक फ्रैग मिला आसपास की अल्टी और ये राउंड लेव का.
They're looking for the fight. They get it. Nicely done in the end.
1 minute.
Similar to what happened on Icebox, actually. LEV wins off the back of basically a thrifty. Team Heretics fights back here. And now the economy for LEV is actually in the gutter. So Team Heretics might have accidentally found their footing into this game off the back of that. But again here, these 5-man groups, that's the name of the game for Team Heretics. They're getting to the sites, they're moving together. As long as they do these little things, like the double peek we saw at the end of the round there, as long as they do that together, they're going to be fine. Miniboo, very happy about that round.
I mean, this game feels close, right? You've had some really close cut situations. We've got a 4-play stack over towards A. These Sheriffs, the Vandal with Aspas is so dangerous. They're already held up here. No damage achieved until then. Reveal on position. They want to brawl here, and they're going to get it. Aspas leads away. Taken down at least Woo for the trade out. Aspas sends the showstopper, but it's King to find the kill. It's a 3v3. King's got the rifle. The other two don't, but Tex is taking a lot of space, and he should hear this.
Planting, B.
This is crazy that Team Heretics isn't pushing through anywhere. They knew that so many players were towards that A side. They pop that Viper's Pit. It's going to lock down this area. The alarm bot is going to trigger if anyone comes from that blue room. Now all the focus is towards Heaven, towards Waterfall, but they also have to think about that three-prong attack from mid. If one goes down, Tex has his hat to get the info on the others. Benji,
so scary.
It's all on you, buddy, right now.
Bungi PC.
Top side there, spammed and actually connected on. Keeps his cool though. Doesn't show his hand. The other two sitting by blue room, but Mazino is curious. We know what happened to the cat.
2 mollies now for the spike.
And it's just going their way. They found some sort of safety, some sort of security after what was a highly volatile round. Looking back at the start here, Tech's just going to look to give it up to the spike if he's, you know, that's the way it rolls. Let's kind of roll it back to the start, Josh, because that was very messy. And
I think so.
I'm not used to this really. And I guess it is determined.
Fuck, I am so tired.
That sort of chaos to ensue.
They're not pressured by these chaotic rounds all too often.
आज पता नहीं यार थकान बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है बे.
Go and just get their side exec off, and if they get stalled out from whatever piece of
heavy नहीं थक गया हूँ, मतलब वैसा नींद आ रही है बे.
Just go to the other side. Right now, they actually have to get down in the mud, fight it out at rubble, disjointed. Miniboo on his lonesome, gets the kill, gets the paint shells down to create a little buffer so we can go for more. But Team Heretics is coming out on top in these mid-round situations. Another slow opening.
Yeah, look and see how they do.
एकदम आराम से जाएं.
It's Aspas over this side. May have noted that Tex was very quick towards that door potentially, or maybe just going for a little bit of check on this. But the one-way still in play. Boo. Going to send Aspas back. So clearing through the opening space. Also towards A, we are seeing an individual effort, and they just don't expect that to be real. Oh, the timing!
Game timing है.
With murder. There, it felt like the
timing was right.
Look at this anti-air setup.
Team Heretics, after they lose that A space,
गज करके वो आएगा, गज करके फंस जाएगा.
But they can make a little bit of pressure towards B, open that revolving door, make some sort of pressure. Right now it's going to be so hard to get through. Mazino has that stun. He's at Waterfall. The crossfire setup, if the stun comes out, it could be perfect and break this attack.
Lev is in the perfect place for this. 3 of them here. Tech's going to be revealed, though, and Miniboo takes his head. Aspas on the trade, tries to fall away. Denies the Prowler, and Mazzino trying to buy him a couple of very precious seconds. Takes a look down towards water. Maybe considering clearing, and he does. Confidence being displayed. Lev fully in control here.
ये back and forth games में मजा आता है, पता है?
Previous round, they need to get some sort of space going on, so they tap the spike. They're moving actually towards A. They're gonna break the door down. They'll have an open sight. They don't know about it. They should move together, but right now, Benji peels off. It's all on Boo to get onto the site.
Okay, lucky enough, you get that. Now Benji's timing could be perfect, or it could all be for nothing. You can see that Lev know there's a chance. That's all that Aspas needs. As Boo, a 1v4. Hey, Icebox, he was good. 1v4 good? I don't know. They're already starting to clear through by door. Hello.
He's down, bro.
When trouble happens, there's not a chance in hell.
He's down, bro.
Really solid there, but it felt like Heretics didn't want to adjust around C. It felt very headstrong on approach, and it was very red at that moment.
Again, these rounds are getting really sloppy before Heretics is able to get into the site and get whatever plan they had off. They're getting disrupted. Lev is doing a really good job of getting in front of them. And I'd love at the end of the round there, the fundamentals from Lev, understanding it's a 4-on-2, waiting for the push from Benji, trying to equalize, isolate a fight, catch someone in the back, moving together after they kill him, make sure that they're not, when they win the round, they're doing it with 3 alive. Right there, they get it with 4 alive. Beautifully played. Team Heretics, they're still in the lead.
I'm looking to string rounds together, though. Aggression over towards Mound looks like their first put of call. More often than not, they'd like to get cut off by the door, but this time around, you got Tex maybe watching that. So I quite like this adjustment. Hold on, this is a problem. Benji, oh, the reward is unbelievable. I thought Tex was holding that.
This should be an instant speed up. Heretics never does this, though. They always pause and hesitate, and sometimes they miss their timings as a result of that. So it's on them to make a perfect decision here. Move together in this mid-round, because Lev has done such a good job in some of these situations with gambling correctly, being in the right spot, and Tex on this regress.
I mean, talk about feast or famine. Let's see. Too many targets. A nice try, but it wasn't going to work out. They're going to at least have a good idea where Mazzino is, but it's calm. Individual efforts aren't going to win you this round. No one able to bail them out. And Heretics looking to keep this ball moving, at least in their direction. This does feel bizarre, though, because that didn't feel like a Heretics round either. That felt very up in the air, a little dependent on Benji doing well in that situation, which he did.
Again, another chaotic situation before they're able to move up, get that orb, and start developing the round where they execute onto the site. They try to fight that mound. They open the door. Benji's like, wait, what do I hear? Turns around, catches 2 on the side with off the back of the Paranoia. So great opening for Team Heretics in that round, but it hasn't been going in their favor every round. Sometimes Lev gets the better of Heretics on these chaotic openings. That's really
claim दिलवाएंगे man लोरे हो जाओ भाई टाइम आउट खत्म हम आते हैं म्यूजिक चालू करते हैं क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा Let's go music.
Sees paint shells, stun as well. Team Heretics has all the info they need to go B.
Yeah, and they've done this quicker. We were talking about the timing before, how they don't do this too quickly. And I like Miniboo's second to pause, to wait. Because then he gets a fight like that, but where's the trade? Where's the support? There's none. Com gets his way back in. Woot's in danger. That's a huge ult.
Whoa.
Woot still somehow hits that
One
shot.
more.
Benji
Hey.
couldn't crawl all the
King,
way
you
in
spotted
time,
one more.
and King claws him back. Now Rienz and Boo up against Tex and King. They've got to know where they evacuated to. This isn't ideal for the plant. They've got to try and deal with them here. Boo making a run. They can get on this.
Orb is on the spike. He can connect the smokes together and get in there, but the defuse is coming.
There's no time. Surely there's no time here. Yeah, Tex. No,
Ah!
wait.
Stig!
He caught it. He got the defuse.
He sticked that?
That was so close.
Again, another chaotic situation
Yeah.
going in there. You're right.
Back
Where
and
is that
forth.
backup?
He sticked
All the way in that blue room.
that.
Mini Boo's in there. The door is
There'd be a
closed.
trade.
It's one of those situations
Kaise
where
bhai?
communication needs to be on point. Where are you pushing together? You want to take some space. But some of the teammates were going towards Waterfall, one towards Heaven, one towards Blue Door, way too split apart. That is the name of LEV's game, not Team Heretics. Team Heretics,
Yoink.
they go together, they move together. Right there, they get spread apart.
4 to 6, back and forth we go. Boo with his ult, Benji, TP with Woot on the other side, one off for Aspas. So that could be huge for him. As it stands, Heretics clearing through Mound. Close clear on the Prowler.
You should
Locked
run.
Keeping it simple.
The problem with what's happening right now is this lockdown is pulling everyone from LEV over to C. It's going to be so difficult for Heretics to break through. Nobody's defending A right now. It's a 5-on-5 it's going to be soon.
Yeah, re-clear with the Prowler through middle. There, you can see the Lever starting to question mark this. And the pause from Heretics is, if anything, adding to the paranoia. But once that smoke fades, Aspas Tex could have a look.
Speaking of paranoia, I'm looking at Nightfall. I'm looking at Woot has his ultimate on Omen. A really good combination could be found here. Nightfall on the site, deafening the players. And the flank coming in the back. Right now, Benji set up on that B lurk. But still, Team Heretics running out of time. 40 seconds left. Haven't made a decision where to go. Finally, Calm. He's going to be the only defender towards A right now.
left.
Here comes the ult.
TP to tree. And he sticks it. It's Calm in the middle,
Oh.
though. This could be huge. If they don't clear
Wait.
this, he's on.
He whiffed it.
Maybe a little bit of trigger discipline could have done him well there. But for now, the carpet's rolled out and the round is more than likely Heretics is here. Tex is still on the Guardian. Aspas unable to get the hits out. That could have been very valuable.
No.
But for now, they found stability in a very late rotate there. Maybe taking back some of the tempo of this game, taking away that chaotic element.
Retake तो हो नहीं
2
रहा.
versus 5. It's going to be a save. The chaotic element out of the equation right there. Heretics pumped the brakes. They were getting low on time. It was getting a little bit scary for them, but that was actually a really good audible from them. Being able to use that Omen teleport into that tree room. You know that usually if there's a defender, they're up all the way, looking at that doorway, trying to get that spot and then back out. Someone's going to be playing in tree room at that stage in the round. That's going to be crazy. And then Benji finding that pick on Mizzino at that rotate at B as well. Just inserting the players into the proper positions. Team Heretics is doing a really good job in some of these mid-rounds, which we weren't seeing so much on Icebox that much. We had to wait for those timeouts to come in, the coaches to start talking for them to be able to get those off.
Yeah.
And right now, Lev is letting this game slip a little bit.
No, it does seem like it's falling between the fingertips here. It's not completely out of the realms of reality, but as I said, the chaos being quelled here. We're starting to see control back in Heretics' hands. Just kind of tempering the pace.
बहुत chaotic चल रहा है.
Lev they like to go for these 4 play stacks towards A, and if Heretics want to go to the blender, they'll suffer the consequence.
They've been doing so well when they go slow. Looks like they might start fast here.
And it might be the death of them. There's the C's nade combo, Mini Boo.
Pardon?
Takes a lot of damage for that.
Pardon?
It's not like Lev are going to take their foot off the gas, they can double down. And Woot's only good for one there. Trade comes out, and here comes the rocket right into Mini Boo's chest. Even down to 4v3 on the kills. Looks so controlled in the hands.
Hello?
Until then, where the hell did Benji and Rienz just get those kills from?
Overextended from Lev. Tex 1 versus 2. He has his camera to work with, but he's against Rienz and Benji, the closers of this team. Sure, Benji's not on his mainstay of Cypher, but with that turret up, the alarm bot, the mollies. Now his
भाई
position's
आखा
gonna get
दिन
revealed.
Cypher खेलता है.
Okay.
He could double back if he needs to, but that camera's not going to spot anybody. He has to get past this Viper wall as well.
It's quite telling. At least they see no one, no challenge, but you know, they could be playing timings, they could be by tree. But to find both is difficult. He's looking to try and clear towards street first. Spams out again. Update on the progress. Another ping on the GPS, basically telling you where he is. And Tex is running out of time. And they just put him out of his misery more than anything. 8 rounds, a respectable half score.
The dragon, wow.
Keeping control of the chaos for a while, but it eventually falling away from them here.
Time out is the आड़ दिखाओगे दिखाओ भाई दिखाओ फ्री हो जाओ Thirty more seconds, guys. Beneficiary footage. That was great. जल्दी लगाओ रे I'm done actually done आज हुसैन का गेम देख के कुछ करने का मन नहीं हुआ फट से गेम लगाओ भाई
You know, it takes something out of you. So they need to make sure that they pace themselves for the long game here. It's going to go to Haven otherwise if they're not able to get some sort of form on this map.
Let's see what the tempo's set like. Now LEV get their opportunity to attack. Let's see how they look at it.
Haven't seen something slow in a very long time, it feels.
Yeah, it's been like high octane from the very start.
But a big gamble trap setup from Team Heretics.
4 players pretty much eyeing up the same spot, right?
They got that turret watching B, Benji's watching C. It has to be A. They're not going to move from here until that timing. But Tex, he's expecting some sort of push towards C. LEV, it's a minute left.
Bring them down. Prowler, going to be handled. Keeps them very present. And I feel like LEV don't like what they're feeling. Like, whatever this is, they don't love it.
They're getting a little bit nervous. Approaching that A, decide to come back towards B, but again, if you're going towards B here, they can come at you from 3 different angles. Will they use that revolving door, create any sort of pressure? Are they going to push through to Waterfall? Is there some sort of read that I don't know about? Great timing on those paint shells. How does he know to use it then? Maybe the smoke timing from the attacker side.
Oh.
Could get some pressure here, though. He's got support, and now the door going to be tested. You're looking at the likes of Benji to try and hold back.
एक आधा मार लेगा तो मार लेगा. Not more than that.
And the blender would have waited them. Look at the HP being dwindled down. Now, if they'd carried on, it would have been near on death. However, HP back up. They got to wall back in towards B, and you can see what Woon's trying to do. Tries to fall away, but now down to 10. Heretics being brought back down to the chaos. They're thriving in it. The plant should be. Wait, the spike carrier went down. They should be fine. I think.
Nice.
Fine. Benji 1v4.
Nice.
LEV. They love that sort of chaos, Josh. They left that down to the last second and then just ramped it up.
That was getting so scary. 18 seconds left. The Viper Orb timing coming up. That Killjoy Molly on top of it can't break through. But Team Heretics, they're running 2 players through Waterfall there. They can't get back and stop this plant. It's behind cover. It's all on Woot. He can't get away. Lev, get that pistol.
That's my
and
entry breach. Let's go. That's a smile.
Again, we have a game on our hands. And we're seeing them alive again.
Yeah, and if Heretics can't control him, then Lev can close the gap. They can bring this back. This could be a 2-0.
Oh.
Stacked, however, yeah.
Boo, he's got his haunt, ready to come over top. But I don't know what other abilities they're going to use. They just have to swing together. They just have classics at the moment, a paranoia as well if they need it. Looks like Woot is ready to do it, but that Prowler spots them.
I love this kind of tempo change as well, from very aggressive. You know, again, if you roll your mind back into the starting round towards A, having that brawl, willing to do it here, very composed. Maybe looking to read for any sort of pocket plays, any sort of set pieces. Really nice. The fact that they kept that sat deep, showing that they can shift gear here a little. Woo.
नहीं हुआ.
Goes unscathed.
Prowler might
they're
catch
so
him.
aware. They're so aware.
आँखों से देख
Especially
लिया.
after seeing the kind of paranoia, the haunt coming through, the crowd, everything. You're thinking it's a stack. You're thinking it's going to be a trap there. And again, doing the due diligence. You like to see it. A nice try re-ends. And rinse and repeat. We go again. Lev, this is really nice. If you're going to talk about them in their chaotic moments, you've got to give them credit here when they've kept their composure.
A great read by Lev there, understanding the stack was in play. Off the back of the camera from
Isolate karwaii fights.
Hey, they're not here at all. Be careful. Go slow.
That's nice.
Slow they went. Lev pulling it back. They need to convert this bonus if they want to get even closer. Team Heretics still has that lead. When we look at the game so far, it's been very chaotic. It's been a lot of these very early fights, but that's not the style that Team Heretics likes to play on their defense side. They like to sit back, have these trap setups, force the enemy to actually commit, and then go for the retakes. That is what they're strongest
left side,
at.
but I don't trust even in my shadow, and I cleared him.
Up to Team Heretics to set the tone here, to tell them you're on our playground
खुद
right
को
now.
बारूद तक
We
clear
play
नहीं
by
किया.
our rules.
Also, I just realized Aspas is 20-9, and the closest player in his team has got 8 kills. He's quite good at this game. Pleasure to get to watch him play. We don't often get to see it, obviously. Hands on. Looking sharp here today.
The walk up middle, though, at the same time as this Lev. Just using C as a little bit of a fake. They're going to probably go through the revolving door, but re-ends.
In case they needed a little bit of luck on their side. Why not? And they're going to go on this. I quite like that. Just instinctive play, smart approach, heads up.
अगर time out नहीं आया time से तो खत्म है.
Look at this guy, reigning supreme. Massive impact. The back of a blind shot that worked. Sometimes you get them. Now they get the plant too. Boo and Woot, irrelevant to this round.
Converted bonus for Lev. A save from Team Heretics.
Look how close he is to his ult as well.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yep.
Must be nice to have an Aspas in your team. Must be nice.
How do you lose? But
they weren't losing all that often until, you know, was it Trace happened? They're doing pretty good.
Right now, though, Lev showing why they're veterans. That championship level quality coming through here. Team Heretics, they are the rookies, and they're showing so much determination and grit, but they're starting to slip a little bit. Icebox, they had Lev on the ropes a couple of different times. Lev turned it around and stole it away. Team Heretics, again, in the lead on Lotus. This is one of their stronger maps here. They need to be looking to close this out, so losing those first players at the start of the round there, not looking pretty for these guys. Gonna have to do a little bit of a mix by, maybe even let Lev get up to that 8-8 tied score line. But again, can they set the tempo? Can they make Lev play by their rules, or is Lev gonna be able to run all around them?
Let's see. The Sheriffs, the Stingers, the two remaining Vandals, well, two Vandals, not even remaining. And look at the Outlaw as well, could be in the right place to get some good damage done. Aspas gonna lead the charge. Takes at least control of the corner and then over towards Rubble. While that happens, Benny Boo. Try and get towards his ult here. And they wait for a fight. And if you're Heretics, you're probably not really wanting to give them too many early fights.
This push I'm seeing by Miniboo getting really aggressive on that mound line. He is the only player between the attackers and that C site. Right now, Team Heretics just in a little bit of a loose, flexible setup towards that A and B. Not really anticipating this, and once Miniboo goes down there, That site's going to be way opened up. And Lev looking to kick up the pace and take this off the back of that kill on this player. So extended forwards, and already in the site is Aspas. He took a little bit of damage, but Omen teleport to get in here as well. And Team Heretics, they're fighting. They're trying to fight in the chaos.
Nice.
You can't play against these guys like this. They were made for this sort of chaos. Looking so cool under all that pressure.
Nice.
It's dwindling.
भाई ये लोग भाग रहे हैं, पता है?
Leviathan have turned up in this half. Sharp as hell. A scary prospect. And Aspas, this whole locked in, ready to go.
In the next round.
Scoreline will be back. All even. Benji.
Oh.
Come on.
Oi.
What? Are you going to shut me up?
You are not allowed to clutch this.
Down to learn my lesson, Benji. But how are you going to find the last two? Because suddenly they thought the round was done. Brought back to attention. Vandal in hand. He's running low on time and he knows it. 5 seconds, well, not 5 seconds, 5 bullets now, down to 3.
So close. Those sheriffs were good.
You got to give credit where it's due. He tried damn hard for that one, but 8 apiece, Josh. Surely there's a timeout for Heretics now.
I would be inclined to agree. They still have theirs. They had such.
अब आप सब chill करते हैं भाई इनमें. ये देखो 1 2. अच्छा सारे के सारे एक जैसे हैं. बोला ना सारे के सारे एक जैसे हैं. And let's go again.
Those adjustments is more difficult.
23 and 10. He's just carrying his team right away.
Yeah. But also, they should be used to playing against a breach comp.
It's true. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong with that. But let's see what the timeouts cooked up. Because generally, it's been quite valuable, actually. Niels and Weber coming up with some really good concepts for them, giving them a couple of rounds here. Earlier info on this C-Take, and we do have a player now posted beside Benji. But Aspas is in the door. How much can one man do? That's the start. He knows there's another. He flies over. He sprays him down. Aspas ripping and tearing through Heretics. Can Miniboo do the same back? Not right now. Has to peel away, but at least does some damage.
4 versus 3. Spike's still not planted, and Team Heretics inching up, looking like they want to take this fight early, but the stun's going to force them off. The plant's going to go down. Miniboo, can he spam it?
They're trying. The firing squad didn't land. Mazzino lives. Closing the gap. And actually a TP towards site.
Good crossfire.
He's got the paranoia. He's got the smoke in too, but they've got 4 players here ready, posted on the site itself. They have no idea about this. They may know about 1 or 2. Good paranoia could be everything. That's fantastic. But can they do the
Flash में भी मार रहा है. Tom gets 2 in that.
Leviathan still in charge, taking another round into their hands.
And a beautiful post plant as well from Team Lev. The way that they all sat around that elbow area. Calm had his horn in his hand, ready for that. They knew, okay, there's going to be a smoke, there's going to be a paranoia. They're going to come in with this, and then I'm going to use that haunt. Even if you guys get paranoia, guess what? You're going to be able to see them. I'm going to scan them. So great composure there at the site, playing together side by side.
Crazy.
Shout out to the replay team and shout out to you for noticing that. Love that. Got a little lost in the sauce, but even Aspas happy with it. But that's completely broken the money of Heretics too. You're down to Sheriffs here. A couple of ults coming up soon, but you're going to start feeling like this game is slipping away from you. We thought this veto would be kind of mid to back loaded for Heretics. Map 1 would have been very strong for Lev, which eventually it was, but they had a very competitive series on. This is slowly being taken away from them. You can kind of feel it in the water. There's something happening here. The momentum firmly in the hands of LEV, especially after that round.
Economy being broken, not a problem. Team Heretics can rebound. Spirits being broken, different story.
Their heads held high right now.
आसपास पागल हो गया है.
Predominantly a pivot towards B. Tex holding to try and catch any stragglers, making it through on the rotation. Nice. Oh, and clean from Tex. Boom, woot. Looking irrelevant to outcome. Tex, go and walkabouts.
Tex is just going mad.
This could be the downfall of Heretics right here, right now. Leviathan are literally getting a stranglehold on this game. Double digits made, and in touching distance. Look at the streak of rounds. It's been 6 in a row for LEV.
Team Heretics is usually so good at doing retakes, but right now, they're not playing their game. LEV is controlling everything, forcing this chaos, forcing Team Heretics into these unusual fights. They're not used to it. They can't convert it. And right now, LEV is just prying them apart from the inside out.
Eco kills, I love them. I live for the eco.
This is the difference between the good and the great. Leviathan showing depth, capability, tempo changes, everything you want to be seeing, and the superstar performance from their superstar. But it's not over yet. Couple of ults here in the hands of Heretics. But LEV showing early presence towards A.
That lockdown is going to be a huge tool to use in a retake right now, but Rien's in the site, trying to defend it to his death. Maybe going 1 versus 5. His teammate's way too far away to help him. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Benji actually gets affected by it.
And he goes down. Look at this player by player. They are dropping the site fully, waving the Leviathan flag here. Oh, come on. It's so clean and so good. It is falling to pieces for Heretics. If I'm their coach, if I'm the IGL, I'm calling another timeout if I got one, because this game is falling away from you. You thought you had a chance.
They are just hitting those aim lab shots now.
Play their game. They tried to set up for that retake, but getting bumped out of position off this Rolling Thunder, moved away.
Aim labs. Now it's only aim labs, bro.
And that information Aspas, this flick right.
It's poetry in motion watching them play right now. Everything's hitting, the reads are right. They got it all. It's hard not to enjoy LEV when they look this strong here.
Again, Heretics, they're calling this timeout. They
aim
need
lab
to get
shit,
something
aim lab
discussed
shit,
right
aim
now.
lab
The
shit.
coaches
Let's
need to
go.
keep these players in line. They're not getting any openings. They're not.
They are just doing that aim lab shift now. Fuck it.
People question their performance, rightly so, after some surprise losses, some close games, not the same level of dominance. But now, they look deadly. What a time to start showing form. I mean, they were made for brilliance, for deep runs in tournaments. They are trophy hunters. And at this point, they're showing that caliber. We digress, as there's still an opportunity and a chance for Heretics. 8 rounds to 11 isn't impossible, but it's how LEV got to that 11. It has been consecutive. Ult off the rip. Rien's going to try and control this space.
Benji.
But how are they going to dissuade what's coming their way? Benji's been struggling and already going to be forced away from this. He's going to go for a lockdown here, ambitious. He is being absolutely spammed out by every piece of util they could send. Already the pain shell's coming in. Did he manage to keep it secure enough? I think he did, yeah. LEV have to try and escape quickly. That's going to get caught, but they ain't hunting that.
भाई सब कुछ आ गया.
Control of the round. Rien still has A lockdown. Boo has that alarm bot, but he's lost his duels at B. 3 players to defend this C site and that Nightfall as well.
Is that enough,
But
though?
the Nightfall is so far away that this re-hit, 5 versus 3, surely goes in the favor of LEV again.
They're so good at this, too. You can see the composure on the way in. The killer instinct.
The pivot back.
Perfect. Tex. Gonna
Nightfall. It's gonna be a 5-man.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the knife. Boo, you gonna go for it? Waiting, maybe?
Waiting for his team.
Spike planted.
You wait too long, we'll find out now. No, he reveals almost everything, barring one. They should have got at least 4 on that, and now they gotta go. Tex, Mini Boo removes. It's Benji on the follow-up, and now Heretics hammering it home. Finally digging into this.
Nice play.
Is killed. Heretics still in the game. 9 rounds. That took a whole lot, and it was on a knife's edge.
And I talk about this for a reason. Team Heretics, 5 versus 5. They get their retake off, they're winning it. They had 4 alive at the end of the round there. They are in full control when it gets to be into these situations, but they haven't been able to get into these positions to begin with. They've always been picked apart and lost that one crucial player that makes everything else fall apart. If Team Heretics is able to replicate this sort of environment where they can go into that retake in that 5 versus 5, they actually have a chance at this game.
And that's got to feel like a breath of fresh air after being absolutely beaten and broken by LEV. You look at the string of rounds, it's hard not to feel that, to feel how oppressive that can be, but it took a lot that time. We saw the Viper's Pit, we saw the Nightfall, we saw so many ults keyed into it. Maybe a fight over towards A early on as well. Do we see much damage from the Pain Shell? Not particularly. Both sides get to keep their lives here, but the firing squad from LEV has rounds to play with. They can be a little confident. They can take a risk or two. How does Boo keep his life here?
This bait needs to be perfect. Camera spots him, he backs away. Keeps his life, 5 on 5 still.
Good timing for Boo there. As said, highly volatile in these scenarios.
Tex has that op up on the attack side, looking to see if there's any jiggle or jump spot from any of the defending players here. Get a little bit of information, curiosity, but they don't know. That C mound has that alarm bot, has the player behind that tall box.
Ooh, Operator, yeah. First time really seeing this coming out to play. A bit of a switch up here in round 21. Heretics waiting.
Tex wants this, waiting for someone to slip up. 40 seconds, time's going down. Blue door still intact, but Miniboo waiting for it, expecting it.
Aspas. Poppins just to make sure they're safe on the side. He can kind of blindly send it towards CT, hope they would find someone. It probably won't here. They're very cognizant of that ult coming in, and now we look at the retake. A TP taken over towards the trip to the very back line, so there's going to be a very fast flank here from Blue. Tex seems none the wiser so far. King is there as well. He hears that 3-3-8 battle, but it's Rien's to find Mazzino, and now the back line's under pressure. Can't alleviate some towards the front, but down to a 3v3 now. It's messy. Back line is King. The 2 players still on the site. Aspas and Calm, but they're removed, leaving just Aspas. The monster himself still stands. That's what he could do, though. But they're on the defuse. I don't think he heard it. He's none the wiser. He has no idea. He has absolutely no idea.
Nice try रे. Teams diffusing. समझ ही नहीं आया उसको, आवाज ही नहीं आई होगी फाइट के बीच में.
At the same time that Spike gets tapped, the defuse starts coming in. He hasn't heard it. He's none the wiser. LEV, they call a timeout here because what's happening? 2 rounds in a row. Is this the start of the comeback for Team Heretics right now? Twice in a row, they get this 5 versus 5.
Okay, timeout ends. मैं पता है गाइस अभी शांत क्यों बैठा हूँ, सिंपल. मेरे को भी थोड़ा सा चिल वाला फेस चाहिए.
Access activate from the sidelines. Get those flanks off. Now you're going to convert some rounds. Team Heretics, they just go straight into you.
Game on. What's the look now? Oh, Woot. I'll find you. Behind the box.
Slow opening as well. Lev doesn't want to run too many traps in the same setup from last round. Team Heretics get spammed.
That's devastating, but so good for Lev. Cage triggered. Tech's going to be noted. And I quite like the Miniboo's trying to clear a little bit of space behind that, show a little bit of presence by door, maybe dissuade this instant C lean, but will Lev even fall for that? They may not care.
Look at
they're
how
in.
Heretics is scrambling off of this. They don't know what to do, where to go. Once they lose Woot there, they still need to play at that 4 versus 5. Sure, they lose the smoke, they lose the paranoia. But right now, Lev has the sight. They're going to get that spike planted.
And does that
Party dead.
Time? He does, taking down Miniboo, leaving Rienz, who's a mile away. Unable to affect the outcome of this round. That was clean work from Lev, but again, that instantaneous loss. It felt like too much of a gamble.
It was the exact same setup they ran from the previous round. Lev did not go towards C. They didn't punish that. But as soon as he goes down, what happens? Heretics, they scramble. Instead of playing that 4 versus 5, going for the retake, as soon as they hear that spike get tapped, instantly they try pushing in. Miniboo pops his showstopper, and they double swing from Waterfall. All at the same time, they all fall so quickly, and they only get one player in the process of that. Right now, Team Heretics, they're going to be down 10-12. This would be match point. If they want to be able to have a chance to come back and go to Haven this next round, they can't slip up.
12-10.
Class.
Oh, and they even
Gun नहीं save करने नहीं दिया.
Here we go. It's aim for OT, or it's pretty much GG on this one. Map 1 was Lev's, and it felt like they slipped back into what wasn't working for Heretics. They got caught off here. Again, that initial pick, that was close enough, sure.
He whiffed his ult. He whiffed his ult. I just ended still shooting him down.
I guess that's what you got to do, just stand still. Easy, 29 for that man.
They can't see you if you stand still.
True, but we again, got to stay focused on this because it's a shoddy buy coming out from Heretics, Stingers, Bulldogs. It ain't pretty. This is not what you wanted to make a stake to staying in that upper side of this tournament. TP there for King. And an early look towards that C side of the map.
अब देखो ults में क्या-क्या बचे हैं.
1-2 spread from Team Heretics as well. We've seen this a couple times from them. It's all on Lev right now.
आसपास इस लाइक अगर अगले राउंड तक भी जाता है तो मैं ट्राई करता हूँ 2 फ्रैग्स निकालने का. ताकि अगले राउंड में अल्टी मिले.
Towards one of these players could be important. Here comes that split. Tex working up middle with King. As that pressure still mounts on the defenders over towards the C site.
The C site is going to be feeling battered and bruised and
the Stinger.
Nice.
It's not enough. Trying to use the Stinger up against North American teams. It ain't going to be working. Aspas, the pain shell, posted towards site, but now he's going to be held back here. Heretics looking to maybe clear some space over towards water, but the firing squad is waiting. Rienz, that's a lot of people.
What?
That's not bad. If
Nice.
Gonna fall, the
Good trades.
still
Good
sitting in the
trades.
hands of Lev. It's a 3v2. Miniboo and Woot were the ones over towards A. They've got such a long way
फिर
to
से
go
plant
here.
करने
The
देना.
postpon's going to be set up.
The flank coming in from Woot. He does have a smoke. He does have paranoia, but they're spread apart. They need to win their isolated duels. Lev, they're such close together. They're ready to trade. They're ready to move together and pivot.
Woot's going to be able to at least clear Mount. He knows they're not out here. But still, Miniboo looking to be overwhelmed. They want to try and close down on this. Does Woot get noted as well? The time's starting to tick here. Have Leviathan done
यहाँ पे वो
enough?
फ्लैश से भी पता
Heretics
चल गया.
starting to flounder, starting
खत्म.
to falter.
GG.
This team was tailor-made for greatness. Bespoke brilliance from Leviathan. You thought it might have gone the...
ये अपने एक तो टॉयज नहीं छोड़ता पता. Nice try, well played. Well played and GG's. Well played to Leo, bro. GG's guys, GG's. अभी 10-15 मिनट अपने दोस्तों के साथ बैठेंगे. What's क्या ले
क्या सीन
हो गया भाई फाइनली। टिंग 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 टिंग
वही बोला तेरे को इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है?
खत्म अभी हुआ रे।
अच्छा
आवाज इसका लौड़े का ऐसा आ रहा है जैसे बेंचो यही खेल गया है अभी।
ASMR
भाई कभी बैठो साथ में बैठो 1:30 बजे से लेके 8-7 बजे तक मजा आएगा।
बैठा है चलो।
अरे आप नहीं
लौड़े मैं भी बैठा हूँ कितने बार।
वो खाली वॉच पार्टी करने बैठो और कुछ मत करने बैठो।
वॉच पार्टी के लिए भी बहुत बार बैठा हूँ। सॉस खत्म हो गया रेड और ये
तो फ्राइज मत खाओ।
नहीं खा रेड सॉस कहाँ पे बनती तो इतने सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हो गए ना समझ में नहीं आ रहा। रेड सॉस हो गया करके रखने दे।
सुन ना मेरे को फ्रिज का आइटम कैलकुलेट करके बताओ कितना है फ्रीजर का।
एक सेकंड रुका मैं स्टॉक फिल कर रहा हूँ।
मेरे को ना एक एक फुल रैक एक एक को करना है मतलब फ्रेंच फ्राइज तो फ्रेंच फ्राइज पूरा फ्रेंच फ्राइज बहुत रपा रप खत्म हो
कहाँ गया सॉस।
चलो भाई लोग लेट्स एंड स्ट्रीम नाउ। रात को मिलते हैं।
भी कर दिया मेरे को ये करना।
See you at night. Till then, bye bye. Take care. See you.
मैं देखता हूँ।